Chapter 25-21. Since you know that I am Jun Lioye, then you should know that your father and mother are still in my hands. You tried to assassinate me without a care in the world, wholeheartedly seeking death. Aren't you afraid that I'll take revenge on your father and mother, making them wish they were dead? Ji Yu's body stiffened, but she immediately spat out with hatred. Jun Lioye, my father and mother have already been killed. Don't even think of using them to threaten me. Who told you they're already dead? Jun Lioye raised a brow. A devil like you has never left anyone alive in your hands. The rulers of the other countries have all been killed by you. It seems like you still know a bit about me. However, there are always exceptions to everything. Perhaps your parents are an exception? Jun Lioye looked at her wrapped hands and leisurely blew on them. Ji Yu's heart jumped. She was already certain that her parents were dead, which was why she tried so hard. Now that she heard him say this, her heart faintly rose with a trace of hope. Why are my parents an exception? Her little face was still pale, but her tone finally softened. Jun Lioye's eyes were as deep as the night as he stared at her face. Suddenly, he gently smiled and reached out to gently lift her sharp chin. His tone seemed to be both true and false. Because of you, his words seemed to be filled with affection. If it was in the past, Ji Yu's eyes might have lit up at his words. But now, she only sneered. I don't believe you. Jun Lioye, from now on, I won't believe a single word you say. Jun Lioye looked at her for a moment. He could no longer see the slightest bit of trust in her eyes. Although she was still in his arms, her body was abnormally stiff, as if she was trying her best to put some distance between them. She was no longer like before, fearlessly throwing herself into his arms to seek protection. His eyes darkened, and he suddenly lifted her up. This prince will take you to a place. Ji Yu never thought that she would be able to return to the palace she had lived in since she was young. Jun Lioye brought her here and even disguised her so that people who weren't familiar with her wouldn't be able to recognize her. At this moment, she was wearing the clothes of a normal guard as she followed behind Jun Lioye, passing through palace doors and courtyards. Jun Lioye appeared in his original appearance. He wore a beautiful black robe embroidered with python patterns and wore a ghost mask. He was clearly such a refined and elegant person, but after wearing this outfit, every inch of him seemed to have an inexplicable tension, giving people a kind of cold pressure. Along the way, they would occasionally bump into soldiers from the Huiyue kingdom. However, the moment they saw him, they would all respectfully bow and kowtow. At first glance, one could tell that these guards were extremely well trained. No matter what they did, they were neat and tidy, carrying the silent, murderous aura of an iron-blooded soldier. Ji Yu lowered her eyes and followed behind him. Looking at him striding forward, she quietly clenched her fists. This was the real him, right? This made him look like the god of slaughter of this continent. Just like in the legends, he was cold-blooded and ruthless, not even recognizing his own kin. And that seductive, romantic, and lazy Yi Qianshang was nothing more than an illusion he made, an illusory character. Ji Yu followed him to the gates of the Han Liang Palace. There was a guard every 3 steps and a sentry every 2 steps. It was clearly heavily guarded. Jun Lioye waved his hand and made a simple gesture. The guards at the door pushed open the palace doors and silently retreated far away. Jun Lioye looked at Ji Yu behind him and softly said, Go in. This king will give you 10 minutes to catch up. Chapter 25-22. Ji Yu paused for a moment. Looking at the open palace door, her heart began to beat wildly. Are my parents really still alive? Right here, she made up her mind and strode in the palace. Ji Yu finally saw her parents. In just a few days, they had lost a lot of weight, looked a lot haggard, and also a lot older. Fortunately, they were still alive. They were alive and well. Her eyes were brimming with tears. The reunion of father and daughter was unavoidable. Jun leaned against the door leisurely, as if he was bored to death, and twirled the emerald green thumb ring on his thumb. The guards here were obviously his most loyal subordinates. It was strange for him to bring a soldier here in the middle of the night and let this soldier enter the hall where the serious criminals were locked up alone. But these guards were all blind and pretended not to see anything. After about 10 minutes, Ji Yu still had no intention of coming out. Jun Liuye's eyelashes drooped as he suddenly strode inside. Inside the palace, the full moon emperor and the queen were saying goodbye to their daughter. After the initial excitement, they were still very puzzled. What was their daughter's identity now? How did she break through the heavy guards and enter? Ji Yu did not want her parents to worry about her, so she wanted to mumble, "Someone helped me. Who helped us?" The full moon emperor's eyes lit up. He had been locked up here for so long, but he did not see anyone from his own side. If there was such a force outside, maybe he could make use of it. I am. The two cold words blew into the palace. The full moon emperor froze. He looked at the tall man standing at the door with his back against the light and clenched his fists in his sleeves. The enemy who destroyed his country. The god-killing Jun Liuye. Ji Yu also froze. She suddenly looked up, not understanding his purpose at this time. Jun Liuye walked in slowly and elegantly, like a leopard in the night. The full moon emperor subconsciously protected his daughter and retreated. What are you doing? Don't hurt my princess." Jun Liuye stopped and looked at Ji Yu. He said with a faint smile, "Come here. It's time for you to go out with me." His voice was soft but inexplicably cold. Her parents' lives were still in his hands. Ji Yu did not dare to resist him. She bit her lips and comforted her parents. Finally, she walked to his side. Jun Liuye wrapped his arms around her waist and left. "Jun Liuye, what did you do to my daughter? Why is she so obedient to you?" Emperor Yuan Yu shouted from behind. Jun Liuye paused and chuckled. "She will be my woman." This was obviously a bomb. The Emperor Yuan Yu and his wife were stunned, and Ji Yu's body froze. The full moon emperor shouted angrily, "Ji Yu will never marry the enemy who destroyed her country." Jun Liuye didn't say anything else. Instead, he dragged the unwilling Ji Yu away. The full moon emperor was trembling with anger. Just as Jun Liuye left, a guard walked in and coldly told them not to make trouble. Otherwise, their daughter would be humiliated and would never be able to wash away her shame. Emperor Full Moon was so angry that he almost fainted, but there was nothing he could do. The lights in the dark shadow tower flickered. Outside, it was the darkest period before dawn. "I will never marry you." Ji Yu reiterated her point for the third time. On the way back, she had already expressed herself sternly twice, but Jun Liuye did not seem to have heard her. Chapter 25-23. Now that they were back in the dark shadow tower, Ji Yu's familiar room, she felt a bit more at ease. At the same time, she could no longer suppress the anger in her heart. "Jun Liuye, I won't marry a despicable person like you." Jun Liuye sat down at the table and poured himself a cup of tea. After taking a sip, he pushed the cup of tea over. "You've been shouting the entire way. Are you thirsty? Come, drink this." Ji Yu's face turned red from anger. She slammed the cup of tea on the ground, and it shattered, making a loud sound. She also raised her voice to its loudest. "Who's drinking your thing? It's dirty to death." "Dirty?" Jun Liuye reached out and grabbed her wrist. He pulled her into his embrace and kissed her without waiting for her to react. This kiss was different from any other kiss. It was filled with a strong will. Ji Yu struggled with all her might, but she was still kissed until she couldn't breathe. Their lips and tongues intertwined. Her nose was filled with his scent and his taste. Her mind buzzed, and she used all her strength, but she still couldn't break free from his entanglement. Big drops of tears rolled down her cheeks and flowed into their entangled lips and tongues. It was salty and bitter. Jun Liuye paused for a moment and finally let go of her. However, he continued to hug her and said in a domineering voice, "Ji Yu, from now on, you are my woman. I am your sky." Ji Yu's eyes were filled with anger. She raised her hand to slap his face. "Don't even think about it." Her hand was caught by him, and he looked at her. "Little moon, didn't you want to marry me? We once swore an oath of eternal love." Ji Yu's wrist hurt from his grip, but it couldn't compare to the pain in her heart. She said word for word, "Jun Liuye, the one who pledges love to me was Yi Qianshang, not you." Jun Liuye's eyes narrowed. "Am I not Yi Qianshang?" "No, you're not him. He's already dead." Yi Qianshang was just a picture he painted for her. He didn't actually exist. She would rather believe that he was dead, that he died on the way to assassinate June Liu. June Liu was silent for a few seconds before revealing a soft smile. That's fine. His arm loosened, and Jiyu hurriedly jumped away from him, leaving a distance of 3 meters between them. June Liu had no intention of grabbing her again. He simply said, "Since you think he's dead, then I don't have to abide by the agreement between you and him. I won't marry you." Jiyu seemed to be relieved. "I won't marry you either." Her tone was like she had just thrown away a pile of garbage. June Liu glanced at her and did not say anything else. Instead, he stood up, opened the door, and clapped twice. "Men." 2 guards appeared silently outside the door and bowed. "Master, what are your orders?" This was how the Dark Shadow Tower addressed Yi Qianshang. Jun Lu Yi said, "Pass down this prince's decree. Transfer the original Yu country's monarch and his wife to the water prison and await their punishment." Jiyu's heart was beating wildly. She rushed to the door and shouted, "What are you doing?" Jun Liu crossed his arms and looked at her coldly. "Naturally, I'll deal with them according to how this prince handled things." Based on how he used to deal with things, how could her parents survive? Jiyu gritted her teeth. "Jun Liu, they're already so pitiful. Do you even have any sympathy?" Jun Liu acted like he had heard a joke that couldn't be any funnier. "Sympathy? Jiyu, you can't have sympathy on the battlefield." Chapter 25-24. Jun Liu seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. Sympathy? Jiyu, you can't afford to have sympathy on the battlefield. When have you ever heard of the killing god Azura having sympathy? Jiyu glared at him, her chest heaving up and down in anger. "What do you want?" Jun Liu returned to his chair and sat down, calmly saying, "You know what I want." Jiyu, the 2 guards looked at each other and disappeared in a flash. Jiyu was afraid that they would harm her parents, so she clenched her fists. "Jun Liu, if you dare to harm my parents, I won't let you off even if I die and become a ghost." Jun Liu flicked his fingernails. "I'm not afraid of you when you're alive, but you think you can do anything to me when you're dead? Naive." At this time, he was simply a demon. Jiyu hated him so much that she clenched her teeth, but there was nothing she could do. Her chest was filled with anger, but she couldn't find a way out. She wasn't afraid of death, but her parents, how on earth did she provoke such a demon? She suddenly tasted something sweet in her throat. Then her body trembled, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Jun Liu's eyes darkened, and his fingers moved slightly, as if he wanted to do something, but he didn't. He only calmly said, "Jiyu, a wise man submits to circumstances. Seeking death is the behavior of coward. You should know what to do next." Jiyu's entire body was trembling, but she had no choice but to accept this cruel reality. "What do you want? What will it take for you to let my parents go?" Her parents' safety was her weak spot. Jun Liu stood up and slowly walked in front of her. His eyes locked onto hers as he lifted her chin with his finger. "I want you. Be my woman, and I'll give you a day to think about it. Give me an answer tomorrow night." Without waiting for Jiyu to speak, he turned around and walked out. Jiyu didn't give up. "Jun Liu, didn't you say that you won't marry me?" Jun Liu paused for a moment before saying, "Indeed, I won't marry you. I just want you to be my woman." He then left with large strides. He won't marry me, but wants me to be his woman. Does that mean he wants me to be his concubine? Perhaps she can't even be considered a concubine. Even if he needs to marry her, he still needs to go through the motions. Jiyu clenched her fists so tightly that her knuckles turned pale. There was white steam in the hall and fresh blue petals floating in the bathtub. "Miss Ji, please take a bath and change your clothes." The 2 maids bowed to Jiyu, who was sitting on the chair in a daze. Jiyu closed her eyes and stood Liu's bathtub. The 2 maids wanted to help her take off her clothes, but she stepped aside and said, "I'll do it myself. Get out." After all, she was once a princess. Once her little face tightened, there was a kind of majestic aura. The 2 maids looked at each other and agreed. They put a set of clothes on the shelf next to them. "Miss, you can change into this after washing." Use of it. Of use you a of her a Scott of her you of course. She groggily thought about it for an entire day. When June Liuye came again at night, she finally gave him a satisfactory answer. She didn't have a second choice. June Liuye seemed to have expected her to be like this. He smiled and said, "I'll be waiting for you at Star Moon Pavilion." Then he left. Chapter 25:25. Then the maids came in and began to take care of everything for her. They brought her to this special bath and let her bathe in petals, saying that His Highness liked the smell of the blue petals. You didn't know what kind of flower these petals were, but the smell was somewhat familiar. It was faint and fragrant, like it came from his body. She used to like this smell very much, but now she felt a little disgusted by it. She scooped up all the petals and threw them out. Not a single petal was left. The petals scattered on the ground, and many of them still had water droplets, like the helpless tears of a beauty. The fragrance of the flower lasted for a long time, and the whole hall was filled with the faint fragrance of the petals, making her unable to escape. Jiyu simply sank her head into the water, wanting to avoid the omnipresent fragrance, wanting to escape from the fate that she couldn't escape. The water rippled around her body, and she gradually felt suffocated, but she didn't want to go out. The water was warm, like a mother's embrace, making her greedy. She was already suffocating, but her body curled up tighter and tighter in the water. She gradually felt dizzy, and her consciousness was drifting away. It would be good if she just fell asleep like this. Maybe when she woke up, she would find that nothing had happened, and she would still be the carefree little princess of Jiyu country, acting coquettishly in front of her parents. And the one she loved said that he wanted to marry her. Splash! With a splash, someone grabbed her arm and lifted her out of the water. Fresh air rushed in, and she coughed loudly. Her naked body was half exposed to the air, and she shivered a few times. "Damn it! Do you want to drown yourself in it?" An angry shout exploded in her ears. Jiyu opened her eyes and looked up at him. He was wearing a brand new purple robe, which was very luxurious. The material of the robe was smooth and soft, and it was outlined with golden and silver threads with a dragon soaring into the clouds. In the dim candlelight, with his movements, the dragon seemed to be alive as it moved. His hair was tied up with a purple cloud crown, and his black hair flowed behind him, which made him even more picturesque, charming, and enchanting. At this moment, that pair of slightly evil eyes narrowed dangerously, and his thin lips were tightly pursed, showing his anger. Jiyu's shoulder was a little painful from his grip, and she struggled in his hand. "Let go of me." Should he let her go and let her sink back into the bathtub to drown? June Liuye's hand was still clasped around her. His voice was cold as he said, "You want to die? You don't care about your parents anymore?" His finger brushed across her pale lips. "Jiyu, don't blame this king for not reminding you. If you want to die, this king will not stop you, but after you die, your parents will also be buried with you. Furthermore, he died in exactly the same way as you did." His fingers loosened, and he finally let her go. Jiyu sank into the water weakly, but he didn't look at her anymore and strode away. Yes, she didn't even have a right to die now. Jiyu closed her eyes. She really wanted to cry like a child who had been wronged, but no matter how much she cried, no one would coax her like a baby. She could only cry in her heart. After June Liuye left, the maids came in. Jiyu was like a wooden doll, allowing them to dry her body, change into new clothes for her, tie up her hair for her, and dress her up. "Miss Ji, look at how beautiful you are now." When the maids had finished dressing her, they pressed a looking glass into her hand for her to see. Chapter 25:26. The mirror fell from her clothes, and she stood up without even looking at it. "Bring me to the Star Moon Pavilion." The Star Moon Pavilion, it was the most majestic pavilion in the Dark Shadow Tower. When June Liuye was still Yi Qianshang, he had once brought her here to play. The interior of the pavilion was beautiful and ingenious, especially the movable roof. When night fell, the roof would automatically slide to the sides, revealing transparent crystal windows. Outside the windows, the sky would be filled with stars, or the moonlight would be like water. Whether it was the starlight or the moonlight, under the reflection of the crystal, they would all shine brightly and beautifully. Ji used to like this place very much. She had once told Yi Qianshang that this was the most humane place in his dark shadow tower. "Miss Ji, please come in. His Highness is waiting for you." The maid sent her downstairs and didn't send her any further. For these people, the Star Moon Pavilion was a forbidden area. Without his permission, no one was allowed to enter. Ji Yu pursed her lips. Ever since Jun Liuye revealed his identity in front of her, he no longer hid it. Even in the Dark Shadow Tower, his subordinates and attendants had collectively changed the way they addressed him and addressed him as Your Highness. These people were all his loyal subordinates, so they naturally knew his identity. Perhaps she was the only one in the entire Dark Shadow Tower that was kept in the dark. She walked into the building and walked up the stairs covered in a soft carpet. She arrived at the most conspicuous and luxurious room on the 3rd floor. Although she was mentally prepared, she was still a bit afraid when it really came to this step. She waited at the door for a long time, but she didn't have the courage to open it. There was no movement from the hall, as if that person wasn't waiting for her inside. Perhaps he really wasn't inside? After a while, Ji Yu steeled her heart and pushed open the door to walk in. Passing by a tortoiseshell screen, Ji Yu stopped. There weren't any candles in the hall, but it wasn't dark at all. The purple moon above her head was like a jade plate, sparing no effort to shine its moonlight into every corner of the hall. The hall had also been redecorated. There was a large bed without any bed curtains in the hall. The bed was covered in soft and new bedding. Not far from the bed was a lotus leaf table carved from purple jade. There were 2 small wine cups on the table, and a purple-robed Jun Liuye was sitting at the table drinking. Moonlight, starlight, a gentle man drinking wine. No matter how she looked at it, it was like a dream of a young girl, but Ji was not moved by the scene in front of her. Her footsteps seemed to be fixed in place, and she did not want to take another step forward. Jun Liuye looked her up and down. His lips curled up as he beckoned her over. "Come here." Ji took a deep breath and didn't move. Jun Liuye's expression did not change as he asked, "What? Are you regretting it now?" His voice was slightly cold. "It's not too late for you to regret it. I won't force you." Would he really not force her? Ji Yu's eyes lit up. She regretted at the moment she came in. She grew up in the depths of the palace. Her parents loved her like a pearl and a treasure. They did not allow her to come into contact with anything that would pollute her eyes. Therefore, she was still ignorant about this matter. When she was traveling with Yi Qianshang, although Yi Qianshang took advantage of her, he didn't take the final step. He only gave her a general idea. In her heart, this kind of thing was extremely sacred and could only be done with her sweetheart on their wedding night. But now, when she heard him say that he wouldn't force her, that she could still regret it, she let out a sigh of relief. She was afraid that he would regret it as she turned to leave. Chapter 25-27. Jun Liuye's handsome face turned dark before he said something that stopped her in her tracks. "As long as you walk out of this door, there will be nothing between us. Everything will be done according to the law." Ji Yu slowly turned around. Despicable. Jun Liuye ignored her burning eyes and raised his wine cup. "Come, have a drink with me." Ji Yu stood there without moving. Jun Liuye smiled and looked at her, then at the bed beside her. "Or do you want to directly go to bed with me?" Ji Yu clenched her fists tightly and closed her eyes. "Wine will only be drunk when it meets a bosom friend. Then what do you think I am?" His voice slowly approached. "Enemy. You are an absolutely irreconcilable enemy." Ji Yu did not hide her words. "You don't like me anymore?" His voice was already close to her ear, and one of her small hands was held, passively clasped on her chest. "Ji Yu, ask me about this, and then answer me honestly. You don't love me at all." Ji Yu suddenly opened her eyes and met his eyes right in front of hers. That pair of eyes was as deep as the sea and shined under the moonlight. It was just like that night when he held her while looking at the moon. A girl's dream lover. She had once loved him so much. How could she not love him just because she said so? She had even made a vow for this love. Love should be pure, but his love was nothing more than a scam. She was only a chess piece in his grand scheme. So she would rather not have this love. Even if she was drenched in blood, she would cut off this malignant tumor in her heart. She looked naive, but there was a resolute side to her bones. So she took a step back and said word by word, Jun Liu, yeah, I don't like you. I don't love you at all. I hate you. I want you to die. The girl's voice was powerful. Jun Liu looked down at the petite girl and did not speak for a while. After a while, he lightly said, "Then do you still want to be this king's woman?" Ji Yu choked. Jun Liu sat back down at the table and raised his wine cup. "This king will give you one more chance. If you want to be this king's woman, then come and drink this cup. If you don't want it, you can turn around and go back." Her parents' lives were in his hands, so Ji Yu couldn't turn around. She closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, her eyes were pitch black, without a trace of light. She slowly said, "I have a condition." Jun Liu only had one simple word, "Speak." Ji Yu took another deep breath. "Let my parents go." Jun Liu's hand that was holding the wine cup paused. "This prince will think of something. Try." He was obviously dealing with her. Wasn't the life and death of her parents in his hands? The question in her eyes was too obvious, and Jun Liu understood it. His gaze became complicated. "Ji Yu, some things aren't as simple as you think. Since I've made a promise to you, I'll naturally find a way to do it. Not now." There was no room for negotiation, so Ji Yu had to settle for the next best thing. "Then I want to see my parents once a day. See you in 5 days." This prince allows you to see your parents once every 5 days. Jun Liu pondered for a moment before replying. In the end, Ji Yu was still inexperienced and had no experience in negotiating with people, especially when the other party was an old fox like Jun Liu. She was even less of an opponent. After a round of back-and-forth bargaining, Ji Yu finally settled on seeing her parents once every 3 days. Chapter 25-28. After this exchange, the atmosphere between the two eased up quite a bit and was no longer as tense as before. "All right, I've agreed to your conditions. Shouldn't you come over and have a drink with me?" Jun Liu smiled. His appearance was already enough to topple cities, and under the moonlight his smile was even more dazzling, just like the youth who had traveled hand in hand with her. Ji Yu's heart trembled, and she tightly pursed her lips. But then she lowered her eyes. Right now, he was no longer the youth who had discussed marriage with her, but the cold-blooded god of war who had destroyed her country. She could only rely on her own body to fight for a chance of survival for her parents. They were no longer on equal footing in his eyes. She was probably just a woman who could be dispensable. She was very angry, but there was nothing she could do. In the end, she still walked towards him and passively picked up the cup of wine he handed to her. Following the posture he said, she passively drank it. It was clearly her favorite fruit wine, but now it tasted bitter and astringent in her mouth. Her heart also seemed to be filled with bitterness. The wine cup fell to the ground. He bent over and picked her up. His embrace was hot, but her body was slightly cold. He carried her and spun around the room. The purple moon above his head seemed to spin with him. The moonlight was divided into small pieces by the crystal, like starlight. "Ji Yu, this Star Moon Pavilion is a forbidden area. Other than me, only you can enter. Don't you think the purple moon in the sky is special when you look at it like this?" He whispered in her ear, his voice low and hoarse. After Ji Yu fell into his arms, she closed her eyes, no longer looking and no longer listening. Kisses fell on her eyelashes, the tip of her nose, chin, and cheeks, like the touch of butterflies. Hot air blew. A faint cold fragrance filled the air, and waves of heat and numbness. His movements were very gentle, as if he was protecting a treasure in the palm of his hand. Ji Yu didn't move, letting him do as he pleased. She suddenly felt a sharp pain in her ear. He had actually bitten her. Ji Yu's body couldn't help but shrink back. She opened her eyes and angrily said, "You." As soon as she said that word, she felt her body suddenly sink. In the blink of an eye, she was fiercely pressed onto the bed by him. She widened her eyes in shock. His handsome face was already in front of her, less than an inch away from her. His body pressed down on hers. She instinctively wanted to struggle, but he held her hands tightly with one hand and easily locked them above her head. This action caused her chest to involuntarily puff out. His gaze rested on her chest, carrying a kind of fire that was determined to obtain. This kind of gaze made Ji Yu's hair stand on end, and blood rushed to her cheeks, turning them red. You? She wriggled under his body and lifted her leg to push him away. But as soon as she lifted her leg, it was caught by his leg, and she couldn't move anymore. This position was unprecedentedly ambiguous. Ji was flustered and confused. Her face was so red that it seemed like it was about to burn. His black eyes stared at her, and there seemed to be something surging in the depths of his eyes. Ji's body almost shrank under his gaze. He kissed her with a feverish fire, which was different from his usual calmness. It was as if a wanderer who had been thirsty for days had finally found a sweet water source and wanted to suck her dry. It was also as if an unfathomable sea wanted to drown her completely. In the intense kiss, he lifted her clothes with his fingertips, and it was instantly scattered. Her clothes were peeled off layer by layer like petals. His fingers also moved up, wandering around the sensitive parts of her body. Chapter 25-29. In the end, Ji was still a virgin. Although she hated him and did not want to give him any reaction, her immature body would not be affected by her rationality. Her instincts were easily aroused by him. Although she tried her best to endure, her breathing became faster and faster with his movements. Her jade-like skin was covered in sweat and turned a faint pink. His kisses were everywhere. Gradually, from top to bottom, he occupied inch by inch and lost inch by inch. Her body began to tremble slightly. She wanted to struggle, but she did not have the strength. Ji was embarrassed, angry, and panicked. She wanted to kick him again, but she was restrained and could not complete that simple action. He kissed her. Ji did not expect him to do this. Her heart almost jumped out her chest. There seemed to be a huge flood in her body, washing through her limbs and bones. Gradually, it gathered at a certain place under his kiss. Her waist became tighter and tighter. Her breathing became faster and faster. Her bright and beautiful eyes seemed to be floating with water. Finally, she opened her mouth slightly and completely broke down. That unfamiliar feeling was like a flood in her body. It washed away her defenses, washed away her stiffness, and also washed away her rationality. He also took this opportunity to hug her and whispered in her ear, "Ji, feel me. I will give you the greatest happiness." Ji trembled and opened her eyes. What she saw was his eyes that were as deep as the sea, surging with waves. He kissed her again and swallowed her cries of pain. Ji vaguely heard him sigh in satisfaction. "Little moon, you finally belong to me." It was a night of ups and downs. Ji did not know how she fell asleep. When she woke up, it was already late in the morning. When she opened her eyes, the roof was already closed. There was only a luminous pearl in the clamshell in the hall. It was half bright and half dark. Jun Myoye was not in the hall. He had already left. Was it night or day? Ji turned over and was about to get off the bed. However, when she lifted the blanket, she could not help but moan softly. Her whole body was sore. Her originally snow-white body was full of his kiss marks. It reminded her of how crazy he was last night. She closed her eyes and adjusted her breathing on the bed. She was a bit self-deprecating. What was she doing? If she gave her body to him, what would she do in the future? Would she become his woman just like that? She couldn't accept it. But what could he do even if he was unwilling? She didn't even have the right to die. The merciless reality was right in front of her. She, who was once pure and innocent, did not want to face it, nor did she have the courage to face it. However, she no longer had the opportunity to escape. A chance encounter that shouldn't have happened, accompanied by a brief moment of sweetness, brought about eternal suffering in the heart. Perhaps he didn't love her. Otherwise, he wouldn't treat her like this. Perhaps he would kick her away when she was old. He held a high position and was ambitious. In the future, he would definitely not be an ordinary person. If she wanted to marry him in the future, there would be many women around him. Perhaps he was only interested in her for a moment, and after that, he would throw her away. The enmity between them was irreconcilable, but she had no hope of revenge. Her future was dark. The door of the hall creaked, and a light flickered for a moment before it dimmed again. A person walked in. Ji didn't need to open her eyes to know who came in. Her body subconsciously shrank into the quilt. She closed her eyes tightly. but her eyelashes were trembling violently. Chapter 25:30. The man stood in front of her bed for a while before sighing. You can't pretend to be asleep. Are you thirsty? Ji shrunk back into the blanket like an ostrich. She did not open her eyes or open her mouth. You're like this. Do you want me to use a special method to get you up? He chuckled. He held the corner of her blanket with one hand and pretended to lift it up. Ji was shocked. She quickly opened her eyes and stiffly replied, I'm not thirsty. She said she was not thirsty, but her throat was a little dry. Last night's madness seemed to have squeezed out all the water in her body. Jun Liuye looked at her for a moment, then suddenly leaned down and kissed her. She subconsciously wanted to resist, but he quickly pried open her teeth and a sweet stream of water flowed into her mouth. It was her favorite Baiwa green tea. She was forced to swallow it and open her eyes to glare at him. He was still holding a cup in his hand. There were ripples in the cup. He smiled viciously. Do you want me to feed you water like this? Ji angrily snatched the cup and drank the water in the cup in a fit of pique. Jun Liuye sat on the side of the bed and looked at her. He reached out and touched her cheek. You've lost some weight. My hand is a little heavy. I think you should eat more. Ji slapped his hand away and coldly said, You should fulfill your promise. Jun Liuye raised an eyebrow. I want to see my parents. Jun Liuye looked her up and down. You still have strength? Ji stared at him without saying anything. Jun Liuye could not help but want to pinch her. Okay, as long as you have strength, I'll take you there. Ji sighed in relief. Go out. I'll change my clothes. Jun Liuye did not want to move. Which part of your body haven't I seen? Why are you being shy now? Ji bit her lip and continued to glare at him. Jun Liuye could only surrender. Okay, I'll go out. He strode out. Looking at his back, Ji eyes were filled with hatred and confusion. Her fingers clenched in the quilt once again. No matter what, she had to save her parents. This was the only thing keeping her alive. Ji was sick. The repeated scares, the repeated injuries, the worry for her parents, and the despair of her future finally defeated her. Ever since she came back from visiting her parents in the palace, she had been listless. She locked herself in her room and did not come out. She also did not eat much. Jun Liuye was extremely busy. After he brought Ji back, he handed her over to a few of his trusted maids and told them to take care of her while he went out to work. He didn't return until 2 days later. The first thing he did when he came back was to check on her. He found her slumped on the bed, looking like a flower that had lost its moisture. She didn't even bat an eyelid when he came in. Jun Liuye naturally did not expect her to stand up and greet him like a little wife, but this complete disregard made him feel somewhat disappointed. Jun Liuye's eyes narrowed dangerously. Before he left, he instructed these maids to prepare more delicious tonics for Ji to eat, to make her whiter and fatter. Unexpectedly, when they met again 2 days later, she was even thinner than before. Her face was sickly pale, and she looked malnourished. These maids did not dare to disobey his orders, as could be seen from the few tonics on the table that had already cooled down. She was the one who didn't eat. She was indirectly ruining her own body, indirectly committing suicide. Jun Liuye's cold aura made the maids in the hall not dare to breathe loudly. Chapter 25:31. Throw it all away and cook another bowl of porridge, he ordered coldly. The maids complied and retreated. Jun Liuye slowly walked to the bed and looked down at her. Are you seeking death in disguise? She didn't answer and didn't even bat an eyelash. Jun Liuye sat beside her bed and touched her forehead. She didn't have a fever and her forehead was cool. Her breathing was also stable. He guessed that she just didn't want to talk to him. Why do you have to be like this? People who starve to death can't be reincarnated and will always suffer the pain of starvation in hell. He deliberately scared her. The person on the bed still didn't move. She was as quiet as a porcelain doll. Jun Liuye said many more things in succession. Threats, jokes, promises, and all kinds of tricks, but the person on the bed was like a shell that had lost its soul. She didn't react at all. Jun Liuye sneered. Looks like you're determined to die. Then this prince won't stop you. If you starve for a day, your parents will starve for a day. If you starve to death, your parents will starve to death as well. You'll both starve to death and never be reincarnated. These words were full of threats. He was an iron-blooded Azura war god. No one would doubt the truth of his words. The person on the bed trembled and finally opened her eyes. Her once clear eyes were now like a dried-up pool. She expressionlessly looked at Jun Lioye. Do you only know this move? Her voice was hoarse and full of contempt. Jun Lioye's eyes flashed with a trace of embarrassment, but it disappeared too quickly for Ji Yu to see. She only heard his cold voice. You're the one who doesn't understand the situation and went against our agreement. Ji Yu refuted. I didn't go against the agreement. I'm already your woman, but you're seeking death. Did this prince say, I'd only want you once? Ji Yu glared at him. You. Then how long will it take for you to let me go? She looked like she couldn't wait to get rid of him. Jun Lioye's anger rose. Well, I'm done playing with you. Don't worry, it won't be long. I usually don't have an interest in a woman for too long. These words were clearly hurtful. Ji Yu slowly bit her lip and only replied with one word. Okay. After saying this word, she closed her eyes and refused to say another word. After a short while, the nutritious porridge was cooked again and served. This time, Ji Yu didn't refuse. The maid blew on the porridge and put it to her mouth, and she swallowed it. Jun Lioye sat by her side and heaved a sigh of relief when he saw her like this. He stood up and wanted to go out for a walk. Just as he reached the door, he heard a wah behind him, followed by the sound of vomiting. Was she doing this on purpose? Jun Lioye abruptly turned around and saw that she had spat out all the food that she had forced herself to eat, along with large mouthfuls of blood. Your wife should be a hot-tempered person who can't stand being angered. Right now, she's feeling a knot in her heart, but she can't vent it all. That's why she's vomiting blood. A heart disease needs to be treated with heart medicine. Your Highness, you could try to console her or let her vent out. As long as the anger in her heart dissipates and she takes a few of this commoner's prescriptions, she'll be cured. The doctor who was invited was the most famous genius doctor in the city. After he finished speaking, he left behind a prescription. Jun Lioye returned to the bedroom and sat in front of Ji Yu's bed. He held her hand that was exposed outside of the blanket. The small hand that used to be soft felt a little uncomfortable and cold, but the palm of his hand was a little warm. Chapter 25:32. However, she didn't faint. Instead, she stared at him with wide eyes and said in a hoarse voice, I didn't vomit on purpose. You don't starve my parents. Her heart felt like it was being pulled by countless threads. It was very painful. Jun Lioye looked at her quietly. For the first time, he understood that she was different from him. He had been through blood and fire to reach where he was now. Both his body and heart had been tempered to be harder than a rock. He could withstand any kind of wind and rain. She, on the other hand, had been raised in a greenhouse and had never seen real wind and frost. Now, she was defeated by this sudden change. She was like a flower in a rainstorm, about to wither at any time. His eyes seemed to be filled with countless storms. He suddenly bent down and picked her up with the blanket. She cried out in surprise and curled up in the blanket. What are you doing? I'm taking you out for a walk. He carried her and walked out in large strides. Prepare the carriage. She didn't say anything and just lay in his arms. She used to hug his neck when she was frightened, but now she only curled up her body. When he was about to step into the prepared carriage, one of his bodyguards couldn't help but come forward to dissuade him. Master, you haven't rested for 3 days and 2 nights. It's not good for you to tire yourself out. He didn't finish his words. Jun Lioye's sharp gaze shut him up. He just silently jumped into the carriage. Huiwei Kingdom's #1 expert was willing to be the general's coachman. Jun Lioye, however, did not appreciate the gesture and kicked him down. He only instructed, watch over the house for this prince. With a shake of the reins, the horse neighed and the carriage rushed out. The carriage was moving at an unusually fast speed, but it was very stable. Ji Yu lay on the soft cushion in the carriage and didn't feel any bumps at all. The carriage was very spacious and had 3 windows. At this moment, the windows were open. The crystal curtains jingled like a string of silver bells under the blowing wind. The wind also blew into the carriage and onto Ji Yu's body. She hadn't felt the wind outside for 3 days. The wind was very fresh and seemed to blow away some of the shadows in her heart. At first, she could still hear the noise of the crowd as the carriage passed through the streets. Later, the carriage stopped for a moment, as if it had reached the city gate and was stopped by the city gate officials. But it was only for a moment, because when the soldiers saw the person driving the carriage, they all knelt down. Your Highness. June Lioye ignored him and drove straight out of the city gates, rushing onto the main road. There was a lot of discussion behind the carriage. Everyone was guessing what kind of person could make the god of war personally drive the carriage. Some people even guessed that the person in the carriage was the emperor. When Jiyu came out, she was still a little groggy, but after being blown by the fresh wind outside, her spirit came back a little. Where did he want to take her in such a fiery manner? Jiyu couldn't guess what he was thinking. 2 hours had passed, and the wind that blew in from the outside was getting fresher and fresher, bringing with it the fragrance of plants. June Lioye had been driving the carriage outside and had never come in. Jiyu hadn't come out for a long time. She was greedy for the fresh air, so she slowly sat up and leaned against the wall of the carriage, letting the wind blow more directly. She also breathed more freely. It was inevitable that people would feel depressed if they were cooped up in the house. Once they came out and were blown by the wind outside, their mood would be better. Jiyu's stomach was originally full. Chapter 25:33. Jiyu's stomach had always been full. Even if she vomited until there was nothing left, she still felt bloated. After this ventilation, the bloated feeling lightened quite a bit. The crystal curtain kept swaying beside her, so Jiyu simply raised her hand to lift it up. Everything was green. They had already entered the mountain path. Green trees, red, yellow, and purple flowers kept passing by the carriage. The carriage also slowed down. Only the crystal curtain made a crisp sound. She also saw June Lioye. He was sitting in front of the carriage with his back to her. The whip in his hand would occasionally fly out and sweep across the horse's back. He did not whip the horses, but the loud sound of the whip made the 2 horses obedient, not daring to make any mistakes. This person was a noble prince. She never thought that he would be so skilled at driving a carriage. He was an expert at controlling horses. Not only did he know how to control horses, he also knew how to control people. His subordinates were all loyal to him. No matter the wind or rain, they would not betray him. As for her imperial father, once the country was destroyed, not a single loyal follower could be found. He had been imprisoned for so many days. Aside from her useless daughter, no one else had tried to save him. Jiyu country had been destroyed, but the people of Jiyu country had not. They were still happy and harmonious, not caring if the sky above their heads had changed. Even if she managed to save her parents, the hope of reviving the country was very slim. After all, she could not find any allies outside. Jiyu slightly closed her eyes, suppressing the despair and irritation in her heart. The carriage stopped on a small hill. June Lioye lifted the curtain and looked at her with a smile that was not a smile. "Do you want me to carry you down, or do you want to come down yourself?" Jiyu did not look at him, but she quickly replied, "I'll come down myself." She was still a bit dizzy, but she still climbed down the carriage on her own. June Lioye stood to the side, not showing any intention of helping her. After she steadied herself, he walked forward with large strides. "Come with me." Jiyu did not know what he wanted to do. She pursed her lips and followed. June Lioye had been walking in front of her on the left, just missing the distance of 1 step. It was not far, not close, not slanted. After getting off the car, Jiyu realized that this was a dead end. At the end of the road was this hillside, and below the hillside was a straight cliff. June Lioye led her to the edge of the cliff, which was very steep. White clouds swirled around the bottom of the cliff, making it impossible to see the bottom at a glance. Her body was weak to begin with, and when she looked down, she felt even more dizzy. He couldn't help but take a step back. June Lioye had been silently observing her every move. Seeing her action, the corners of his lips curled up slightly. He pulled her to the edge of the cliff and sat down. Below them was an extremely dangerous cliff. If they fell, they might not even be able to find a single bone. Jiyu's body was a little tense, and her small hand subconsciously grabbed the protruding corner of the stone beside her. Ji, how do you feel now? Jun Liuye finally spoke. Ji looked at him warily and said stiffly, "What do you mean?" "My mood." Jun Liuye simply spat out these two words and simply lay there with a grass stick in his mouth. He looked quite relaxed and wasn't afraid that Ji would take the opportunity to stab him. Ji naturally wouldn't foolishly take this risk. No matter how relaxed and lazy this person was, he was not a house cat that could be plotted against. He was a leopard, a valiant and elegant leopard that made people not dare to act rashly by his side. Chapter 25:34. Ji only pursed her lips and did not say anything. The view here was broad. Sitting here, one could see the mountain peaks of different heights and the winding mountain roads in the distance. The mountain wind whistled around her, bringing with it the unique fresh air of the mountains. It also opened her heart up quite a bit. 9 out of 10 things in this world don't go your way. When you encounter difficulties, you have to think of a way to overcome them, and not be dispirited and seek death. Jun Liuye pulled out a gourd of wine from who knows where and raised his head to take a sip. He then said a string of words that sounded like chicken soup for the soul. Ji still did not say anything, but her pair of large eyes dimmed. How could her difficulties be easily overcome? She simply could not see any hope at all. "I'm different from you. I grew up in the palace, and my mother was an unfavored concubine. Who knows how many people wanted to kill us? I slept with my mother in a cold palace full of cockroaches and rats. I saw with my own eyes how my mother was framed and given a white silk, and she died in front of my eyes. At the age of 10, I was thrown into the deep mountains as a jinx to fend for myself." Jun Liuye slowly opened his mouth, actually telling Ji about his life. Seeing him so proud of his success now, she did not expect his childhood to be so miserable. Ji slowly blurted out, "Then you met an expert master in the deep mountains?" Jun Liuye did not look at her and shook his head with a bitter smile. "You've read too many novels, haven't you? How could I be so lucky back then? I didn't meet any expert master in the deep mountains, but I was almost torn to shreds by wild wolves." "Then how did you learn your martial arts?" Jun Liu spat out the grass stick and calmly said, "I trained myself in life and death battles with wolves, insects, tigers, and leopards in the deep mountains. Although they almost took my life many times, they also taught me a lot of things." Many martial arts masters have been inspired by fighting with animals and created their own set of martial arts. As for Jun Liuye, he was a martial arts prodigy and was often in precarious situations of life and death. After a long time, he naturally created his own unique set of martial arts, which also trained him to be as sharp as a wild beast's perception and reaction speed. Ji didn't say anything as she listened to Jun Liuye continue. "I left the mountain when I was 16 years old. I didn't return to the palace and directly entered the military camp. I learned how to read and use my own abilities to climb up step by step. I went from an unknown little soldier to a swift cavalry general using the name Yi Qianshang. It also made it impossible for my father not to notice my existence. He had so many children that he had long forgotten about my existence. When he found out that I was his son, he restored my identity and gave me the title of Prince Jean. The conflict between the members of the royal family is very fierce. If you're not careful, you will fall into their trap. They can easily make up a crime for you and take your life. I was wrongly imprisoned and tortured, but in the end, I survived and walked step by step to where I am now." Now he was in a high position, and even his father did not dare provoke him. He was the Prince Jean and the Grand Marshal. He had fought in all directions and had become the famous Iron Blood King. As for those who had persecuted him in the past, most of them had been coldly retaliated against by him. Now they had scattered and turned into several pieces of bones. Growing up like this, his heart was naturally as cold as iron. He pursued the policy of those who followed him would prosper, and those who opposed him would perish. He had spent his entire life in darkness, but Ji was the light in his dark life. He subconsciously grabbed onto her and did not want to let go. "I don't know how many times I've fallen into despair in my life. If I was like you, I don't know how many times I would have died." Jun Liuye slowly sat up and placed a hand on her shoulder. His eyes sparkled as he looked at her. Tell me the truth. Do you still want to die? Chapter 25:35. Ji Yu's body stiffened. Jun Liuye continued. Death is actually very easy. Just close your eyes and jump down, and everything will be over. You don't have to care about your father and mother. Ji Yu stiffened even more and glared at him angrily. Jun Liuye was expressionless. You don't have to look at me. If you really jump, I won't stop you. Death is an action of a coward. I won't feel sorry for you. I'll only look down on you. Ji Yu, the wind blew, and the atmosphere was a bit heavy. No one could truly face death calmly. Ji Yu is only a 16-year-old child after all. She was like a flower that hadn't fully bloomed yet. It took a lot of courage for her to face death so realistically. Her body moved slightly, and Jun Liuye's fingertips stiffened. He faintly said, "Don't blame me for not telling you. People who fall to their deaths will also experience the pain of falling to their deaths in the underworld. Their souls will also be fragmented, wailing under the cliff every day without relief." Ji Yu's heart trembled. She glared at him, her eyes wide open. "You're bluffing." Jun Liuye lay down again, looking like he didn't care if she believed him or not. This prince has rolled around in a pile of corpses before. In this life, I've seen the dead the most. Naturally, I've also seen some souls who died with grievances, so I know some bizarre things. Those souls on a battlefield were all missing limbs. Some even kept calling for their heads to come back. They must put their bodies back together and return to normal before they can be released. If you fall from such a high place, you'll definitely be smashed to pieces. It'll be very difficult for you to put yourself back together. Although Ji Yu still refused to admit defeat, her fingers tightly grasped the sharp stone beside her. Her legs also shrank back. Although Jun Liuye had been looking up at the sky, none of her small movements escaped his senses. The corner of his lips curled up slightly. He raised his hand and put it on her shoulder. "How about it? Have you thought it through?" Ji Yu's entire body was tense. His sudden outstretched hand made her tremble in fright. Her body swayed, and she almost fell off the cliff. Her small hand subconsciously grabbed his sleeve. Her heart was in a fierce struggle. Jun Liuye suddenly stood up. "In that case, I'll make the decision for you." His arm suddenly wrapped around her waist. Without waiting for her to react, he jumped off the cliff. Ji Yu was already extremely nervous. Now that her body was suddenly in the air, her heart almost jumped out of her chest as she screamed. The wind howled, but her screams were louder than the wind. Before she could stop screaming, she suddenly felt her body stop. She stopped for a moment, but before she could catch her breath, her body fell again. She screamed again. In less than 10 seconds, she felt like she was going to faint. She couldn't see anything clearly, only the fear of death. She didn't know when she landed on the ground, nor did she know where she landed. She didn't even know if she was alive or dead. "How does it feel?" A voice sounded in his ears. It was so far away that it seemed to come from the horizon, but it was also clearly echoing in his ears. Ji Yu trembled as she opened her eyes, only to find herself in Jun Liuye's embrace. Her body was tightly pressed against him, and her hands and legs were coiled around his body like an octopus. At this moment, they were standing on a mountain path at the bottom of the cliff. Jun Liuye hugged her and leaned against a tree. Chapter 25:36. Jun Liuye hugged her and leaned against a tree. He looked down at her in his arms and smiled like a devil. "How does it feel to jump off a cliff? Do you want to do it again? I'm the one hugging you this time. Next time, I won't be hugging you." "You pervert." Ji Yu's entire body was trembling. Even her voice was trembling. Her fingers clutched him even tighter. Jun Liuye lifted his leg and kicked something on the ground. "When we fell just now, we unfortunately hit a rabbit in the air. Look at its dead state." Ji Yu's gaze turned to his feet. Beneath his feet was the dead rabbit that had fallen beyond recognition. Ji Yu let out a short scream and immediately looked away. "You're scared already?" Jun Liuye stared into her eyes. If a person fell, they'd be even worse off. Ji Yu's hands and feet were cold. Her entire body was weak, and her stomach was overturning. She lay on Jun Liuye's shoulder and vomited. She didn't have much in her stomach, so she vomited mouthfuls of yellow liquid all over June Lioye's shoulder and clothes. June Lioye didn't dodge and let her vomit. It seemed that he had really scared her. However, if he didn't use such a cruel method, he probably wouldn't be able to dispel her thoughts of seeking death. He carried her and walked a few steps away. He gently patted her back to help her breathe. "You're a pervert. You're a pervert. You're a pervert." Ji-yu only had this sentence left in her mouth over and over again. In the process of falling just now, her voice had become hoarse from shouting. June Lioye's palm pressed against her back and quietly helped her circulate blood through her palace. Finally, she stopped vomiting. Ji-yu rubbed her eyes and gradually came back to her senses. Her body was too weak, and she didn't even have the strength to grit her teeth. Seeing him carry her forward in large strides, she couldn't help but ask, "Where are you taking me now?" June Lioye asked a completely unrelated question. "Do you think my body smells good or bad?" She had just vomited all over him. How could it smell? Ji-yu stood up in disgust and distanced herself from his shoulder. "It stinks." June Lioye laughed. "I thought you were so scared that you couldn't feel anything. Turns out you can still smell. It is indeed smelly. After all, this is all the depression that you have accumulated in your stomach." Ji-yu was taken aback. After a round of tossing and turning, the bloated feeling in her stomach finally disappeared. Although she still didn't have any strength, she felt a lot more relaxed. He was obviously very familiar with the terrain here. After a few twists and turns, he arrived at the side of a pool. He placed Ji-yu next to a big rock. This big rock was in a good position. There were huge rocks on both sides to block the wind. The big rock was also very flat, and it was very comfortable to sit on. Then, under Ji-yu's stunned gaze, he took off his clothes and jumped into the pool with a splash. His movements were too smooth, and his speed was also very fast. When he stripped naked and jumped in, he turned around in the water and asked with a smile that was not a smile, "Have you seen enough? Isn't your husband's figure quite impressive?" Only then did she realize that she had watched the entire process. Her pretty face turned red and she snorted. She turned her face away from him, but her heart was beating wildly. Although she had been intimate with him once, she had been filled with grief and indignation at that time, and the room was dark, so she hadn't paid attention to his figure. Now that she had accidentally seen it, her heart felt a little uncomfortable. Broad shoulders and narrow hips. There was not a single bit of fat on his body. He was well-proportioned and firm. Chapter 25:37. He had broad shoulders and narrow hips, and there was not a single bit of fat on his body. His body was well-proportioned and firm, and his lines were extraordinarily smooth. It faintly revealed a kind of powerful strength. It was completely different from his casual and elegant appearance when he wore loose robes. He looked more like a demon. Although Ji-yu did not move her eyes away, her thoughts were not on him. She only saw his general outline and faintly saw that there seemed to be many scars on his body. She closed her eyes, and her heart was in a mess. Hate. Naturally, she still hated him. She hated him as much as she loved him in the past. However, after being tormented like this, she actually did not have the thought of seeking death anymore. Her mind was filled with thoughts of what to do next. After all, she was still young and did not have any ideas at the moment. While she was lost in thought, there was a splash not far away. She subconsciously opened her eyes and saw him half floating there, with only half of his chest exposed. His black hair was completely wet and half spread on the surface of the water. Droplets of water flowed on his white, jade-like skin. He half tilted his head and looked at her with a smile that was not a smile. "Ji-yu, do you want to consider jumping into the lake to die?" Ji-yu was speechless. She had the urge to throw a stone at him. June Lioye lazily said, "Actually, drowning to death is not a bad way to die. You won't know anything after flopping around in the water for a while. At most, you'll choke on the water and feel a little uncomfortable. When you're drowning, you'll be helpless and bleed a little when you die. Actually, there's nothing to be afraid of." Ji-yu felt a little cold and had the urge to drown him in the water. June Lioye simply opened the door of imagination. Also, drinking medicine is not bad. It's just that your stomach hurts so much that you want to cut yourself open with a knife. You'll bleed from your orifices, and your face will be bruised or swollen. Although it's a little disgusting, a dead person doesn't need to care about their face. Cutting your neck is also fine. I'm just afraid that if you don't do it well, you'll only cut your neck in half. Blood will spurt far away, but you won't die immediately and will just stay there and suffer. Or if you overdo it and directly cut off your head, you'll die happily, but the way you die is too scary. What's worse is that you'll have to find your own head in the netherworld. Oh, there's also hanging. It'll be very suffocating, so suffocating that you'll regret being born. Your tongue is so long. He even deliberately stuck out his tongue and rolled his eyes. The more he spoke, the scarier he became. Ji was so scared that she had goosebumps all over her body. She didn't expect him to be so funny. He even made her have a psychological shadow of death. She really wanted to stuff his mouth with something, but she couldn't find him. Shut up. Shut up. When he was talking about the nth way to die, she finally picked up a big stone and threw it at him. Shut up. Io. He sank into the water with the stone and did not move for a long time. Ji squinted her eyes and looked at the water surface. She naturally didn't believe that he would be killed by her stone in the water. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, a splash appeared on the surface of the water. A pair of hands stretched out and made a struggling action on the surface of the water. The splash was very loud, which made Ji's heart jump. The hands struggled on the surface of the water for a moment, then sank back into the water. Ji only saw a line of water quickly moving away. Could it be that some monster in the water dragged him away? Ji couldn't help but stand up. She stared at the line of water, her heart beating fast. Occasionally, she lowered her head and was stunned for a moment. She realized that the clothes he left on the shore were also gone. Chapter 25:38. She didn't even know when the clothes disappeared. Was it haunted? Was there a water ghost in the water? Ji's mind was filled with the terrifying rumors of water ghosts. She couldn't help but run in the direction of the water line. She didn't know what to look for or what to chase. The water surface had already returned to its calm state, and the water line had long disappeared. The pool was as deep as usual, and nothing strange could be seen. Ji finally stopped and stood on the shore in a daze. She didn't know what to think. If June Lioye really died here, then she would have gotten her revenge. She should be happy. However, she was panicking inside. As time passed, her hands and feet became colder and colder. She told herself that she wasn't worried about him, but if he died, her parents would no longer be safe. If she couldn't save them, she would become an orphan and wander alone in this world. She stood there in a daze when someone patted her shoulder from behind. Worried about me? Ji was caught off guard and was frightened by this pat, almost falling into the water. Careful, her waist was hooked by someone. She suddenly turned around and met a pair of deep and smiling eyes. She opened her mouth slightly and looked as if she had seen a ghost. Jun Lia, who was supposed to be in the water, stood behind her with his clothes fluttering. He was still wearing his purple robe, but his body was dry as if he had just returned from a walk. Her shocked expression pleased him. He carried her to sit on a rock and asked, "You weren't worried about me?" He was breathing and had a heartbeat. Even his body was warm. Naturally, he wasn't a dead person or a water ghost. Ji quickly returned to her senses and snorted. "I was worried that you didn't drown. Now it seems that my worries weren't unnecessary." What a heartless girl. Jun Yu didn't get angry and even smiled. "I knew you would say that. You're not creative at all." Ji angrily said, "I really thought so. Who's joking with you? And I know you're sincere. More sincere than real gold. That should be enough, right?" Jun Yu propped his head up and looked at her. His narrow eyes curved like the moon as he smiled. "Do you still want to say that everything is just my wishful thinking?" Ji was speechless. He had said everything she wanted to say. She didn't know what to say anymore. Her eyes stared at his robe. It was clearly the same robe as before, but she had clearly vomited all over him. Why was it all gone now? It was so clean that not a speck of dust could be seen. He kept hugging her, and she could even smell the faint fragrance on his body. Right now, Ji's emotions were practically written all over her face. Jun Lioye was used to reading people's minds, so he naturally knew what she was puzzled about. He simply hugged her and laid her down on the big rock. Are you curious about my clothes? Ji was forced to lie on top of him. She couldn't break free even if she wanted to, and she felt pressured if she kept looking at him. She simply turned her head away. I'm not curious about this. She said that she wasn't curious, but her eyes glanced at his shoulder a few times. Jun Muye could not help but laugh again. He raised a hand to turn her face back to him. You don't want to know, but I'm going to tell you. I just dragged my clothes into the water and washed them. Then, I used my internal energy to quickly dry them and refresh myself at the same time. Jiyu, his martial arts were pretty good. From the time he dragged the clothes away, washed them, dried them, and put them on, it took less than half a quarter of an hour. Chapter 25:39. It was just stealing clothes. Was there a need to make such a big fuss? She even thought that he had been dragged away by a water ghost. He forced her to look at him. She could not turn her head away, so she simply glared at him and pursed her lips without saying a word. Jun Mioya suddenly raised his head and kissed her lips. Jiyu froze, but he only kissed her lightly and calmly let go of her. He smiled and said, Jiyu, you look like a bulging little bun when you're angry. He hugged her and sat up again. After being fooled by him, Jiyu no longer had any thoughts of seeking death. She did not want to be so close to him, but she could not break free from his embrace several times. All right, we've messed around until now. Are you hungry? Jun Mioya asked her. I'm not hungry. Jiyu turned her head. Her stomach made a few untimely growls. Actually, she just realized that she was really hungry. She was so hungry that her chest was sticking to her back. Strange, she had not eaten anything for the past 2 days. Her stomach was still full, so she did not feel hungry at all. But now she was actually this hungry. She did not know that she had been feeling depressed for the past few days, so her stomach was full. Jun Muye had accompanied her for a round. She had vomited and screamed, so the stuffiness in her chest had mostly been released. In addition to his special scaring, she had developed a fear of death, so she naturally gave up on the idea of suicide. Her mood was no longer the same as before, so her body's functions had returned to normal. It was natural that she would be hungry now. She was indeed hungry, but where could she find food in this place where there were no shops to be found? Her large eyes revealed her doubts, but Jun Liuye carried her and stood up. Your stomach is more honest than your mouth. Let's go. I'll take you to eat a good meal. Jun Liuye did not lie to her. He really did take her to eat a good meal. There was a pot of delicious fish soup. The fish soup was rich and fragrant. It was boiled in a jar with a roaring fire below. Jun Liuye had only taken her around a corner when they saw the scene of a picnic. The fish soup was very nourishing, especially for a girl like Jiyu who had been hungry for a few days. It was a delicacy among delicacies. She carefully controlled herself, but she still unknowingly drank 2 bowls. After drinking 2 bowls, she still wanted more. Her gaze would sweep across the jar from time to time. There was still about half a bowl left. Does it taste good? Jun Muye sat there with one leg bent and the other stretched out. He didn't drink much, and Jiyu had almost finished the entire jar. Jiyu's face heated up. She snorted and turned her head away. A moment later, she turned her head and found that there was another half bowl of snow-white fish meat in her bowl. Eat it. You'll recover faster if you eat this. Jun Muye handed the bowl to her. Jiyu didn't want to take it, but she was still hungry. However, if she were to take it over just like that, she would feel indignant. She seemed to be too obedient to him. You can only think about saving your parents and taking revenge after you recover. Why do you have to make life difficult for yourself? Jiyu stiffened for a moment. After a while, she finally took the bowl and ate it slowly without making a sound. She had to live on and save her parents. She finished half a bowl of fish and felt a little strange. There was so much fish, but she didn't see a single bone. Could it be that the fish didn't have any bones? I've already picked out all the bones. You can't see them yourself, Jun Liuye said with a smile, even pointing at the pile of fish bones to the side as proof. Chapter 25:40. Jiyu did not say anything. She looked at him with a complicated gaze. Looks like what he said about his childhood was true. This person's ability to survive in the wild was not ordinary. If he could survive in such a difficult situation, why couldn't she? It's not like she had any less limbs than him. Ji was also filled with confidence. The two of them sat facing each other, occasionally exchanging a few words. A cool breeze circled between the two of them, giving them a sense of tranquility that would accompany each other until the end of time. However, this tranquility did not last for long before it was forcefully interrupted by someone. The one who interrupted them was a group of assassins in black. It could not be denied that Jun Liuye was indeed the #1 assassin in the world. Whether it was intuition or reaction, they were all top-notch. Ji did not have time to react before Jun Liuye suddenly threw her to the ground. Then, with a quick roll, Ji heard the sound of countless hidden weapons whistling in her ears. When Jun Liuye jumped up with her in his arms, she saw that the place where she was sitting was densely filled with all kinds of hidden weapons. Every hidden weapon was shining with a light blue light. It was obvious that they were all highly toxic. Then, there was a dazzling mess of figures. Ji Yu's martial arts were not bad, but she was clearly not good enough here. Jun Liuye carried her and moved around in the crowd. She could not even see the two sides clearly. She could only see all kinds of knives and swords greeting her body, but not a single weapon actually cut her body. They all missed by a hair's breadth. There was a muffled groan, blood spurting out, and figures falling down. Ji Yu only felt dazzled. When she completely woke up, the dust had already settled in front of her. Jun Liuye carried her and stood on a withered tree stump. Behind them, there were more than 10 assassins' corpses. The black cloth on each corpse's face had been removed, and there was a deep, fatal wound on each corpse's throat. Jun Liuye carried her with his left hand while blood slowly dripped from the tip of the sword in his right hand. In less than a moment, he had dealt with 15 assassins. His actions were straightforward and ruthless, killing them in one move. He did not even let them make a sound. You could almost feel the cold, murderous aura on his body. Why didn't you leave one alive to interrogate? Ji looked at the corpses on the ground. Although she frequently saw dead people these past few days, seeing so many now, she still felt a little dizzy. However, his heart was pounding. These people couldn't be the former imperial family members of Jiyu country, right? Are they here to avenge the Jiyu dynasty? However, these people's faces were unfamiliar, and she did not recognize any of them. There's no need to keep them, Jun Liuye said simply. He knew who had sent them. That person would send people to assassinate him whenever he was alone, which annoyed him immensely. Jiyu misunderstood. Her eyes lit up, and she said proudly, "My Jiyu country still has some loyal people. They are here to avenge their country." Jun Liuye glanced at her and patted her head to soothe her. "You're overthinking things. They're not from Jiyu country." "Jiyu, master, we were late and caused you to be disturbed. Please punish us." A figure flashed in the distance and appeared in front of the two in the blink of an eye. The 8 of them knelt down and begged for forgiveness. These 8 people were the masters of the Dark Shadow Tower, and Jiyu knew more than half of them. Allowing the enemy to sneak into our encirclement without us noticing is the fault of the patrol. You should cripple one of your own eyes. Jun Liuye ordered indifferently. Chapter 2541. Jiyu's heart skipped a beat. The punishment was this harsh? Third brother, they've already fulfilled their duties. Isn't this punishment a bit too heavy? A voice suddenly came from the bamboo forest not far away. A handsome youth in luxurious clothes fluttered out. This youth and Jun Liuye's eyebrows were somewhat similar, so there was no need to ask. This was his brother. Old Eighth, what are you doing here instead of being in the Alliance's fan city? Jun Liuye raised an eyebrow. I've been ordered to come and see third brother. Eighth Prince Jun Lufeng smiled. His gaze fell on Jiyu's body, faintly complicated. This is the little princess that made third brother so happy that he forgot home. She's really pretty. Jun Liuye cut him off. If you have something to say, go back and talk. Forgive me for not accompanying you. He directly jumped into a luxurious carriage that had just arrived. Hey, third brother. I came from afar to read the imperial edict. Won't you give me a ride? Jun Lufeng jumped into the carriage. A whip swept out from the carriage. accompanied by Jun Liuye's cold words. Go ride your own horse. Jun Lufeng subconsciously floated and flipped out of the carriage. At least he wasn't whipped, but he could only watch as the carriage left under the escort of the Imperial bodyguards. So heartless. He actually chased the Imperial envoy off the carriage. Jun Lufeng rubbed his nose and sighed. He obediently went to find his horse. Hey, I don't want to be carried around by you like a doll. After Ji Yu was carried into the carriage, she was forced to sit beside him. She felt a bit unhappy and moved to the side. Jun Liuye didn't force her this time. He smiled and simply lay down on the soft cushion, closing his eyes. Ji Yu looked out at the scenery. Although she no longer had any thoughts of seeking death, the irritation in her heart didn't lessen by much. Her parents were clearly imprisoned in this person's hands. Why couldn't he make the decision to release them? Was it just to threaten her to stay by his side? She hardened her heart and said, "Can you let my parents go? After you let them go, I won't leave. I'll stay by your side until you're tired of me." She could only lower herself under someone else's roof. But there was no movement behind her. Ji Yu frowned and turned around, only to find that his breathing was steady and his eyes were slightly closed. He had actually fallen asleep. How could such an alert person fall asleep in a carriage? Ji Yu didn't quite believe him. She glanced at him again and suddenly had an idea. There were faint shadows under his eyes. Those were the dark circles under his eyes. He seemed to be very tired. She then recalled what the guard had said when they rushed out of Shadow Tower. Jun Liuye hadn't rested for 3 days and 2 nights. Looks like he's really exhausted. Ji Yu breathed a sigh of relief, looking at his sleeping face in a daze. Now was the perfect opportunity to assassinate him. Too bad her dagger was confiscated by him. Otherwise, her gaze stopped at his waist, where his treasured sword was hanging. She had seen him make a move before, and this sword was not just any ordinary sharp. She slowly reached out her hand, her fingers gently touching the sword at his waist. With her current level of martial arts, she could quickly draw her sword and slit his throat in an instant. He was sleeping so soundly that he definitely wouldn't notice. Her eyes were filled with intense emotions. Her fingertips slowly grasped the sword hilt, but she didn't have the courage to pull it out. If she killed him now, she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to save her parents. To kill him alone, she had to sacrifice the lives of 3 people on her side. Chapter 2542. To kill him alone, she had to sacrifice the lives of 3 people on her side. It wasn't worth it. Ji Yu finally withdrew her hand. Although she didn't make a move, she was already so nervous that she broke out in a cold sweat. She sat back in her original position and leaned against the carriage, closing her eyes. After all, her body was weak, and she had been tormented by Jun Liuye for so long. Once she closed her eyes, she immediately felt sleepy and fell asleep in a daze. She was woken up by someone. "Hey, we're home. We should get off the carriage." The voice was low and magnetic, and the heat was by her ear. She opened her eyes in a daze. When she realized her situation, her face turned completely red. She had actually slept in Jun Liuye's arms and hugged his waist like a koala. What was worse was that one of her legs was stuck between his legs, tightly pressing against his rather sensitive area. She could even feel the special hardness of that area. She froze for a moment, then suddenly let go of his body and rolled to the side. She angrily said, "You took advantage of me while I was sleeping." Jun Liuye slowly sat up and said coolly, "Eldest miss, I didn't move at all, okay? You were the one who rolled over and insisted on throwing yourself into my arms, so I could only reluctantly hug you. Oh, my arms are going to be numb from your weight." Ji Yu, she found that the more she talked to him, the more the hatred in her heart faded. She simply shut her mouth and stopped talking. Jun Liuye seemed to be in a good mood. He hugged her and kissed her on the lips. "Little Moon, I like it very much." Ji Yu pushed him away in a flurry. "What are you happy about? Let go of me." "Third brother, don't be in a hurry to flirt with people. I think you should first come out and set up the incense table to receive the imperial edict." Jun Liufeng's voice came from outside. This guy actually ran quite fast. Jun Liuye frowned slightly and patted Ji Yu's shoulder. "Let someone send you back first." He opened the door, and jumped off the carriage. She didn't know what he said to the coachman, but after he got off, the carriage continued to move forward with Ji-yu. Ji-yu opened the curtain and looked outside. She saw that this place was the former Ji-yu country's imperial palace. The carriage was heading in the direction of her former residence, Chiyue Palace. Several voices came from behind. One of them was a woman's voice. "Greetings to the Third Highness. Third brother, don't look at me. It has nothing to do with me." It was Miss Hong Xiang who insisted on following. Ji-yu hadn't returned to this place since the fall of her country. Now that she had set foot here again, she felt as if a lifetime had passed. She remembered that when she escaped that day, the soldiers of the Huiyue kingdom broke into the Chiyue Palace. They not only killed people, but also smashed many things. She didn't expect that everything had been restored to its original state when she came back this time. Even the two maids waiting for her in the palace were the same maids from before. "Princess." The two maids came up to greet her, their expressions mixed with joy and sorrow. Ji-yu didn't expect to see them again. She was happy, but also a little sour in her heart. Originally, she was their princess. Now, not only was she the princess of a fallen country, but she had also been reduced to the third prince's woman. She couldn't even be considered a concubine. At that time, they had already fled for their lives. Now that they had been recruited back here, they must have submitted to the Huiyue kingdom. No matter what, it was good enough that they could survive. It was a pity that her most trusted maidservant, little Liang, would never come back. The two maids were well aware of Ji-yu's temperament, so naturally, they were familiar with serving her. Chapter 2543. Everything seemed to be the same as before, but Ji-yu could still sense the subtle differences. For example, although these two people were still as friendly to her as before, their expressions were no longer as respectful as before. The way they looked at her was a bit strange. However, Ji was not paying attention to this. Her attention was already attracted by the imperial edict mentioned by the 8th prince. What was the content of the imperial edict? Could it be about how to deal with her royal father and mother? If the imperial edict was unfavorable to her royal father and mother, what would Junliuye do? The imperial edict was as important as the sky, then her royal father and mother might. The more she thought, the more flustered she became. She turned and ran outside. "Princess, where are you going?" The two maids were surprised and hurriedly stopped her. "I'm going out for a walk." Ji did not stop. "Princess, you can't. The third prince said that you can only move around in this Chiyue hall and cannot go anywhere else." One of the maids knelt down. "Princess, you must be tired. You should stay here at ease. The third prince will come to see you tonight." The other maid also knelt down. Ji-yu's heart turned cold. These two maids were once her personal maids. When she escaped from the palace to play, it was these two who gave her advice and were extremely loyal. Although they still called her princess now, they were already people sent by Junliuye to watch over her. She sneered. "Who are you people?" The two maids choked and lowered their heads. "Princess, don't make things difficult for us." There were countless guards patrolling outside Chiyue Hall. Although Ji was confident that she could knock out these two maids within 10 moves, it would definitely cause a big commotion. At that time, the guards outside would be attracted and she would still not be able to escape. Her face was pale and she was in a dilemma. One of the maids' eyes flashed and she suddenly raised her hand to knock out the other maid beside her. Ji looked up in surprise. The maid had already said, "Princess, wear her clothes and go out." Ji-yu's heart was warm and her eyes were dry. Since the fall of the country, this was the first time she met someone who was loyal to her. "Xiao Shi, thank you. I'm just going out to take a look. I'll be back soon. I won't let you be punished." Ji and Xiao Shui quickly took off the clothes of the maid who had fainted and switched places with Ji. Then they helped the maid onto the bed and let her pretend to be the sleeping Ji and let down the bed curtain. Ji quickly traversed through the palace. She was wearing the clothes of a maid. As expected, she sneaked out of the Chiyue Palace and headed towards the Red Cloud's palace. As she expected, Junliuye and the others should be discussing something there. Her light body technique was not bad, and she was wearing a maid's uniform that did not reveal anything. In addition, she was very familiar with the geography. Very quickly, She reached the periphery of Red Cloud's palace without any mishap. The Red Cloud's palace used to be the imperial study of the former Gu country's ruler. There were obviously more guards here than in other places. If she took the usual route, Gu naturally wouldn't be able to sneak in. However, she knew of the secret passageway that led to the Red Cloud's palace. Originally, for fun, she would often use this secret passageway to enter the Red Cloud's palace to scare her imperial father, who was in a meeting with the officials. Now that she was the princess of a fallen country, the one sitting on the high throne was no longer her father, but someone else. Third brother, Brother Crown Prince reported you in front of imperial father. He said that you left the emperor of Gu country with evil intentions. That's why imperial father issued this imperial edict. Third brother, I don't understand. What do you want to do with Ji Tian and his wife? This doesn't suit your style. Chapter 2544. There were 3 people in the Red Cloud Hall who seemed to be discussing something. Jun Liuye, Jun Lufeng, and a girl in purple. Jun Liuye looked a little sleepy as he sat on the main seat with his hands supporting his forehead. Jun Lufeng sat on the chair to his left with a serious expression on his handsome face. The girl in purple stood behind Jun Liuye, her small hands moving around his shoulders as if she was helping him unblock his muscles and bones. Her appearance was very intimate. Ji didn't know who this girl in purple was, but since she was here to discuss something, it meant that her status wasn't low. Seeing her movements so natural, it proved that her relationship with Jun Liuye wasn't shallow. It was rumored that Jun Liuye didn't get close to women. It seemed that the rumors were just rumors. Not only did he force Ji to be his woman without any status, he was also so intimate with this girl in purple. Ji hid behind a screen at the end of the secret passage. The moment she saw the girl in purple, her heart turned cold. Although she was naive, a woman's intuition was still very sharp. This girl in purple liked and adored Jun Liuye. As for Jun Liuye, she didn't know if he loved this girl in purple, but at least he didn't reject her being so close to him. He should like her, right? Perhaps this girl in purple was his confidant in the country, the one he loved in his heart. And his relationship with Ji was just a show, a simple scheme. Ji's hands and feet were a little cold. She secretly took a breath and closed her eyes to calm her mind. She and Jun Liuye had an irreconcilable enmity, so she didn't care about Jun Liuye's feelings. She only cared about her parents. Listening to their tone, that imperial edict was indeed harmful to her parents. What would Jun Liuye do? She suppressed her heartbeat and continued to listen. Third brother, you also know that imperial father has always been suspicious. If you do this, I'm afraid he will be afraid of you. How about no way? Ji Tian and his wife are still useful. You can't kill them. Jun Liuye finally spoke. Jun Lufeng raised his eyebrows. Third brother, now that the people of Ji have completely surrendered, there shouldn't be a need to use Ji Tian and his wife to win people's hearts, right? After all, they're the leaders of Ji. As long as they are alive, some of the old powers of Ji won't be willing, and there will be many variables. Third elder brother, you were the one who said to cut the weeds and pull up the roots. Why are you leaving behind such a big trouble now? That's right, big brother Lu Yi. What can they do? Keeping them alive now would do more harm than good. My father also said that it's not a good time to go against the imperial edict. The purple-clothed woman also tried to persuade him. Ji's heart tightened. Jun Liuye remained unmoved. I have my own plans. You don't have to say anything. Third brother, you can't be like what the Crown Prince reported. The reason why you kept Ji Tian and his wife was because you were mesmerized by the little princess's beauty, right? You once said to your soldiers that women's charms are harmful to the country. Good men will never be charmed by women's charms. They should prioritize their cause. That won't happen. Brother Lu Yi has never been close to women. Who knows how many beautiful women in the Huiyue kingdom want to marry him, but he doesn't care. Why would he be willing to risk everything for a fallen princess? Big brother Lu Ye's actions are unpredictable, but he definitely has a military purpose. Don't you think so, brother Lu Yi? Jun Liuye smiled and didn't refute. Jun Liufeng's interest was piqued. He tapped his fan against his palm and said, Then let this little brother guess. Chapter 2545. Jun Liufeng's interest was piqued. Tapping his fan against his palm, he said, "Then let me guess. Oh, I heard that there are still remnants of GU country secretly moving around outside of ZU City. Is third brother thinking of using Ji Yuntian and his wife as bait to attract those people? To catch them all in one fell swoop?" Jun Liuye smiled. "Lu Feng, you're quite smart this time." He actually admitted it in a roundabout way. Jun Lufeng let out a sigh of relief and smiled. "I knew it. Third brother, this Azura war god, suddenly became benevolent. Haha, so that's how it is. That's good." He seemed to have thought of something. "That's right, third brother, you've been treating that little princess quite well recently. You don't really want to take her in, do you?" Jun Liuye didn't answer. Jun Lufeng frowned. "Third brother, I know you know what to do, but that little princess and you have an irreconcilable enmity. I'm afraid she has ulterior motives by your side. Moreover, Father Emperor and the court officials will definitely oppose it." The purple-clothed girl looked at Jun Liuye's expression and carefully said, "Brother Liuye, it's not that I'm jealous or can't tolerate her. It's because of her identity. According to the rules, a princess of a fallen country can't be married to a prince as a concubine. Most of them are servants." Jun Liuye's voice was indifferent. "Don't worry. No matter what happens in the future, she will have nothing to do with you. I also won't take her as a concubine." This sentence seemed to have a deeper meaning. The purple-clothed girl's eyes lit up, and she pressed even more attentively on his back. "Then I'm relieved." Jun Lufeng also laughed and punched Jun Liuye's shoulder. "I'm also relieved. That's right. I heard that this Princess Ji Yu was born on the night of the full moon. When she was born, a strange fragrance filled the room. That's why Ji Yun Tian treasured her, and said she was the reincarnation of the moon god. The people of Jiu country also hold her in high esteem. Third brother keeping her by your side also has the intention of using her as bait, right?" The three of them chatted there, causing Ji Yu's heart to turn cold. Her limbs went soft, and she almost couldn't stand. The place she was hiding in was very well hidden. There were special, sound-absorbing decorations around her. As long as she didn't make any big movements, no one outside would be able to find her. She held her breath and retreated bit by bit, slipping out of the secret passage and out of Red Cloud's palace. As soon as she stepped out of the secret passage, she tripped and didn't even notice that her knee was bruised. When he looked up, the setting sun was as red as blood, and the world seemed to be filled with desolation. She stood where she was and was momentarily at a loss. At that moment, she didn't seem to be thinking about anything and couldn't remember anything. "Hey, which palace's maid are you? Why are you standing there like idiots?" A shout came from a group of patrolling guards not far away. Ji Yu lowered her head and answered absent-mindedly, "I'm from the Chiua Palace. I lost my way. I'm sorry. In this palace, it was indeed common for maids to pass through, so the guards did not suspect anything. One of the guards even kindly instructed, "Right now, Ji Yintan, that incapable ruler, is not allowed to wander around the palace. Quickly go back." Ji Yu nodded and slowly left with her head lowered. Although her beauty was different from ordinary women, her eyes were staring blankly and her expression was blank. She looked a little silly. Behind her came the guard's discussion. "No wonder such a beautiful girl is only a maid. She's a silly one." Ji Yu's legs were soft. She walked aimlessly and didn't know where she should go. Her legs were soft, so she sat down on a big stone. Chapter 2546. This place was very secluded, and no one came to disturb her for the time being. She sat there for almost an hour. The blood in her chest was boiling as if it wanted to gush out of her throat, but she forcefully swallowed it back down. Originally, she thought that although Jun Liuye had destroyed her country, he still had some feelings for her. When he said that he would find a way to release her parents, she secretly believed him. She thought that since he was not the emperor, he had his own helplessness, but he still thought about her in his heart. Now, it seemed that she had been thinking too much. He was the ruthless demon prince. He was only using her parents. The truth was so cruel that it was like a knife that cut open her heart while she was still alive. It shattered all her hopes and dragged her back to the bloody reality. The only thing that comforted her was that there were still remnants of her father's old subordinates. They must be thinking of ways to save their master. However, this place was heavily guarded. June Lioye must have set up layers of traps here and waited for those people to fall into it. If she wanted to save her parents, she needed to find a spy from the palace. But she was not free now. How could she contact those old subordinates? How about she take this chance to escape? Escape from the city first. She suddenly stood up. She used to sneak out of the palace to play, so she knew where to escape to the shortest and safest route. But after taking a few steps, she paused again. There were faint sounds of chaos in the direction of Chiyua Palace. After a while, she heard the sound of chaotic footsteps all around. The patrolling guards heard the sound and moved. Princess Jiyu is missing. His Highness is furious. The entire palace is under martial law and a strict search is ordered. Close the door. Not even a fly is allowed to fly out. Jiyu hid in the dark and faintly heard someone shouting orders. She clenched her fingers and knew that she could not escape. She stood in place for a moment, then suddenly sprinted towards the southeast corner. Not far from here was the palace where her parents were imprisoned. She did not deliberately hide her figure. Before she could run to the palace, she was discovered by the guards who were searching for her. They all came forward to stop her. Jiyu threw caution to the wind and punched and kicked. "Get out of the way. I want to see my parents. Get out. Get out of the way." She was like a crazy tiger cub. The guards received orders to capture her alive and not hurt her. Naturally, they were restrained. She kicked a few of them over and sent a few of them flying. Chi! A gust of wind came from behind. This sound was clearly different from the usual. Jiyu quickly dodged, barely dodging the attack. A blue robe flashed in front of her eyes, and a handsome young master appeared out of thin air. "Princess Jiyu, so you are here." This handsome young man was Jun Lu Feng. His martial arts were obviously good, as he directly blocked Jiyu's path. Jiyu didn't give him any face. "Get lost." She attacked him fiercely. Jun Lu Feng didn't expect her to be so unreasonable. He waved his fan. "Princess, if you have something to say, we can talk it out." His kung fu was obviously passed down from Jun Lioye, and there were some similarities. Although his kung fu was not as good as Jun Lioye's, it was still remarkable. It was not something Jiyu's kung fu could withstand. A moment later, Jiyu had already been attacked to the left and right by him. She was distracted for a moment, and her acupoints were sealed by his folding fan. Her body went soft, and she slid down. Jun Lu Feng still had the air of a gentleman. He subconsciously extended his arm to support her. Suddenly, a gust of wind shot towards his arm. Jun Lu Feng was startled and hurriedly retreated. When he stood still, he found that little Princess Jiyu had fallen into Jun Lioye's arms. Chapter 25:47. Jun Lioye's face sank as he undid Jiyu's acupoint. "Why are you running around?" Jiyu blinked and burst into tears. "I want to see my father and mother." She cried like a pear blossom in the rain. Jun Lioye's voice unconsciously softened. "If you want to see them, wait for me to come back. I'll naturally take you to see them. Why did you run away?" Jiyu's tears kept falling. "I dreamt that they met with an accident and were killed, so she had a nightmare first. That's why." Jun Lioye's arm tightened. "They won't meet with any accidents in the palace. Don't worry. If you want to see them in the future, just tell me, and I'll naturally take you to see them." Jiyu's eyelashes were still wet with tears. "Really? Why would I lie to you? Then I want to see them right now." Jun Lioye's eyes flashed, and his handsome face sank. "No, I haven't punished you yet for running away." Jiyu's tears rolled down drop by drop. "I only wanted to see my father and mother. You didn't come back. I had a nightmare and couldn't wait." Her small hands clenched his lapel tightly as she cried like a tearful doll. Jun Lioye rubbed his forehead with a headache and took a step back. "Only this once. There won't be a next time." Jiyu's eyes lit up. "Okay." Jun Lioye carried her and left. When he looked up, he saw Jun Lu Feng standing there and looking at him in shock. It was as if he saw a big monkey jump out of the bridal chamber. His footsteps paused, and he indifferently glanced at Jun Lu Feng, then walked around him. Jun Lufeng watched their backs disappear from the palace gates and waved his fan thoughtfully. My brother Azura actually has a day when he's so gentle to a woman. Although it's all an act, isn't this acting a bit too much? Jiyu finally saw her parents again. However, because she sneaked out this time, Junya only allowed her to say a few words to her parents as punishment before bringing her back. Because the two maids covered her escape, Jun Lyoye ordered for them to be severely punished. He ordered for them to be beaten 20 times each. Jiyu naturally stopped them and took all the blame on herself, saying that she forced them to do so. Her face had always been pale, and when she pleaded, her tears seemed to fall. Her large eyes seemed to be able to speak as she stared intently at Jun Lyoye. Finally, Jun Lyoye's heart softened once more. He was just about to agree to let the two maids go. A delicate voice chuckled. Nothing can be accomplished without rules. Young Miss and Young Master made a mistake, but it's ultimately the fault of the attendants. Don't you think so, Brother Louis? Ji raised her head and saw the purple-clothed girl, Hong Xiang, walk in. Behind her was Jun Lufeng. Jun Lufeng didn't say anything. He just looked at everything thoughtfully. Jun Lyoye's handsome face turned cold. If they were really doing their jobs for your own good, they wouldn't have let you go. Men, take him away and punish him 20 times. 4 guards came in and dragged Xiao Shui and Xiao Yu away without any explanation. Ji Yu was unwilling to give up and wanted to stop them again, but Jun Lyoye casually pointed at her. She could only watch as the two were dragged away. A moment later, the sound of the paddles and the two's miserable groans could be heard from outside. Xiao Shui's scream was the loudest and most mournful. This sound was like a heavy hammer pounding on Ji Yu's heart. She wanted to plead again, but Jun Lyoye sealed her mute acupoint, so she couldn't say a single word. Chapter 2548. From the corner of her eyes, she saw Hong Xiang leaning against a pillar and looking at her with a smile. She couldn't hide the gloating in her eyes. Hearing this woman's tone, she should be Jun Lyoye's fiancée. Seeing her future husband punish a disobedient bed slave, she would naturally be happy. As for Jun Lyoye, he was acting so pretentious to give his fiancée an explanation so that she wouldn't be jealous. This husband and wife really have a tacit understanding. Ji Yu's blood rushed up again. She forced herself to endure the sweet taste of blood in her throat. In this cold palace, she was the only one fighting. She had to take care of her body and not fall down. Only then would she have any hope of saving her parents. The sound of beating and screams outside finally stopped, for guards carried the two maids, who were badly mutilated, back into the room. The two maids groaned and almost fainted. Jun Lyoye then lifted his finger to unseal Ji Yu's acupoints. He thought that Ji Yu would immediately rush over to check on their injuries, but he didn't expect her to just stand there like a wooden puppet. Her long eyelashes covered her eyes, making it impossible to see what she was thinking. This is a small punishment. Seeing that you were forced, this prince will spare your worthless lives. Men, carry the two of them to the doctor's office to treat their injuries. Once they're healed, they can serve your princess. Jun Lyoye coldly ordered. The two maids naturally bowed to express their gratitude. No need. I don't want their service. I don't need anyone to serve me. Ji Yu finally spoke, her voice cold and crisp. After saying this, she didn't even look at the people in the courtyard and directly walked into the hall. With a bang, the door was tightly shut. Jun Lyoye was stunned. He waved his hand and had the two maids be carried away. Brother Lyoye, this princess's temper isn't small. Hong Xiang bitterly smiled. Even this little sister doesn't dare. Jun Lyoye glanced at her and said with a smile that wasn't a smile, "You want me to treat you like I treat her?" Hong Xiang stuck out her tongue and said with a double meaning, "I don't dare." Jun Lufeng walked over to remind him, "Third brother, we still have things to do. You guys wait outside first." Jun Lyoye's voice was cold as he turned around and pushed open the tightly shut doors to enter. Hong Xiang opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but Jun Lufeng gave her a meaningful glance and then said, "Okay, we'll go to the front and wait." Without any explanation, he led Hong Xiang out. Inside the hall, Ji Yu was sitting on a chair with her eyes lowered. When she heard Jun Lyoye enter, She didn't say a word. She didn't even raise her head. Ji-yu, do you hate me? Jun Myoye sat down opposite her. Ji-yu did not answer, nor did she react. It may not be for your own good that your two maids are being stolen. The palace is heavily guarded. You can't escape at all. You can only be convicted. Ji-yu still didn't answer. She didn't even bat an eyelid. Ji-yu, look at me. Junlia pressed one hand on her shoulder and forced her to raise her chin with the other. Ji-yu's gaze finally fell on his face. Her once lively eyes were now like a deep pool, completely devoid of emotion. This was the first time Jun Lyoya had seen her like this. He suddenly felt a trace of panic in his heart. This little girl was used to revealing her emotions. Usually, even if she didn't speak, he could guess what she was thinking just by looking at her rich expressions. But now, she had hidden all her emotions. He couldn't read her at all. Ji-yu, everything isn't as simple as you think. Chapter 25:49. Ji-yu, everything isn't as simple as you think. Jun Lyoya seemed to want to explain something to her, but he stopped halfway and changed his words. He paused for a moment and changed his words. Anyway, I'll do it for your own good in the future. You have to believe me. All right, you must be tired after today's torment. Rest first. I'll come and accompany you in the evening. He carried her to the bed and habitually kissed her forehead, but she slightly tilted her head to avoid him. Jun Lyoya's eyes darkened, and he turned to leave. Naturally, he wouldn't really not give Ji-yu a maid. After he left, he sent 2 more maids in to serve her. Because of the previous 2 maids, as an example, the new maids were especially careful when serving her. Ji-yu was very stable this time. She didn't cry or make a fuss. Naturally, she didn't go on a hunger strike. She even ate quite a lot during dinner. After dinner, she went to bed and slept. When Jun Lyoya returned, it was already late at night. He asked about Ji-yu's situation and heard the maid's honest report. He sighed in relief, but faintly felt that it was a little strange. She seemed to have changed a little. He walked in the bedroom and slowly sat by the bed. Looking at her sleeping peacefully, he was lost in thought for a moment. She slept very peacefully. Her breathing was calm, and her eyelashes were long. Only the roots of her eyelashes were a little wet. It was obvious that she had cried before. Jun Lyoya bent down and kissed her eyelashes. Her eyelashes brushed against his lips, making it a little itchy. Jun Lyoya's eyes darkened, and he wanted to use a special method to wake her up. But seeing the faint dark circles under her eyes, he held back and looked down at her for a long time. He sighed and raised his hand to tuck her in before turning to leave. The room returned to its original silence. Ji-yu slowly opened her eyes. Liar. She opened her mouth slightly and silently spat out these 2 words. She closed her eyes again. Her road was still very long and difficult. She still needed to use strategies. Perhaps in order to make it up to her, Jun Lyoya brought her to visit her parents again the next day. He even gave her an hour to spend alone time with her parents. This was exactly what Ji-yu wanted. She chatted with her parents and indirectly asked how many of Ji-yu's loyal soldiers had escaped. Who could possibly be the old subordinates outside who wanted to rescue them? But even after Ji and Tian thought for a long time, he still could not come up with a reason. Most of his loyal subordinates had either died or surrendered. The city had been destroyed so quickly that he had no idea who had escaped. However, when he heard that some of his former subordinates were still active outside, he heaved a sigh of relief. A glimmer of hope rose in his despairing heart. Thinking about it, he gave Ji-yu a dragon-patterned jade pendant and told her that it could be used as a token to contact the people outside. Ji-yu carefully put it away. When the time came, she came out obediently. Jun Lyoya did not expect her to be so sensible this time. Usually, when she saw her parents, she would need to urge them 3 or 4 times before reluctantly coming out. Why don't you talk to them more? Jun Lyoya asked with a smile, raising his hand to hold hers. Ji-yu calmly dodged the attack and continued walking forward. Jun Lyoya's eyes flashed as he forcefully grabbed her hand. Where do you want to go? Ji-yu subconsciously wanted to withdraw her hand, but he held it so tightly that she couldn't. She did not waste her effort and lowered her eyes. Don't you want to go back to Chiyua Palace? Although she did not make a fuss, her expression was still listless like a frosted eggplant. Chapter 2550. June Lioya looked at her and finally said, "Do you want to go out and play?" Ji Yu's eyes finally lit up as she asked, "I can go out." June Lioya did not answer, but bent over and picked her up. "I'll take you out." In a rather luxurious restaurant. This time, after June Lioya strolled around the streets, he brought her to this restaurant at noon. Of course, to avoid trouble, June Lioya did not disguise her, but he still let her wear a weft hat to cover her face. As for himself, he was dressed in casual clothes with a silver mask covering the upper half of his face, only revealing a pair of sparkling eyes and beautiful curved lips. He looked like an elegant, rich young master. June Lioya originally wanted to take her to a quiet room upstairs, but she did not want to. She liked places with many people. June Lioya glanced at her and complied. He brought her to a rather remote table in the hall and sat down. Ji Yu held a cup of tea in her hand. Her face did not change, but a trace of hope rose in her heart. Since father's old subordinates were moving around outside, perhaps they had already mixed into the city. Restaurants and tea houses were the fastest places to spread news, but they were also the most crowded places. Perhaps they would come here. She secretly hung the dragon-patterned jade pendant her father gave her at her waist. Under the sunlight, the jade pendant seemed to glow. If those people were really here, they would definitely notice this jade pendant. Of course, she also secretly observed the people around her, hoping to see one or two familiar faces. But after her eyes looked around, the light in her eyes dimmed again. She did not see anyone familiar, and no one paid attention to her. Her method of looking for people was like looking for a needle in a haystack, but other than this method, she could not think of any other way. The commoners who were drinking here were naturally people from Ji Yu Empire. There wasn't any hatred for the destruction of their empire from these people, and each and every one of them was happy and harmonious. It was no different from before the country was destroyed. Ji Yu looked at it and felt a little dazzling. She raised her head and drank a cup of wine, feeling a little dispirited. The conversation at the table next to her suddenly attracted her attention. It was the Azura war god June Lioya. Her heart moved, and she held her cup to listen. The more she listened, the tighter her fingers held the cup. Those people were praising June Lioya. They praised him for his strict military discipline and for not offending the people when the army entered the city. They even opened the granary and gave the people food several times. Furthermore, ever since his army had set up camp in the city, the security in the city had improved significantly. Previously, there were many thieves in the city, but now, not a single one of them could be seen. These people's praises also attracted heated discussions from the other tables. Ji Yu thought that someone would refute, but she didn't expect that these people would basically agree and praise June Lioya as a peerless hero. Ji Yu glanced at June Lioya. June Lioya was wearing a mask, so Ji Yu could only see his slightly pursed lips. She looked away and sneered in her heart. She tilted her head back and drank a glass of wine. He deliberately said, "Everyone, no matter how wise this third Prince June is, he is still the main culprit behind the destruction of Ji Yu Kingdom. As the people of Ji Yu Kingdom, don't you think it's inappropriate for you to praise the enemy who destroyed your kingdom?" Her words were sonorous and forceful, but no one responded to her. Instead, it attracted a bunch of different opinions. Someone retorted, "Miss, have you become stupid from reading too much? The world that is united for a long time must be divided, and divided for a long time must be united. The rivers and mountains of one family cannot last long." Chapter 2551. Someone quoted the classics to her. "Little girl, let me give you some knowledge. The Cloud Underworld continent used to belong to the Purple Moon Empire 100 years ago, and the one who sat on the throne was from the June family. 60 years ago, it was divided into countless small countries. Later, these small countries annexed each other, and today, there are 3 countries and other affiliated countries. These years, these countries have been fighting with each other, and the wars have been endless. It's just a few families who are fighting for territory, but it's us who are suffering. The ancestor of the Ji family was just a general of the June family 100 years ago. Yes, the rise and fall of the people are suffering. We have long been tired of these days of fighting and killing. The people will support whoever gives them a stable life. If this third Prince June can really unify this continent and free the people from the suffering of war, the people will naturally support him. Yes, a fine bird chooses a good tree to nest in, and we also choose a good ruler to support. Jiyu had never heard of these theories, but they seemed to be reasonable. Jiyu paused for a while and then said, "What you said is simply heartless. Didn't that Emperor Yuanyu give you a good life? He didn't start any wars." Someone sneered again. Emperor Yuanyu? That fatuous ruler? What else can he do other than composing poems? He only believes in the good words of treacherous officials and doesn't listen to any advice from loyal officials. How many virtuous officials has he persecuted? In order to celebrate his precious daughter's birthday, he imposed a 30% tax on the people. Who knows how many people have lost their homes because of him? Someone even looked at Jiyu. "Little girl, have you been living in some kind of paradise before? How come you don't know anything? You don't know about other things, but you should know about the drought in Tiangong State last year, right? The whole state had no harvest, and that fatuous ruler not only did not exempt them, but also increased the tax by 30%. How many people were killed because of him? That year, there were starving people everywhere. There were many people who died of starvation on the streets. The people had no way to survive and revolted, but they were suppressed by the fatuous ruler. Those who revolted were just ordinary people who couldn't survive. As long as they were given food, they would naturally be good people. But after these people surrendered, how did the fatuous ruler deal with them? An imperial edict was issued, and 50,000 people were buried alive. Now Tiangong State is a ghost town. These people started to talk about the atrocities of Full Moon Emperor. Suddenly, there was an uproar. At first, Jiyu's face turned pale, but then she clenched her fists. This must be a trap set up by Jun Luyi. He had purposely lured her here. The words that these people were saying must have been taught long ago, just to let her hear them. He wanted her to understand that the Jun family's extermination of Jiyu country was an irresistible trend. It was the will of the heavens and the will of the people. The truth was definitely not like that. Her imperial father was so kind. How could he be a tyrant? Slander. Despicable. Pa. The teacup in her hand was crushed by her. Jun Liuya's expression changed. He grabbed her hand and forcefully pried it open. There were a few pieces of porcelain stuck in her palm, and blood was quickly seeping out. Damn it! Jun Liuya cursed under his breath and picked out the pieces of porcelain. He then called for someone to bring some clean water to clean her wounds. During this period, Jiyu struggled countless times, but was forcefully restrained by him. After cleaning her wounds, he applied some medicine on her wounds and bandaged them. The commotion at her table had successfully stopped those people from criticizing the Full Moon Emperor. Chapter 2552. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Under Jun Liuya's cold aura, they finally shut their mouths and went on to discuss other things. Jiyu, these people weren't instigated by this prince. Jun Liuya brought her out of the restaurant. She was injured and naturally couldn't move around. Jun Liuya clapped his hands a few times, and a hidden guard drove a carriage out of the shadows and stopped in front of the two. Jun Liuya wanted to help her into the carriage, but she flung him away. She jumped into the carriage herself and got in. Jun Liuya stopped under the carriage and then got in as well. He explained to her in a deep voice, "Liar, liar." Jiyu's entire body was trembling. She bit her lips and closed her eyes, refusing to say a word. Jun Liuya looked at her for a moment. "You don't believe me? Believe him?" If she believed him again, she would be the #1 fool in the world. This person was using her for everything. In order to make her willing, he would do anything. The atmosphere in the carriage was a bit stiff. Although Jiyu didn't say anything, her body language said one thing: "I don't believe you." She refused to believe him again. Jun Liuya suddenly smiled and leaned against the carriage. "You're sure that these people were arranged by this prince, right?" Jiyu still didn't answer. "Do you think this prince would do something so senseless? Would he make such a low-level mistake?" Jun Liuya's voice was cold. Jiyu bit her lips. The people in the restaurant looked like ordinary people didn't seem like they were arranged by someone. Could it be that what they said was true? No, of course not. Her imperial father was the most benevolent imperial father. He definitely wouldn't be as cruel as those people said. Fake. It's all fake. He was only using her. He was treating her well now with a motive. In order to make her willing, he deliberately sent people to slander her imperial father. It must be like this. She had to believe in her imperial father. The only person she could trust now was her imperial father. She couldn't help but touch the jade pendant on her waist as if she wanted to gain some energy from it. Today, she came out empty-handed. She didn't see half of her imperial father's old subordinates. No, she couldn't fall out with Jun Lioye now. Otherwise, he might fly into a rage and not let her out again. She couldn't reveal her true feelings since he knew how to act. Then she knew how to act too. Jiyu slowly raised her head and bit her lips. You're right. This mistake is indeed very low level. It doesn't seem like something someone like you would do. Maybe I really misunderstood you. In order to increase her sincerity, Jiyu took the initiative to put her hand in his. You don't be angry. I just don't believe Imperial Father is like this. Her last sentence was soft and even a little nasal. Jun Lioye slowly reached out and hugged her. I'm not angry. It's good that you understand. Jiyu took the opportunity to lean her head on his shoulder. I'm a little bored and don't want to go back to the palace. Can you take me around again? Jun Lioye looked at her in his arms and sighed. All right. The storm seemed to have passed just like that. The two of them walked around the streets, drank tea in a tea house, went to a theater, and even went to the bridge to watch a juggling show. Jiyu was probably really bored in the palace for too long. After coming out, she liked to join the crowd and go wherever there were many people. Of course, Jun Lioye accompanied her the entire time. Jiyu played outside for 3 days. In these 3 days, she still didn't contact any of her old subordinates. Chapter 2553. Jiyu played outside for 3 days. In these 3 days, she still didn't contact any of her old subordinates. Instead, she heard a lot of gossip about her father in the tea houses, wine shops, and streets. Although the content was different from what she heard in the restaurant that day, the meaning was similar. Her father wasn't a benevolent ruler in these people's eyes, but a fatuous ruler. Jiyu's demise didn't make these people feel grief or indignation. Instead, it was as if they had escaped from a sea of bitterness. Even the children playing on the streets sang this kind of nursery rhyme. Jiyu's heart sank. These tea houses and wine shops were all because she pulled Jun Lioye into them on the spur of the moment. Jun Lioye shouldn't have had time to arrange for people to slander her father. Moreover, people with this kind of view could be seen everywhere. Jun Lioye couldn't have bribed all the people in the city to be his accomplices, right? Moreover, Jiyu couldn't help but admit that Ziyu City was much more prosperous than before. The people seemed to be living and working in peace. Even the beggars on the streets were much less than before. Could it be that her father was really a fatuous ruler? Jiyu subconsciously didn't believe this, but all the signs made her believe it. In the end, she didn't think about this problem anymore. Only one thought circled her mind. Whether her father was a fatuous ruler or a wise ruler, he was still the one who loved her the most. She must save her father and mother. Even if she didn't restore the country, it would be good to just live in seclusion in the fields. She still didn't find anything in these 3 days. No one contacted her. The so-called old subordinates seemed to be a dream. Were they too afraid of being caught and hid too well, or was she using the wrong method? Or was it because Jun Lioye was always by her side, so those old subordinates didn't dare to contact her because they were afraid of being exposed? Yes, it must be the last reason. But how could it be easy to get rid of Jun Lioye? These few days, Jun Lioye had been accompanying her. They traveled during the day and slept together at night. The two of them had already broken through the last line of defense. Jun Lioye naturally didn't want to waste their beautiful time together. He wanted her almost every night. In order to make him lower his guard, Jiyu didn't reject him. Occasionally, she would even respond when they were being intimate. Of course, Jun Lioye had been very good to her. Whenever he had time, he would take her out to play and walk hand in hand with her. He didn't even try to hide it from his suspected fiancée. That time, When Jun Liuya had brought her out, they had walked across Hong Xiang in the palace. Jiyu had seen with her own eyes how Hong Xiang's face had turned pale, but she had still forced a smile to greet Jun Liuya. Jun Liuya had only nodded at Hong Xiang, then pulled Jiyu's hand and left. He did not even look back, as if he did not care about his fiancée at all. He was really good to her, so good that all the maids in the palace were jealous. If she hadn't eavesdropped on their conversation in the Red Cloud's palace that day, Jiyu would have foolishly fallen in again. Only by replaying those words in her mind over and over again every night could she stop herself from falling in love with him. Princess, please look towards the southeast window. In an inconspicuous tea house, Jiyu was drinking tea alone when a child in tattered clothes suddenly ran over and asked her for money. She took out one tael of silver and gave it to the child. When the child took the money, he also stuffed a note into her hand. This was the content of the note. Chapter 25:54. Jiyu calmly hid the note in her sleeve and looked in that direction. There was an inconspicuous man sitting at the table. He had a sallow complexion and a small mustache. His appearance was very ordinary, and he was the kind of person who would not be recognized even if he was thrown into a crowd. However, his eyes were a little familiar. Seeing Jiyu looking over, he smiled at her and casually raised his teacup. The white jade ring on his finger shone brightly. It's him. Jiyu's heart jumped. Maybe because she had been very obedient these days, Jun Liuya let down his guard. After accompanying her for 3 days, he had other matters to attend to. He was so busy that he was dizzy from day to night. After 2 days of being cooped up in the palace, Jiyu was a little listless. She asked to go out for a walk. Jun Liuya pondered for a moment and then agreed. However, he sent 4 shadow guards with strong martial arts to follow her. Jiyu took the 4 shadow guards for a day. In the afternoon, she went to a tea house to have afternoon tea. She didn't expect to get such a pleasant surprise. The person who passed her the note was none other than the son of Jiyu's great general, Wu Tianxi, Wu Liqian. Wu Tianxi was very favored by the emperor and had the highest position among the generals. He had military power and was equivalent to the general of the army. He was also very loyal to the emperor. It was rumored that he died when Jiyu's city fell. Wu Liqian, on the other hand, was his youngest son. He was good at martial arts and was 3 years older than Jiyu. He played with Jiyu when they were young and could be considered as childhood sweethearts. When he grew up, he had a special feeling for Jiyu. He once asked his father to propose to the emperor on his behalf. However, at that time, Jiyu was too playful and didn't have any feelings for Wu Liqian. She refused without thinking. The emperor naturally wouldn't force his daughter, and the marriage was canceled. Fortunately, Wu Liqian didn't care and still treated Jiyu well. He took care of her like an older brother. Every time he saw her, he would be at her beck and call. After the city fell, Jiyu didn't have any news about him. She thought he had died for the country. She didn't expect to meet him here. Could he be father's old subordinate? Most likely. Wu Liqian changed his appearance. If it wasn't for the ring, Jiyu wouldn't dare to recognize him. Of course, he couldn't go up and acknowledge her now. She still had 4 of Jun Liuya's shadow guard by her side. She glanced at Wu Liqian again, her mind quickly thinking of how to get rid of the 4 dark guards and Wu Liqian. Wu Liqian lowered his head and wrote something on a piece of paper, then quietly put it under his teacup. Then, he glanced at Jiyu again, then called the waiter to pay the bill and got up to leave. As soon as he left, Jiyu also called the waiter to pay the bill. When she passed by the table where Wu Liqian was sitting, she deliberately bumped into the table. She staggered and took the opportunity to hold on to the table. At the same time, she also hooked the note under the teacup in her palm. Jiyu did all of this extremely smoothly, and the 4 shadow guards following her did not see her little movements. The 4 of them were originally drinking tea at a table not far from her. When they saw her get up, they followed her out of the room. Jiyu used the excuse of going to the toilet and read the second note left by Wu Liqian. There were only a few words on it. Stay in the earth-ranked room of the Tiny Egg Tavern. She had finally contacted her own people. He finally saw a glimmer of hope. She was no longer fighting alone. She now had an ally. Jiyu's palms were sweating. She carefully destroyed the 2 notes and made sure that she didn't leave any traces behind. Then she walked out. Chapter 2555. It was natural for Ji-yu to stay in the earth room of the Tainyake Tavern. The 4 secret guards had been ordered by Jun Liuya to only be responsible for Ji-yu's personal safety and not to interfere with her fun. It was understandable that she wanted to rest in the tavern when she was tired from walking. The 4 secret guards only went into the room to check in advance. After confirming that it was safe, they asked Ji-yu to come in and rest. The 4 of them guarded the door. Ji-yu's parents were still trapped in the palace. Jun Liuya naturally knew that Ji-yu wouldn't run away, so although the 4 guards were good at martial arts, they weren't very vigilant. The 4 of them had been following her for half a day and were bored. Now that she went into rest, the 4 of them chatted outside to pass the time. After Ji-yu entered the room, she looked around but didn't see anything left by Wu Liqian. Just as she was feeling puzzled, a light sound came from the bed. The bedboard flipped, and a person appeared out of thin air. It turned out that there was a secret passage on the bed. This person was dressed in an ordinary scholar's attire, but he had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. It was Wu Liqian. As soon as he came out, he gestured to Ji-yu, indicating for her to go over. Ji-yu paused for a moment, but still walked to the bed. Ji-yu, let's talk in the secret passage. It's inconvenient here. Wu Liqian transmitted his voice to her and then stretched out his hand to her. Ji-yu steeled her heart and held his hand as she jumped onto the bed. A soft sound came from the bed. It was not loud, as if a human body had casually turned over on the bed. However, after this sound, Ji-yu's vision blurred. When she regained her composure and opened her eyes again, she was already in a dark passage. The dark passage was long and dark. Fortunately, Wu Liqian was prepared. He held a night pearl in his hand. With the light of the night pearl, Ji-yu could barely see the surrounding scenery. She was surprised to find that Wu Liqian wasn't the only one in the secret passage. There was also a young woman. Ji-yu suddenly had a strange feeling in her heart. She wasn't jealous of this woman, but because this woman was wearing the same clothes as her. Even their figures were very similar. As for their facial features, there were also some similarities. In the darkness, Ji-yu thought she was looking at her twin sister. That woman kept staring at Ji-yu, her gaze strange and penetrating. When Ji-yu was stared at by her, she had the illusion that she could see through her bones. She is... Ji-yu frowned. She didn't like this kind of gaze. Kai, Wu Liqian said briefly and waved his hand toward the girl. Kai, you go up. The woman nodded and pushed open the cover above the secret passage. She flipped over and the cover returned to its original state. The woman also disappeared without a trace. What are you doing? Ji-yu was confused. Ji-yu, I finally saved you. This is not the place to talk. I'll take you away. Wu Liqian didn't want to explain more, so he took Ji-yu's hand and walked away. Ji-yu's heart skipped a beat, but her feet didn't move. You want to take me away? Of course. Ji-yu, I came here today to help you escape. God has mercy on me. I've been waiting for this day. You don't know how long I've been planning for this day. How many nights I couldn't sleep. Wu Liqian was still holding her hand. His eyes were full of relief. Well, let's go. I'll tell you the details after we safely escape from the city. His words were full of affection, but Ji-yu shook her head. No, I can't go with you. Chapter 2556. Wu Liqian frowned. Why? Ji-yu, do you really want to stay by that Azura bastard side and be his woman? No way, right? He's the enemy who destroyed your country. Ji-yu took a deep breath and shook her head. No, Wu Liqian, my father and mother are still in his hands and trapped in the palace. She looked at him with sparkling eyes. Have you been moving around outside the city to save them? Do you have any good ideas? Wu Liqian choked. He paused for a moment before saying, Ji-yu, the matter of saving His Majesty can wait until you escape from here. For now, you should come with me. He pulled her small hand and walked away. Ji-yu's expression changed, and she pulled her hand out of his palm. This won't do. If I escape, Jun Liuya will harm my father and mother. When Jun Liuya was with her, he had hinted that if she escaped, he wouldn't be polite to her parents anymore. Wu Liqian sighed in relief. Don't worry, Jun Liuya won't find out that you escaped. Sai will pretend to be you and stay by his side, waiting for an opportunity to kill him. Of course, she will also try to save your father and mother. Ji Yu was stunned. Sai will pretend to be me? I'm afraid that won't work. Her appearance isn't very similar to mine. At most, it's about 30% similar. Wu Liqian looked proud. Ji Yu, Sai, is a faceless person. No matter who she pretends to be, she won't be exposed. A faceless person? Ji Yu had heard of such people before. It was said that their bones were arranged in a strange way, especially the bones on the face, which could change shape at will. When she wanted to pretend to be someone, she would adjust her body and facial muscles to the point where she could pass off as the real person. This kind of person was born with a strong imitation ability. They only needed to look at someone for a moment to imitate their voice and movements. Even their own family members might not be able to tell the difference. Of course, this kind of person was very rare. Ji Yu had only heard of them, but never seen them. She didn't expect to meet one today. Can she pretend to be anyone? Wu Liqian shook his head. That's not it. Because of her body, Sai can only pretend to be a slim woman. But she only looks like me about 40 to 50%. Ji Yu's heart was in a mess, and she couldn't tell what she was feeling. Her appearance is based on my description. Now that she has seen the real you, she will naturally adjust her appearance to look exactly like you. No one would be able to tell. Even if she stays by Jun Liuya's side, Jun Liuya won't notice. Wu Liqian reassured her. Ji Yu felt extremely uncomfortable when she thought of another woman pretending to be her and staying by Jun Liuya's side. Even doing things between husband and wife, she was stunned for a moment. Wu Liqian continued. Kai Yi's martial arts are also very good, comparable to mine. If she disguises herself as you and stays by Jun Liuya's side, she will definitely find a good opportunity to assassinate him and kill him in one fell swoop. This way, we will have avenged you and also avenged our Ji Yu country. Wu Liqian's eyes sparkled. Apparently, he was very confident in Kai Yi. Ji Yu's expression changed slightly. She knew about Wu Liqian's martial arts. Although he couldn't compare to Jun Liuya, he was still an expert among experts. Back then, Imperial Father also praised him endlessly, saying that he was the #1 expert in Ji Yu country. When Ji Yu rejected the marriage that day, Yuan Yu Emperor was very regretful. Now, Kai Yi's martial arts were really as good as Wu Liqian's. Chapter 25:57. Now that Kai Yi's martial arts were as high as Wu Liqian's, and she had disguised herself as her to stay by Jun Liuya's side, Jun Liuya would definitely not be on guard. If she were to assassinate Jun Liuya under the bed, she would most likely succeed. The image of Jun Liuya falling down with a face full of disbelief seemed to flash before her eyes. Her heart kept falling, and her hands and feet were slightly cold. She knew that she hated him, and he was the enemy who had ruthlessly used her to destroy her country. She should be hoping for his death, hoping that he would be killed. If he died, she should be very happy. But Wu Liqian did not know when he had grabbed her hand again. Ji Yu, I've been worried about you these days. You've never been wronged before, and I don't know what kind of torture you'll suffer in his hands. Just thinking about it makes me unable to sleep at night. Ji Yu, his words were sweet, and his eyes fell on Ji Yu's face. His eyes became deeper and deeper, and his voice became deeper. Ji Yu, his palm was hot, and he held her hand tightly. Ji Yu subconsciously wanted to shake him off, but his fingers were holding her so tightly that she could not shake him off. His eyes were also burning, as if he wanted to swallow her up. Ji Yu had never seen him like this, and her heart was slightly flustered. She struggled again. Liqian, let go of me first. Wu Liqian did not let go of her, and instead pulled her into his embrace. Ji Yu, I really missed you. We're finally together. His embrace was hot, and his arms were tightly wrapped around her waist, so tight that she almost could not breathe. Ji Yu's face turned red. He had never dared to treat her like this before. He had always been careful in front of her, looking at her, as if she was the moon in the sky. He had never dared to force her. But now, his embrace made Ji Yu irritated. She struggled a few times, but to no avail. Instead, He hugged her even tighter. Anger rose in her heart, and her face sank. She shouted, "Impudent! Wu Liqian, let go!" Her shout was quite imposing. Wu Liqian's arms stiffened, but he did not intend to let go. His eyes stared at her, and the bottom of his eyes became more passionate. "Jiyu, we're together from now on. I'll treat you well." He lowered his head and kissed her. Slap! A crisp and resounding slap sounded. Jiyu couldn't break free from his grip and finally made her move. In her nervousness, she used quite a bit of strength and slapped Wu Liqian's face to the side, leaving a palm print on his wheat-colored face. Wu Liqian's face suddenly changed. He grabbed her wrist and narrowed his eyes dangerously. "You hit me. Jiyu, I saved you, and this is how you repay me." When he was angry, he actually had a dangerous temperament. He was as fierce as an enraged wolf. Jiyu froze. She was not used to this kind of Wu Liqian. Her wrist was almost crushed by him. She had always been afraid of pain, and her face immediately turned pale. "Wu Liqian, how dare you? How dare you offend this princess? Let go. Let go of me." She struggled desperately. Although this secret passageway was tightly sealed and had good soundproofing, it was still under the guest room. If they really made too much noise, it would easily alarm the people above. The guard who was waiting outside the door heard the commotion and was worried. He immediately knocked on the door and asked, "Princess, are you all right?" Jiyu's lazy voice came from inside the room. "I'm fine. Princess, please open the door. There seems to be something wrong in the room. This subordinate will come in." A shadow guard was more careful. After he respectfully reported, he paused for a moment before opening the door and walking in. Chapter 2558. It was very quiet in the room, and there was a person lying on the bed. The 4 secret guards quickly looked around the room, but they couldn't find anything wrong. They were still worried, so they bowed towards the bed. This subordinate asked the princess to come out. His Highness had given her to them, so they couldn't let anything happen to her. The bed curtain was gently lifted up, revealing a beautiful face. "What are you doing? Can't you let me rest?" After the 4 secret guards saw her face, they let out a sigh of relief. "Princess, there's a strange sound in the room. Is there something wrong?" "What's wrong?" "This princess was sleeping soundly and was woken up by you." The girl had an unhappy look on her face. The 4 secret guards looked at each other before bowing and saying, "Princess, please forgive us." Then they left. In the secret passage, Wu Liqian tightly covered Jiyu's mouth and nose, stopping her from making a noise. Hearing that it was quiet, he opened his hand a little to let her breathe, but he didn't let her go. "All right, it's my fault. Jiyu, don't make a noise." Jiyu's face turned red, almost being covered to death by his hand. She could only nod, and Wu Liqian let go of her waist, but he didn't let go of her hand. "Jiyu, this place is dangerous. It's not the place to talk. We can talk after we leave." He quickly pulled her forward. Jiyu couldn't help running a few steps with him. She was very anxious and shouted, "I can't go with you right now. Let go." She felt that something was wrong and didn't want to leave with him. "Wu Liqian, if you don't let go, I'll scream." Her body became tense. Wu Liqian gave a sigh. "All right, don't scream. I'll let go." Letting go, Jiyu's heart relaxed. When she was about to take her hand back, she felt a pain in the back of her head. Her vision turned dark, and her body fell down. When she woke up again, she was in a rather simple and crude room. The candlelight flickered, and the room was filled with a dim yellow light. It didn't seem like a building, but rather an underground palace. She moved a bit, but her head was still dizzy and the back of her head hurt. A little maidservant was standing by the bed. When she saw her open her eyes, her face lit up with joy. "Princess, you woke up." Jiyu looked around and then looked at the servant girl. A bad feeling rose in her heart. "Where is this?" The servant girl smiled. "This is the place where we temporarily discuss matters. Princess, please follow this servant. The Lord invites you in." "My lord? Wu Liqian?" He knocked her out and brought her here, and now he wanted her, the princess, to meet his subordinate? Jiyu took a deep breath and said coldly, "Let Wu Liqian come see me." She had her own imposing manner. The young maidservant paused for a moment, then went out to call for her. A moment later, the door opened and two people walked in, one old and one young. When Jiyu saw the two of them clearly, she suddenly sat up. Her gaze fell on the hale and hearty old man who was walking like a tiger, and she blurted out, "General Wu." That old man was actually General Wu Tianxi, who was rumored to have died for his country. He was Wu Liqian's father. He hadn't died, but he had appeared here. Wu Tianxi laughed heartily. His voice was as loud as a bell. "My dear niece, you have suffered a lot these days." Ji Yu's heart sank. She was the monarch, and he was the subject. He should never call her dear niece, but should prostrate himself on the ground, kowtow, and respectfully call her your highness. But now, he didn't have the slightest intention to kneel down. Chapter 25:59. Everyone, this is our honorable Princess Jiyu. The heavens have blessed our Jiyu Empire. We have finally rescued Jiyu Sanus. From now on, we have to work together to rebuild our Jiyu Empire. On a 3-feet-high platform, Jiyu, Wu Tianxi, and Wu Liqian stood. Below the platform, there were thousands of Jiyu Empire soldiers. Under the illumination of the surrounding torches, the soldiers' faces flickered like the soldiers of hell in the dark night. Thousands of people lined up neatly, stretching all the way to the depths of the cave. The heavens have blessed our Jiyu Empire. We pledge our loyalty to General Wu. These people shouted together with an earth-shattering momentum. Wu Tianxi waved his hand in satisfaction and said, "Jiyu Sanus has been engaged to my son Lu Qian a few days ago. From today onwards, my Wu family will take on the responsibility of restoring Jiyu Empire. From today onwards, Jiyu Sanus will be the empress of Jiyu Empire. Everyone will rebuild their homeland under her leadership." He spoke with great enthusiasm, causing the blood of the soldiers below to boil as they shouted their slogans loudly. Jiyu stood there with a pale face, pursing her lips without saying anything. Yesterday, after she met Wu Tianxi and his son, she talked with them for a while. According to Wu Tianxi himself, that day, he fought a bloody battle with the enemy. However, he was outnumbered and lost in the end. He was supposed to die for his country, but because of his heavy injuries, he fainted on the battlefield. Wu Liqian carried him out of the pile of corpses and luckily escaped with his life. The father and son pair then secretly found a few trusted surviving generals and fled into the depths of the mountains. In the depths of the mountains, they inadvertently discovered this former dynasty mausoleum that could hold 10,000 people. They secretly contacted their old subordinates, and gradually, these several thousand soldiers were gathered. Everyone here prepared their troops and waited for the right time to restore Jiyu Empire. A few days ago, they learned that Jiyu was not dead, so they began to plan a rescue plan. They secretly watched for many days and finally made their move today. Wu Tianxi spoke passionately, saying a lot of plans to restore the empire, but he did not mention anything about rescuing the Full Moon Emperor. He was just asking for credit from Jiyu. In the end, Jiyu couldn't help but tell Wu Tianxi that her father and mother were still alive and imprisoned in the palace. She asked Wu Tianxi to find a way to save them. Wu Tianxi was vague. One moment, she said that His Majesty would definitely try to rescue her. The next moment, she said that the palace was heavily guarded. It was simply a fool's dream to rescue someone from inside. The more Jiyu listened, the colder her heart became. This Wu Tianxi could be said to be her father's most trusted minister, and also the most loyal one. The day before yesterday, her imperial father had told her that it would be great if Wu Tianxi was one of his former subordinates. He would definitely risk his life to save them. Now, Wu Tianxi was indeed not dead, and he had gathered so many subordinates, but he had no intention of saving the emperor. Although Jiyu was bitterly disappointed, she also knew that this was not the time to throw a princess tantrum. She could only lower her voice and beg in every possible way. Wu Tianxi readily agreed, but then he changed the topic. He said that the Full Moon Emperor used to be his slave, so he didn't do much to the existing soldiers. Now that everyone was in danger, he had no good reason to encourage these people to take such a big risk to save the Full Moon Emperor. He talked a lot, but the overall meaning was that he did not have the right to give a death order to save the full Moon Emperor, so he must have another identity. Ji naturally asked him what identity he wanted, but he told her his ultimate goal. Chapter 2560. He wanted Ji to marry his son, Wu Liqian. This way, they would be a family, and he would have a legitimate reason to save the Yuanyue Emperor and his wife. His words made Ji speechless, as if she was struck by lightning. Although she and Wu Liqian grew up together, she didn't have any feelings for him. Now, he wanted her to marry him. She found it hard to accept, and her first reaction was to refuse. But before she could completely refuse, Wu Tianxi raised his eyebrows and said angrily, "In this case, saving your parents is a matter of risking your life. My father and I can even risk our lives, but you can't even risk your whole life? How can you be so unfilial? Besides, Liqian is good at both martial arts and literature. How is he not good enough for you? Besides, you two grew up together. Liqian likes you very much. If you marry him, he will only treat you well, share your burdens, and serve you." Ji didn't know what to say in response to his angry words. In addition, Wu Liqian had been gently persuading her and reasoning with her. The father and son preached, one playing the good cop and the other playing the bad cop. In the end, Wu Tianxi said harshly, "Princess Ji, if you don't agree to such a small condition, then don't expect us to send people to save your parents. We can't persuade the other soldiers to save them." At this point, Ji was forced to a dead end by the father and son. Ordinary rejection was useless. She made up her mind and said, "General Wu, it's not that Ji doesn't know what's good for her, but Ji has been tainted by Jun Liuye and is no longer a virgin. I'm afraid I'm not good enough for your son." Wu Tianxi and Wu Tianxi's faces changed when they heard this. They looked at each other. In the end, Wu Tianxi said, "Ji, you didn't want this to happen in this chaotic world. You were forced. Uncle doesn't blame you. Liqian has always liked you. He won't dislike you." Wu Liqian also expressed his attitude, saying that he won't dislike her and will still marry her. They were determined to force her to marry him. Now that Ji was in their territory, she had to submit. Besides, she still needed to rely on them to save her parents. Jun Liuye's figure flashed across her mind, and her heart twisted. With such a blood feud between them, she was destined to have no fate with him. However, she was still deeply in love with him. Even though she knew that he was only using her, it wasn't that easy for her to completely abandon this relationship. She closed her eyes slightly. At this point, there was nothing she couldn't give up, and there was nothing she couldn't lose. She just wanted to save her parents, even if she had to die for it. In the end, she agreed to the father and son's request, but she also had her own conditions. The engagement had to wait until after she rescued her parents after another round of argument. The Wu family's father and son finally agreed to Jiyu's condition. They would hold the engagement ceremony after they rescued Emperor Yuan Yu and his wife. But Wu Tianxi wanted to announce that Jiyu was her daughter-in-law at the pep rally tomorrow. Of course, he still came up with a dignified reason, saying that he was doing this to boost morale and make it easier to save people. You could only agree, which led to the scene just now. The cheers below were thunderous, but Jiyu's heart was as cold as ice. The person he loved the most was using him, and even his most loyal subjects had ulterior motives. Chapter 2561. A princess's love was insignificant in the struggle for power in the country. Her life was like duckweed now, and the direction was completely out of her control. Jun Liuye's figure flashed in her mind again. Her heart throbbed with pain, but it also flashed with an inexplicable joy. He used her thoroughly. He even asked her to be loyal to him in the past few days of loving each other. What right did he have? He was just relying on her love for him. Now she didn't love him anymore. She was going to be engaged to another man. She didn't want to be manipulated by him anymore. She didn't need to look at his face anymore. She didn't need to see him act in front of her anymore. After the joy of revenge passed, her heart felt empty again. It was as if she had stepped on empty air and couldn't step on anything solid. Perhaps it was because of her cooperation, or perhaps it was because she had already accepted her fate at this point. But Wu Liqian was happy. He pulled her around the mausoleum to show off. This underground mausoleum was very big. There were many forks in the road, like a spider's web. It was easy to get lost if you weren't careful. There were many coffins in the side halls of the mausoleum, but there were no corpses in them, only countless weapons. What was even rarer was that there wasn't even a trace of the unique smell of corpses in the mausoleum. Other than being a little darker and not seeing the light of day, it was not much different from a normal military camp. Jiyu even saw a spacious side hall filled with food, vegetables, and fruits. It could be considered a grain storage. Of course, this place was heavily guarded. If Wu Liqian hadn't brought her here, she wouldn't have been able to reach this side hall. Jiyu grew up in the palace, so she didn't know anything about military matters. But after walking around, a ball of doubt rose in her heart. The things in this mausoleum were too complete. Armory, grain storage, everything was available here. There were even many important paths with powerful mechanisms. Once an enemy invaded, these mechanisms would be activated, achieving the effect of one man guarding the pass and 10,000 unable to get through. How did this look like a mausoleum? It was more like a secret military stronghold. She also paid attention to the soldiers. These soldiers walked with vigor and looked very spirited. It didn't seem like they had been injured. More importantly, the armor on their bodies was bright and new. It did not look like they had suffered a defeat at all. Even their weapons were shiny, as if they had just been polished. Where did these weapons and armors come from? How did they manage to transport so much food? With Jun Liuye's iron-blooded military methods, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens to steal these things. The only possibility was that these things had been prepared here a long time ago. This mausoleum was probably not a real mausoleum, but a secret military fortress. Looking at the freshness of the armor and food, they seemed to be from within the last 1 or 2 years. Jiyu's limbs suddenly turned cold. He was afraid that this so-called mausoleum was not accidentally discovered by Wu Tianxi and his son. It should have been secretly built by them earlier. He was afraid that this father and son pair had long had the intention of rebelling. It was just that Jun Luyi had caught them off guard, and they hadn't had the chance to rebel. If that was the case, why would they save the Full Moon Emperor? They were probably more eager for the death of Full Moon Emperor than Jun Liuye. That way, they would only need to control her as a puppet and use her to summon the real old subordinates of Jiyu country. There was a wolf in front and a tiger behind. What should she do? Jiyu. Wu Liqian held her hand and asked suspiciously, "What are you thinking of?" Chapter 2562. Jiyu suddenly came back to her senses. The series of events had made this naive girl who couldn't hide anything now know how to hide her emotions. Even if she saw through Wu Tianxi and his father's true colors, she couldn't expose them now. She pursed her lips. "I'm thinking about my father and mother. If they see everything you've prepared, I'm afraid they'll be very happy. Unfortunately, they won't know for now." She pretended to brush her hair and pulled her hand out. A complicated look flashed through Wu Liqian's eyes. He patted Jiyu's shoulder. "That's true. Don't worry, we'll try to save them." Jiyu shook her head. "I can't be at ease. If Jun Liuye finds out that I came with you, he'll be angry and do something to my parents." Wu Liqian comforted her. "Don't worry, he won't find out. Sai's disguise is the best in the world. No matter who she pretends to be, there won't be any mistakes. I've already sent people to investigate." After Tsai went back with the guards, there was no movement from the palace. This morning, our people saw them walking hand in hand in the palace garden. They were very loving. Jiyu was speechless. Her heart felt like it had been stabbed by a knife. She paused for a moment. When she was by Jun Liuye's side, he wouldn't let her go every night. Then last night, did he and Tsai? He should have. Otherwise, if he saw through her disguise, why would he be willing to travel with her this morning? However, it was fortunate that he didn't recognize her. If he did, he would know that she had escaped. Then, her parents strange. Jun Liuye was so smart that he couldn't tell the difference between the person sleeping next to him and the fake. Or was Wu Liqian comforting her? Jiyu's heart burned. For a moment, she didn't know whether she wanted the news to be true or not. She stood there in a daze. "Jiyu, don't worry. As long as Jun Liuye can't see through Tsai's disguise, he won't be on guard against her, especially in bed. Sai's skills in this area are top-notch. She can make a man want to die. She'll often make a move at the most ecstatic moment and give a fatal blow. As long as Jun Liuye is dead, the Huiwe Kingdom's army will crumble on its own. Then we can attack back into the city and restore the Jiue Kingdom. Wu Liqian sketched out a beautiful blueprint for Ji Yu's future. Ji Yu's face was extremely pale. She said stiffly, "I'm sleepy. I want to rest." Wu Liqian choked and looked at her face. His eyes darkened and he sighed. "Okay, I'll take you to rest." 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Nothing happened during these 2 days. There was no movement in the Purple Moon City. Perhaps Kai's camouflage technique was so brilliant that she had deceived everyone there. That was why it was so peaceful. Ji was also very calm these 2 days. She was either reading or practicing calligraphy in her room every day. However, every day when she saw Wu Tianxi and his son, she would ask when they would take action to save her parents. Wu Tianxi and his son easily fooled her and asked her to wait in peace. She obediently agreed. This made Wu Tianxi and his son very gratified. Naturally, they loosened their guard on her. As a princess who grew up in the hands of her parents, who could she count on at this time? They could only count on them. Naturally, she wouldn't run away. Besides, there were mechanisms everywhere in the mausoleum. Every night, the mechanisms in the mausoleum would be activated. Only Wu Tianxi and his son, as well as some trusted soldiers and patrolling soldiers on duty, knew how to avoid it. Even if a little princess like Ji Yu wanted to escape, she couldn't escape from the mausoleum. Therefore, every night, Ji Yu would only have a little maid who wasn't very good at martial arts to serve her. And this was what Ji Yu wanted. Chapter 2563. The tunnel was long and deep, and the everlasting lamps on both sides were swaying. Ji Yu was wearing a soldier's uniform and was walking quickly in the tunnel. Password. A group of patrolling soldiers appeared from the darkness and shouted, "Purple moon rises from the east." Ji Yu answered in a low voice. The patrol didn't doubt her and stepped aside to make way for her. Ji Yu didn't even look back as she strode forward. She turned into one tunnel, then another. Along the way, she met 4 or 5 patrol teams, but because she said the right password, she passed through safely. Ji Yu was originally a person with no sense of direction, and it was easy for her to get lost, but the successive disasters made the once carefree and innocent princess grow up quickly. The mausoleum had such a complicated path, but she had memorized it in just 2 days. She even figured out the mechanisms inside, and after passing through several secret passages, she didn't touch any of them. Finally, she approached the entrance of the mausoleum. There was a tall and sturdy man guarding there. When he saw Ji Yu hurrying over, he frowned and said, "Password." Ji Yu said the password and thought that the man would leave without saying a word, but she didn't expect him to reach out his big hand and said, "Token." Ji Yu paused for a moment. For the first time, she knew that she needed a token to get out of the mausoleum. She didn't hesitate and put her hand in her sleeve and said slowly, "The token is here." Before the last word was finished, a cold light flashed and stabbed toward the man's forehead. This move was as fast as lightning, and the angle was very strange. The man was caught off guard and was hit by her. Chi! The short sword entered the man's brain. The man groaned, and his huge body fell down. Ji Yu gritted her teeth and supported him so that he wouldn't disturb the others. Then, she dragged his body to a hidden corner and flew out of the only exit of the mausoleum. Her heart was beating fast. Her slender hand was still stained with the man's blood, but the hand holding the sword was very stable and didn't tremble at all. The purple moon was high in the sky outside, and the wind in the dense forest was soft, bringing the fragrance of the plants, which seeped into her heart. Ji Yu hadn't seen the sun for a few days. She stood at the entrance of the cave and couldn't help but take a deep breath. Taking in a breath of fresh air, it was as if her lungs, which had been curled up all this time, had opened up. She didn't dare to stay at the entrance of the cave for too long. After exiting the cave, she immediately flew into the dense forest. Only by escaping into the vast mountains would she have any hope of obtaining true freedom. Now, She was only one step away from freedom. She had just entered the dense forest when her feet suddenly stopped and her entire body froze. A man walked out from behind a large tree. He was tall and slender, with sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes. His black clothes almost blended in with the surrounding darkness. Wu Liqian, Little General Wu. His black eyes were heavy as he looked at Ji Yu from head to toe. Finally, his gaze landed on her small blood-stained hand, and he sighed softly. Ji Yu, you didn't even dare to kill a rabbit. But now, you killed a person without even blinking. Ji Yu lowered her eyes and said faintly, people change. Suffering had forced her to grow up. Her clear gaze landed on him. You guys are the same. Wu Liqian sighed. Ji Yu, I haven't changed at all. Ji Yu smiled softly. She didn't know if it was mockery or sarcasm, but she didn't say anything. The childhood sweetheart who used to listen to her and protected her like a pearl was now full of schemes against her. How could he say that he hadn't changed? Chapter 2564. Fake. Just like Jun Liuye, he's also a fake. It is all for power and the so-called ambition. Love cannot withstand a single blow in front of these. Wu Liqian seemed to be pierced by her gaze. Ji Yu, where do you want to escape to? Ji Yu still did not speak. Wu Liqian looked at her for a moment, and his handsome face turned cold. You want to find Jun Liuye, don't you? You can't forget him at all. Have you forgotten that he is your enemy who destroyed your country? Don't you know that he is only using you? Ji Yu pursed her lips and suddenly sneered. Wu Liqian, don't tell me that you are not only using me. How are you better than him? Wu Liqian choked and looked at her with a complicated gaze. After a long time, he sighed and said softly, Ji Yu, I don't know about others, but I am sincere to you. I really like you. I admit that my father has long had the intention to rebel, but I never wanted to hurt you. Ji Yu, you probably think that the reason why we let you stay is to hold the emperor and not for your own good. But have you ever thought that I have Kai in my hands? If I just want a puppet to command the world, I can let Kai dress up as you to achieve all our goals. But I don't want to do that. I am worried about you. So I persuaded my father to make this plan and take the risk to use Kai to replace you to save you. Ji Yu, do you still think that I am purely using you? Ji Yu's eyelashes drooped, and she smiled faintly. Wu Liqian, do you think I'm stupid? You use Kai to replace me not just to save me, but to let Kai use my identity to assassinate Jun Liuye. Only by killing him can you have the hope of dominating the world, right? But have you ever thought that once Kai kills Jun Liuye, will my father and mother still have a way to live? Although Jun Liuye was using her, he had temporarily spared her parents' lives. Once he was assassinated, his subordinates would definitely retaliate. The first thing they would do was to kill the Yuan-Yu emperor and his wife. Ji Yu had thought about this point clearly enough. Wu Liqian was stunned. He didn't expect that Ji Yu could think through such a complicated matter so thoroughly. She was no longer the innocent little princess who didn't know the sorrows of the world. So you're saying that you ran away this time to find Jun Liuye and continue to be his woman in exchange for your parents' temporary safety? Wu Liqian's expression didn't look too good. Ji Yu pursed her lips and didn't say anything. Wu Liqian didn't tell her where she really wanted to go, but there was no need for her to let him know. However, Wu Liqian took her silence as a tacit agreement, and his eyes turned cold. Let's go. I'll take you to a place. Ji Yu didn't expect that Wu Liqian would actually bring her into the city, Purple Moon City. Of course, both of them had disguised themselves before going there. Wu Liqian's disguise skills were actually not inferior to Jun Liuye's. He used some utensils and props to rub and pinch Ji Yu's face. In less than an hour, Ji Yu had become a completely different person. She had an ordinary, pockmarked face and was dressed in coarse clothes. She looked exactly like a village woman. Wu Liqian himself had also disguised himself as a village man with a dark complexion. When he stood next to Ji Yu, they looked like a pair. The full moon hung in the sky, as big as a jade plate. It hung there, shining down on the crowd below. When Ji Yu entered the city, she found out that today was the Autumn Moon Festival of Ji Yu country. Every house was decorated with lanterns and streamers, and the streets were filled with people. It was very lively. Chapter 2565. Ji-Yu's footsteps were heavy. In the past, her father would lead the civil and military officials to the inner city gates to offer sacrifices to the heavens. Of course, he would also enjoy the festivities with the people. After the sacrifice, he would also bring her and her mother to the meteor tower to admire the moon. The family would be happy and harmonious. But now that her parents were prisoners, her life was also like duckweed. The people were still as happy as before, but the people in power on the city gate tower had changed. Ji-Yu was now like the rest of the people, crowding under the city gate tower and looking up at the people on the city gate tower. The city gate tower was very tall, and there were dozens of palace lanterns hanging on it. The city gate tower was brightly lit, and people could faintly see the people on it. After 4 days, Ji-Yu finally saw Jun Liuye again. As usual, Jun Liuye's face was completely covered by a silver ghost mask. His purple robes were overflowing with colors under the moonlight. Standing beside him was the daughter of the Huiyue country's prime minister, Hong Xiang. Behind them were his subordinates and a few respected elders in the city. Ji-Yu finally saw Tsai. It could also be said that she saw another version of herself. When they met last time, Tsai only looked like her, but now she looked 10% like her. She stood slightly behind Jun Liuye with her eyes slightly lowered and her mouth slightly pursed. Even her expression was no different from Ji-Yu's usual. No wonder Wu Liqian was so confident in Tsai. She actually had this kind of ability. Ji-Yu almost suspected that if she returned to her original appearance and stood beside Tsai, then held hands and spun around twice, no one would be able to tell them apart. Even twins wouldn't look so similar. No wonder Jun Liuye couldn't tell them apart. No wonder he could pretend that Tsai was her and keep her by his side. Ji-Yu stood there and forced herself to ignore the bitterness in her heart. She looked at the 3 people. Hong Xiang was standing side by side with him, which meant that the ceremony should be completed by him and Hong Xiang. And at this time, the ceremony should be held by the emperor and empress. He was finally willing to admit that Hong Xiang was his future wife in front of the world. Ji-Yu, who represented Kai Yi, was also standing behind him. So, he wanted to give Ji-Yu the status of a concubine? It seemed that Tsai was quite resourceful. She had only been by his side for 4 days, but she had risen from a bed slave to a concubine. Ji-Yu, did you see that? He didn't recognize Kai Yi. He treated her the same way he treated you. Wu Liqian stood next to Ji-Yu and quietly stabbed her in the heart. Ji-Yu didn't speak. She didn't speak easily now. The girl who used to be as lively as a lark was now as silent as a rock. However, his true sweetheart is Hong Xiang. I heard that she's the only daughter of Prime Minister Xiao of the Huiyue Kingdom, and that she's Jun Liuye's childhood sweetheart. Everyone in the Huiyue Kingdom knows that Hong Xiang likes Jun Liuye, and Prime Minister Xiao has the intention of betrothing Hong Xiang to Jun Liuye. However, the Emperor of the Huiyue Kingdom has yet to issue an imperial edict. Wu Liqian continued to talk about the juicy news he'd obtained. As he spoke, he observed Ji-Yu's expression. Unfortunately, the city gate tower was dimly lit and she was in disguise, so he couldn't see her expression at all. She didn't even change her standing posture. Ji-Yu, you don't believe what I've said? Wu Liqian didn't give up. I believe. Ji-Yu finally spat out 2 words. Her tone was calm. I've known this for a long time. Chapter 2566. You already know, but you're still so devoted to him, Wu Liqian blurted out. Ji-Yu's small face was hidden in the shadows, so people couldn't see her expression. I just can't let go of my parents. She used to treat this love as her everything, throwing herself into it like a moth to a flame. Now, she suddenly understood that there was nothing in this world that couldn't be let go, including love. She was clearly standing in a crowd, surrounded by laughter, but Ji-Yu felt a bone-piercing loneliness. Some of her acupuncture points had been sealed, so she could only walk and stop like a normal person, but she couldn't get rid of Wu Liqian. She could only talk normally and couldn't even shout. She had tried to use the crowd around her to escape, but Wu Liqian seemed to have seen through her thoughts and held her hand tightly without letting go. Husband, look at how loving this young couple is, holding hands the entire time. Good, good. Your husband will also hold your hand. Ji Yu's lips twitched when she heard the young couple talking behind her. Loving? How could she and Wu Liqin be loving? 8 bells suddenly rang from the tower, indicating that the ceremony was about to officially begin. The people below cheered thunderously. Let's go, Ji Yu said. Everything in front of her was very glaring to her, so she didn't want to see it anymore. Wu Liqin didn't force her this time. The two squeezed out of the crowd, leaving the laughter behind. Because most people ran to the tower to watch the ceremony, there were fewer people in other places. The two strolled along the main street. Time slipped away unknowingly, and the tower began to light up with fireworks. Red, purple, fiery trees and silver flowers bloomed in the sky, attracting everyone's attention. Ji Yu didn't have any interest in looking back. Ji Yu, where do you want to go? Wu Liqin asked her. Didn't you want to take me back? It's fine now, Ji Yu coldly said. Since she couldn't get rid of him, she could only accept her fate and think of a way in the future. Wu Liqin looked at her small face and suddenly sighed. Ji Yu, I will try to send a message to Cai and have her postpone her plan to assassinate Jun Luyi. It won't be too late to do it after saving your father and mother. Ji Yu suddenly stopped, and her dim eyes lit up. Really? Then he laughed coldly. You don't need to coax me. I'm afraid you and your father can't wait for my parents to die. Wu Liqin froze. Back then, he and his father had indeed planned to do so. But now, he didn't want Ji Yu to feel despair again. She had suffered enough blows, and every blow was cruel to a man, not to mention Ji Yu, who had grown up in a honeypot. She was already strong enough to not break down until now. Ji Yu, I'll convince my father to save your parents first. At most, I'll put them under house arrest for the rest of their lives, but I won't harm their lives. Wu Liqin finally spoke the truth in his heart. Ji Yu's heart, which had been submerged in ice water, suddenly had a glimmer of hope because of his words. Now that things had come to this, she had no intention of reviving her country. That was just a fool's dream. She didn't ask for much. She just wanted her parents to be well and live a peaceful life. But could Wu Liqin's words be trusted? After being tricked so many times, Ji Yu no longer believed anyone. No matter what she heard, she would discount it in her heart. Chapter 2567. Wu Liqin could guess what she was worried about at the moment. His blood was boiling. He raised his left hand and pointed his thumb at the moon in the sky. He said solemnly, I solemnly swear that I will save the Yuanyue Emperor and his wife first before I do anything else. If I violate this oath, may I be struck by lightning. Ji Yu was shocked. The oath made to the moon on the night of the full moon in Ji Yu was the heaviest. No one would violate it. Otherwise, there would be a risk of breaking the oath. Wu Liqin was serious. Ji Yu's eyes finally lit up, as if she finally saw a glimmer of starlight after walking in the dark for a long time. However, Ji Yu, saving His Majesty is indeed very risky. We need to think about it carefully. I can't guarantee that I can save His Majesty, but I will try my best. Wu Liqin stared at Ji Yu's eyes and said seriously. Ji Yu nodded slightly. She also knew that it was very difficult, but there was still hope. Kai was not exposed, so everything was normal in the city. Wu Liqin also relaxed his vigilance. In order to make Ji Yu happy, he proposed to find an inn in the city to rest for the night before going back. Behind them, the people who were watching the fun in the city tower came back. They were discussing the grand ceremony of the heaven worship ceremony, and they were all excited. The capital was covered with crowns, and the people were all haggard. Ji Yu didn't want to see this, nor did she want to hear this. She was about to take a few steps to avoid them, but a child's words directly stopped her in her tracks. Mother, are we going to kill the emperor tomorrow? I want to see it. I want to see it. Children shouldn't watch such bloody things. How about I take you to ride a horse tomorrow? No, I want to watch the emperor being killed. But that's not suitable for children. Wife, Xiaobao, is a boy after all. He needs to train his courage so that he can grow up to be a man in the future. Besides, killing the emperor is not something that you can see all the time. Yes, mother, I want to be a man. Become a man. Okay, Okay, you two can watch it tomorrow. I don't want to watch it. It's so bloody that I'm afraid of nightmares. It was like thunder. Ji-Yu's whole body was frozen. She almost thought that she was hallucinating. She slowly turned around and opened her mouth to ask something, but she found that her mind was blank. Wu Liqian's reaction was faster. He stopped the family who were talking and laughing and interrupted. Tomorrow? Which emperor? Of course, it's the captured full moon emperor. Who else could it be? Brother, didn't you hear the emperor's announcement just now? The man from the family of three asked in surprise. We thought it was too crowded inside, so we came out long ago. Brother, you must have heard the whole story. Tell us about it. Wu Liqian was an expert at getting information out of people. He quickly started a conversation with the family. In just a few words, he had already figured out the ins and outs of the whole matter. As it turned out, the one presiding over the ceremony was not Jun Liuye, but Jun Lufeng and Hong Xiang. This was because Jun Lufeng had already been appointed as the city lord of Zus City by the Huiyue Kingdom's king, while Jun Liuye was still the commander of the three armies. There were no other promotions, and it was rumored that he would be leading his troops back to the kingdom soon. As for Hong Xiang, she was the daughter of the prime minister and could be considered the most honorable woman here. She was suitable to be a helper. After the ceremony, Jun Liuye came up with Sai and announced in public that in order to appease the anger of the people and to comply with the way of heaven, Emperor Yuan Yu and his wife would be beheaded at Xian Yuan stage at noon the next day. Chapter 2568. At that time, all the people could go and watch. This news was like a bomb, causing the people below to be in an uproar. After the ceremony, people were still talking in twos and threes. The husband of the family of three was very talkative and told all the news he knew. Princess Ji-Yu also agreed to kill Yuan Yu Emperor. Ji-Yu, who had been silent all this time, asked dryly. Her voice was very dry and hoarse. I heard that Princess Ji-Yu has no choice now, right? She has also become third Prince Jun's woman, so she can only choose to put righteousness before family. When the announcement was made on the gate tower, Princess Ji-Yu didn't say anything, but she nodded. Ji-Yu, the family of three, finished gossiping and laughed. In fact, it was not only this family of three who were talking about this matter on the street. Other people were also talking in twos and threes. Their saliva was flying everywhere, as if they were talking about interesting gossip. Wu Liqian pulled Ji-Yu, who was as stiff as a stick, and walked forward. Let's go back first. Ji-Yu felt like she was stepping on cotton. She staggered a few steps and knelt on the ground once. Fortunately, Wu Liqian had been holding her arm. Otherwise, she would have been lying on the ground directly. Her knee was also injured. Her hand was as cold as ice, and her whole body was sluggish. Wu Liqian said a few words to her, but she didn't react. Wu Liqian was also afraid of attracting attention, so he simply pulled her and walked quickly. Don't worry, we will go back and think of a way. Ji-Yu suddenly stopped. She used a lot of strength, and Wu Liqian was not prepared for it, so he almost staggered. Ji-Yu? Ji-Yu's hands and feet were trembling, and she said word by word, I don't believe it. I don't believe that he would do this to me. I will go and ask him myself. I'm going to fight it out with him. She turned around and ran back in the direction of the city gate tower. Suddenly, the back of her head became numb, and her head became dizzy, and she fell down. Wu Liqian had no choice but to knock her out and held her in his arms. She was as light as a feather, as if she could be blown away by the wind. Ji-Yu, I am sorry. Let's go back first. We will talk when we go back. Wu Liqian carried her and walked away. He wanted to take her out of the city, but because it was late at night and the gate was closed, he couldn't silently jump over the tall city wall with a person in his arms. So he could only turn back. The sun was shining brightly, illuminating the entire earth. Xian Yuantai, a very grand place, is actually the place where Ji-Yu country executes ministers who have committed crimes. Every time a minister broke the law or angered the emperor would just casually say, push him out and behead him. These ministers would be pushed here to be beheaded in public. This used to be the place where the majesty of the royal family was established. It was also the place where the ministers trembled with fear. In the past, when the ministers were executed, The royal family would gather the civil and military officials as well as the common people to watch. If it was a major case, the full moon emperor would even personally supervise the execution on the stage. The execution of an emperor was a once-in-a-century event. The entire Purple Moon City was in an uproar. It was not noon yet, but there were already many people gathered under the Xianyuan stage. As far as the eye could see, it was densely packed with people. It was the beginning of autumn. The weather was still hot and the sun was scorching. Everyone was drenched in sweat and stretched their necks to look into the distance. Time ticked by, and at 9:30 in the morning, the crowd in the distance suddenly surged. The shouts of soldiers could be heard. Chapter 25:69. The shouts of soldiers could be heard as a group of brightly armored soldiers cleared the way. In the middle, they were escorting 2 carriages of prisoners. Wherever they went, the people automatically parted like a tide. The crowd suddenly cheered, Jun Shui, Jun Shui. The cheers were like waves, shaking the heavens and earth. No matter what era it was, people always worshipped heroes, not to mention Jun Liuye, the famous war god of the entire continent. He also had the ability to win people's hearts. In just a short month, he had already won the hearts of the people of Jiyu. Everyone worshipped him like a god. But now, he was riding a tall horse alongside the 8th prince, Jun Lufeng. He was still wearing that iconic devil mask, looking awe-inspiring. His whole body was emitting a kind of cold aura that kept people away. Behind him were the 2 wooden, caged prison wagons, each of which had a person locked inside. Although the person in front had disheveled hair, he was wearing the Jiyu country's monarch's court robes. He must be the monarch of Jiyu country, Yuan Yu Emperor. In the prison carriage behind him was a middle-aged woman. Although her hair was neat, her head was lowered, making it hard for people to see her face. There was no need to ask, this was the Empress of Jiyu country. Such a group of people was naturally very eye-catching. The moment the crowd saw the prison carriages, it was silent at first, then it boiled over like adding oil to a raging fire. Perhaps it was to achieve the goal of the parade. The group moved very slowly passing through the crowd. Jiyu was mixed in the crowd, watching all of this with wide eyes. In front and behind her were the Wu family's experts in disguise. Of course, Wu Liqian was also by her side. In such hot weather, everyone else was sweating profusely, but Jiyu's face did not have a single drop of sweat. Her hands were even cold the entire time. Jiyu, I've already discussed this with Father. Let's see if this is Jun Liuye's plan to lure the enemy. If it's true, we'll try to save your parents. How? Raid the execution ground? Jun Liuye caught us off guard, so this is the only way now. What are the chances of success? There's a 20 to 30% chance. I'll go to Jiyu. I think it's best if you wait outside. There's no need to go in. No, I must go. No one can stop me. If you try to stop me, you'll have to kill me. All right, I'll take you there. However, when you get there, you must listen to my orders and not act rashly. Otherwise, if our identities are exposed, we will all die without a burial ground. All right. This was the conversation between Jiyu and Wu Liqian when she woke up in an unknown in this morning. She had originally wanted to take things slowly to save her parents, but Jun Liuye's move had disrupted all her plans. She could only stake it all on one throw. She couldn't watch her parents die. Even if she had to risk her life, she had to save them. Besides, deep in her heart, she didn't believe that Jun Liuye would be so heartless as to kill her parents in front of so many people. He clearly promised to spare her parents' lives. Although she had escaped, he was still pretending to be her and staying by his side. He didn't see it, so how could he miss the appointment? How could he go back on his words? Ever since she woke up, her chest felt like it was stuffed with a ball of fire or a block of ice. His head was buzzing, and his mind was often blank. Chapter 2570. Her head was buzzing and her mind was often blank, but there was only one thought in her mind. No matter what, she had to save her parents. If she couldn't save them, she would rather be buried with them. Raiding the execution ground was easy to say, but the chances of success under the watchful eyes of this Azura war god were minuscule. If it really didn't work, she would rush out and reveal her identity. But would Jun Liuye give her face? He was only using her. He even spared her parents' lives so that he could make better use of them. Then, was this so-called execution of the emperor a trap to lure Ji Yu's former subordinates outside the city to raid the execution ground? Wu Liqian had also analyzed this to her, saying that this was most likely a trap that wanted to catch all of them in one fell swoop. If this was a trap, if they didn't show up and fall for it, her parents wouldn't really be killed. Thus, Wu Liqian repeatedly reminded Ji Yu to stay calm and not act rashly before coming. To be on the safe side, he sealed Ji Yu's mute acupoint and some of her acupoints so that she could walk freely, but she couldn't use her martial arts. This was to prevent her from rushing out in a fit of anger. At this moment, they had all changed their appearances and blended into the crowd like ordinary people, not revealing anything. Ji was also trying her best to calm herself down. Wu Liqian kept holding her hand to prevent her from getting lost. The other experts naturally fanned out around her, protecting her closely. When the group of people arrived with the prisoner carriage, Ji Yu's eyes widened. She was quite far away, but she could clearly see the people in the carriage. It really was her imperial father and imperial mother. Looking at their figures and the side of their faces that appeared and disappeared, it was all the same. Although she had mentally prepared herself, when she really saw them, the impact on Ji Yu wasn't small. Her parents had always lived a life of luxury. When had they ever suffered like this? She couldn't help but take 2 steps forward, but she was pulled back by Wu Liqian. She suddenly turned back, and Wu Liqian shook his head at her, indicating for her to calm down. Ji Yu took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. Her gaze fell on Jun Liuye in front of her, and her eyes were almost bloodshot. This person played with her feelings in the palm of his hand. Not only did he cause the destruction of her country, he even wanted to kill her. Could it be that men who play politics are all so ruthless? What was love at his heart? What was she to him? Not even a single strand of straw would be of any weight. Her eyes stared straight at Jun Liuye, who was slowly moving through the crowd on a tall horse. Her eyes were filled with undisguised hatred. There were too many onlookers, and it was crowded. From time to time, there were impatient people squeezing in and out of the crowd. A burly man almost bumped into Ji Yu in the process of squeezing. Fortunately, Wu Liqian blocked him in time. The other experts also quietly squeezed over, forming an invisible human wall around Ji Yu, preventing others from approaching. Ji Yu didn't notice this. Her eyes were only on the prison carriage. She wanted to break open the wooden cage, save her parents, and then run away. The group of people finally arrived at Xianyuan's stage. The prison carriage was open on the stage, and 2 soldiers roughly dragged the prisoners out of the carriage. Ignoring their struggles, they forced them to kneel on the ground. The 2 brothers, Jun Liuye and Jun Lufeng, as well as another official who didn't seem to have a low position, were surrounded by guards as they sat on the execution platform. Chapter 2571. Sir Xing, can we begin? Jun Lufeng asked the official beside him. The official smiled. Your Highnesses can make the decision. I dare not overstep my boundaries. Sir Xing is an imperial envoy. You should be in charge of the execution. Jun Lufeng smiled. Sir Xing cupped his hands and said, Your Highness is too polite. I have the Emperor's orders. Please don't blame me. His polite words were directed at Jun Liuye. At this moment, Jun Liuye gave the impression that he was a man of few words. He only said 2 words, You're too polite. Jun Lufeng said, Sir Xing, please examine the prisoners. Sir Xing said a few more polite words and then walked down the stage. Behind the couple stood 2 executioners. When Sir Xing came down, one of the executioners pulled the prisoner's hair and forced them to raise their heads. Sir Xing looked at the faces of the 2 criminals and nodded slightly. He then walked back to the execution platform and cupped his hands towards the Jun brothers. Many thanks for your cooperation, Your Highnesses. This lowly official has verified that there is no mistake. This lowly official will report this to His Majesty after returning to the capital. Killing this fatuous ruler will be a great merit to both Your Highnesses. Although the voices on the stage were not loud, Ji Yu and the others were martial arts masters. They had sharp ears and eyes. Their attention was also on the stage, so they naturally heard the conversation clearly. Wu Liqian's expression changed slightly. It turned out that it was not Jun Liuye's idea to kill the emperor of the Full Moon Kingdom. It was an imperial edict from the emperor of the Huiyue Kingdom. This imperial envoy came specifically for this. If that was the case, then this was not a trap. It was real. They were really going to kill the emperor of the Full Moon Kingdom in front of everyone. He secretly looked around. There were many soldiers of the Huiyue Kingdom around the Zhuanyuan Tai. There were at least a few thousand people. The security was very tight. With only a few hundred people, it was impossible for them to break into the execution stage. The emperor of the Full Moon Kingdom could not be saved. He could not help but look at Jiyu. His first thought was to take her away and not let her see this cruel scene. However, the words that his father, Wu Tianxi, had secretly instructed him last night appeared in his ears again. Wu Tianxi told him that Jiyu had not truly given up on Jun Liuye. So if Jun Liuye really wanted to kill Yuanyu Emperor and his wife, he should not stop Jiyu from watching. Only when she saw everything with her own eyes would she truly hate Wu Liqian to the bone. Only then would she truly become their puppet. Only then would he, Wu Liqian, be able to fulfill his wish and bring the beauty home. Wu Liqian also understood that his father was right, but how cruel was it to let an inexperienced little girl witness all of this? He hesitated for a moment. Jiyu also saw the imperial envoy and heard their conversation on the stage. Naturally, she also understood the sequence of events. Her fingers instantly turned cold. Even the imperial envoys were here. It seemed like the execution this time was real. But back then, Jun Liuye had clearly said that he could protect her parents from dying. He clearly said it. Was he really going to break his promise? He was such a powerful person. If he really wanted to keep the two of them alive, he should have a way, right? Unless he didn't want to protect himself at all. Or perhaps it was because of that Kai Yi. That's right. Wu Tianxi was looking forward to her parents' death. Kai Yi was also one of his people. Perhaps Kai Yi had pretended to be her and purposely whispered into Jun Liuye's ear, saying that he could put righteousness before family or something. So Jun Liuye had no scruples. Chapter 2572. Her heart was in a whirlwind, and her heart was in her throat, as if it was going to jump out of her mouth. She clenched her fists tightly, her fingertips as pale as snow. The imperial envoy on the stage had already begun to read out Emperor Yuanyu's crimes. The list was quite long, as if Emperor Yuanyu had committed countless crimes. However, Jiyu did not hear a single one. She looked at Wu Liqian with fiery eyes. Although she could not speak, her meaning was clear. She was asking when they would take action. After the list of crimes was read out, her parents' heads would fall to the ground. She could not wait any longer. Wu Liqian naturally understood what she meant. He looked away and said, "Wait a little longer." Wait a little longer? Their heads would fall to the ground if they waited any longer. Jiyu's eyes were bloodshot. Others could ignore this matter, but she could not. The ones kneeling on the stage were her parents. She began to struggle, signaling Wu Liqian to unseal her acupoints. Wu Liqian naturally refused and held her hand tightly. "Jiyu, don't be rash. Let's wait and see." Wait and see. What kind of miracle could she see? Could she still hope that Jun Liuye would suddenly be merciful and let them go despite his imperial father's imperial edict? Perhaps she could only fight for her parents' lives if she rushed out herself. "Let go of me." She could not speak, so she could only yell with her mouth. Seeing that noon was approaching, Jiyu could no longer hold it in. "Jiyu, calm down. Perhaps this is their plan. We can't expose ourselves. You can't expose yourself either." Wu Liqian transmitted his voice to her and held her hands at the same time to prevent her from struggling too much. "I want to go out. Maybe if I go out and beg him, he'll let them go." Jiyu desperately mouthed her thoughts. Her eyes were completely red. "Jiyu, don't be naive. Jun Liuye is not someone who would change his mind for a woman. He only wants to use you." Wu Liqian cruelly shattered her hopes. "No, he won't. He promised me." Jiyu could no longer care about anything else. Wu Liqian could still read lips. He looked at the stage and saw that the imperial envoy was about to finish reading out the sentence. Jun Liuye had been sitting there calmly without any movement. He did not even look down at the stage. Ji, you're still so stubborn even now? He had long wanted to kill your parents. The reason why he left them alive today was probably to keep a bargaining chip with his imperial father. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if he does have some feelings for you, at most, he won't do anything to you, but he won't publicly disobey the imperial edict for the sake of a fallen emperor like your father. Then are you going to save them or not? Jiyu's lips were trembling. Wu Liqian paused and didn't say anything for a moment. If they tried to invade the execution ground now, they would only end up dead. Jiyu, we will avenge your parents in the future. Wu Liqian looked away, not daring to look in her fiery eyes. Jiyu took a step back, her mind blank. Her path was cut off, and her heart was filled with endless gloom. No one helped her. No one could really help her save people. There was no one around. Why did this happen? She had only fallen in love, but in the end, she had sacrificed her country and her parents' lives. She was a sinner. She was the sinner of GU country. She should be the one kneeling there to be beheaded. It shouldn't be her parents. She was the one who deserved to die. Her fingertips were trembling, and her vision was turning black. Chapter 2573. Wu Liqian would not make a move at this time. The only one who could save her parents was herself. She closed her eyes and began to attack the sealed acupoints with all her might. When Junya was with her, he had once taught her a bit of self-unsealing acupoints. Although there were many people present, most of them were listening to the Imperial Envoy's announcement, so the noise below was not loud. However, the Imperial Envoy's voice was like a demon's voice. How could Jiyu calm down under such circumstances? There were a few times when she almost went into a fork in the road, causing her blood vessels to hurt and the taste of blood to spread in her throat. However, she could not care less and continued to desperately unseal her acupoints. This kind of acupoint unsealing technique could not be seen from the outside. Wu Liqian thought that she had finally accepted her fate at this time and was slightly relieved. He still felt guilty and transmitted his voice to her. Jiyu, don't worry. I will help you take revenge. He simply pulled her into his arms and hugged her, intentionally or otherwise blocking Jiyu's view of the Xin Yuantai. He could not do anything else for her, but he could still block her from seeing the bloody scene that was about to happen. Jiyu's body trembled slightly, but she did not struggle and was very obedient in his arms. Her face was disguised, so he could not see her expression. However, from her trembling body, he knew how much she was suffering in her heart. The guilt in his heart grew heavier and heavier. He hugged her and randomly promised her, Jiyu, don't worry. I will treat you better in the future. I will not let you suffer any more grievances. I will also treat you like a princess. I will not let you feel lonely. Don't be afraid. Jiyu still closed her eyes and turned a deaf ear to his words. Time was life. She could not waste a single second. She only hoped that time would slow down a little, just a little more, so that she could unseal her acupoints first. She wanted to rush up to the platform and expose Kai Yi's identity. She wanted to tell Jun Liuye that she was the real Jiyu. She would beg him to let her parents go. As long as he was willing to let them go, she was willing to do anything for him, even if it was as a slave or a servant. Holding on to this little bit of hope, she hit her acupoints with all her might. Perhaps it was due to her sincerity, or perhaps it was because she was originally intelligent, but the acupoints that Wu Liqian had sealed actually began to open up, and the flow of her inner energy gradually became lively. It was also at this time that the imperial envoy on the stage finally finished reading his long list of crimes. He paused and looked at the two princes beside him. Your Highnesses, can we begin the execution? The two princes looked at each other and were about to speak. Suddenly, a scream came from below the stage. No, show mercy. That voice was extremely loud and sharp, suppressing the noise of the tens of thousands of people below. Everyone looked in that direction and saw a figure pouncing towards the stage. Wu Liqian never dreamed that Jiyu would do this. He was originally holding her in his arms and thinking about how to continue comforting her. But he didn't expect that Jiyu, who was in his arms, would suddenly hit his chest with her palm. He was caught off guard. His chest tightened and his arms loosened. Ji took the opportunity to break free from his arms and let out a scream. She used all of her inner energy to shout, so it naturally shook the entire audience. Wu Leqian was the closest to her, so he was almost deafened by her scream. Of course, he immediately reacted and reflexively reached out to grab her as she jumped out. His martial arts were very high. Although it could not compare to Jun Liuye, it was not something that Ji could compare to. Otherwise, he would not have been able to catch her so easily. Chapter 2574. His martial arts were extremely high. Even though he couldn't compare to Jun Liuye, he wasn't someone Ji could compare to. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to catch her so easily. He had already made up his mind. After capturing Ji, he would tell the others that his wife was a little crazy to dispel their wariness. Then, he would bring her back. His plan was very good, and even his subordinates were very supportive. Almost at the same time, when Ji rushed out, those people also took action to stop her. He was confident that he would be able to subdue her in an instant without batting an eyelid, but while dreams were plentiful, reality was cruel. The accident happened in an instant. Just as he rushed towards Ji, a black shadow flashed in front of his eyes. That black shadow hugged Ji, who was about to jump onto the stage, and held her in his arms. Wu Leqian was shocked and subconsciously shouted, "Let go of my wife." He rushed over. That black shadow hugged Ji and spun around, causing Wu Leqian to pounce on empty air. That black shadow spun and avoided the obstruction of Wu Leqian and the other experts. Like lightning, he flew up to the stage and stood in the air. Wu Leqian finally saw the black shadow's true face and was stunned for a moment before he angrily shouted, Your Excellency is? My wife who just arrived." That person was tall and straight, but his face was ordinary. He was the type that couldn't be found in a crowd, but his eyes were very sharp. He coldly looked at Wu Leqian and said, "Your wife?" His voice was as cold as iron. Wu Leqian relied on the fact that he and Ji were disguised and no one would recognize them. He immediately said, "That's right. She's my wife who just got married a few days ago. Let go." Before he could finish his last word, he was interrupted by Ji's voice. Her voice trembled as she said, "Jun Liuye." Even though she didn't recognize his current face, she recognized the unique smell and aura on his body. She couldn't be wrong. He actually disguised himself and mixed in with the crowd. Then, the Jun Liuye on the stage was fake? Ji's heart was beating wildly and her head was ringing. Her mouth was slightly open and she couldn't react. Jun Liuye hugged her so tightly that she was almost squeezed into his bones. Ji almost couldn't breathe. She struggled and said, "Let go of me." Jun Liuye finally lowered his eyes to look at her. This gaze was like ice and snow, causing Ji's heart to turn cold. All the blood in his body seemed to be frozen by his gaze. However, he didn't let go of her. Instead, he tightened his grip on her. Ji's waist was about to be broken by him. The pain made him inhale sharply. However, she still heaved a sigh of relief. Although she was naive, she was still very smart. After thinking for a while, she came to a conclusion. This emperor-slaying operation was indeed a trap set up by Jun Liuye. She was afraid that he had already found out that Sai was a fake. In order to find her again, he deliberately spread the news that he wanted to kill her father and mother, forcing her to come here. Now that he had finally found her, this emperor-slaying operation should be over, right? No matter what, it was fine as long as her parents weren't killed. She didn't care about anything else. When she was at the peak of despair, hope suddenly appeared in her eyes. She didn't care about the pain from his grip on her waist. She grabbed his sleeve and said, "Jun Liuye, let my parents go." Her bright eyes were like fire as she stared at his face. It was as if she had caught the last straw in her life. Chapter 2575. She could not continue because her mute acupoint had been sealed once more, rendering her unable to utter a single word. Jun Liuye did not even lower his head to look at her. Instead, he looked down at Wu Leqian, whose expression had already changed. He chuckled and said, "Your wife?" His voice was light as a feather, but it hid a knife-sharp chill. Wu Leqian felt a chill in his heart. Before he could think of another excuse, His vision blurred, and a dazzling cold light flashed. A long sword circled around him like a swimming dragon. The sword came too quickly, and the angle was too tricky. Wu Liqian had never seen such a fast sword or such a vicious sword move in his life. He did not even have time to pull out the dagger hidden in his sleeve before he felt a sudden chill and pain on his neck. His vision turned black. This was the last thing he felt in this world. His body fell down, falling into the dust. His many subordinates did not even have time to save him. Ji Yu's eyes widened. From her angle, she could see where Wu Liqian's neck was struck by the sword. She could see the blood spurting out. She could see Wu Liqian, who had just been talking to her, fall into a pool of blood. The sudden conflict naturally caused the surrounding citizens to fall into chaos. They scattered in all directions, afraid of being implicated. Wu Liqian's subordinates also wanted to take the opportunity to escape with the chaotic crowd. However, they did not expect that the sound of weapons would be heard. Suddenly, dozens of plain-clothed experts emerged from the crowd. These experts seemed to have already identified Wu Liqian's subordinates. In the midst of the chaos, they actually used their weapons to suppress them. Wu Liqian's subordinates were also dressed as commoners. They wanted to get away with it, so they did not dare to attack and could only cry out, "We're innocent." They were forced back to the center of the field by the plain-clothed experts and separated from the surrounding citizens. There were more than 100 of them. They stood in the middle of the field, shouting that they were commoners and that they should not injure good people. They desperately pretended to be innocent. They had just witnessed Jun Liuya's demon-like attack and were almost scared out of their wits. In addition to the experts, the Huiyue Kingdom's soldiers also quietly surrounded them like an iron bucket. They could not escape even if they fought with their lives on the line. They could only pretend to be commoners and try to get away with it. "My lord, there are a total of 112 rebels here. None of them were left out. Please deal with them, my lord," a general from the Huiyue Kingdom reported. Jun Liuya didn't even look at Ji Yu in his arms. His gaze swept across those people and only spat out 4 words: "Kill without mercy." These short words had decided the fate of these people and brought about a new round of slaughter. When Wu Liqian's subordinates saw that they couldn't get away with it, they naturally took out their weapons and began to fight with their lives. However, because they had to hide their identities, the weapons they had on them were all short blades. They couldn't use them well, and coupled with the fact that they were flustered, they were no match for those experts. These experts were all former members of the Dark Shadow Tower. It could be said that each one of them could fight against 1,000. When these people joined hands, it was as if they were chopping melons and vegetables. One by one, they fell. Ji Yu, who was in Jun Liuya's arms, passively watched the massacre in front of her. She watched the blood splatter and the limbs dance in the air. Her heart kept sinking, as if there was a hand in the dark clutching her heart. It tightened inch by inch until she couldn't breathe and couldn't feel her own heartbeat. She wanted to open her mouth and shout, but her acupuncture points were sealed and she couldn't speak. She naturally didn't have any feelings for Wu Liqian's rebels, but they were still her former comrades. Chapter 2576. She didn't have any feelings for Wu Liqian's rebels, but they used to be her companions. They even bought food for her and fetched water for her this morning. When she was in the crowd, just now, they blocked the crowd for her. Now, these lives fell one by one in front of her. Just like Wu Liqian, they became incomplete corpses. So this trap wasn't just a trap to lure her out, but also a trap to catch all the old subordinates of Ji Yu. She and her parents were really just tools in his eyes. Her vision turned black, and her ears even buzzed a little. But a voice still clearly reached her ears. "Jun Shuai, do you still want to execute the Emperor Yuan couple?" Ji Yu recognized this voice. It was the Imperial Envoy's voice. Her heart instantly jumped. She almost stopped breathing. Now that the old subordinates of Ji Yu were all dead, the Emperor Yuan couple who acted as bait were useless. How would Jun Liuya deal with them? She struggled in his arms and opened her mouth. She wanted to plead for her parents, but she couldn't make sound. Jun Liuya looked down at her in his arms, then said to the Imperial Envoy, "Carry it out as usual." The Imperial Envoy seemed to be relieved. He immediately turned around and threw the stick that represented life and death at the center of the execution field. He spat out one word, execute. One word shattered all of Ji-Yu's hope. One word shattered all of her will. In her wide eyes, she saw the executioner raise the bright knife high, and then, with a swoosh, bring it down. Crack, crack. Two sounds that made one's teeth ache rang out. Two heads fell to the ground, and two mouthfuls of blood spurted out. Ji-Yu's sky was a crimson red of despair. The sky was a crimson red of despair. Ning Shuama's hand that was pressed against the ice coffin trembled. Shun Julie, who had been gently pressing down on her hand, raised his hand and quickly drew a line in the air with his fingertips. The blue light that came from the memory reading quickly disappeared. Ning Shuama woke up from her dream and opened her eyes. The blue ice cave was still the same as before. The ice coffin was also the same as before. The girl in the ice coffin was still sleeping, and Jun Liuye was still standing in front of it. Ji-Yu was in Shun Julie's arms. He was also holding her cold little hand. He sent his psychokinesis into her limbs and bones, quickly expelling the coldness from her body. "How are you?" Shin Julie only then did he speak when he saw that her face had regained its redness. Ning Shuama's whole body felt warm. She smiled at the great god. "I'm fine." Shun Julie did not say anything. He used his telekinesis to check her body again. After making sure that there was no blockage, he stopped and patted her on the shoulder. "Come on, let's have a go." Ning Shuama, the Almighty, he would occasionally treat her as his disciple. But this kind zest. Ning Shuama wanted to laugh, but her smile disappeared before it reached her lips. She thought of the little princess Ji-Yu's memories that she had just read. So tragic, so despairing. Her mood was even affected by Ji-Yu's memories. Her sharp gaze shot towards Jun Liuye, who was standing there with his sleeves down. She said coldly, "Jun Liuye, you keep saying that you love her. Is this how you love her? You killed her parents in front of her." All of this made her, an experienced assassin, terrified, let alone Ji-Yu, who used to be so naive and pure. Chapter 2577. Jun Liuye's face turned pale. He finally understood what Ning Shuama and the rest were reading. He closed his eyes and said, "Her parents weren't killed, but the substitutes I found." Ning Shuama raised her eyebrows. She was smart enough to understand Jun Liuye's plan. "So this is how you saved Emperor Yuanyu and his wife?" Using the strategy of substituting one person with another criminal who looks similar to Emperor Yuanyu and his wife, and then beheading them in front of the imperial envoy sent by your father to give an explanation to the Huiyue kingdom? Jun Liuye glanced at Ning Shuama and was surprised by her intelligence. She actually guessed it right. He nodded. "That's right. Back then, my position in the Huiyue kingdom was very delicate. Although my father appointed me as the general of the army, he was very afraid of me. There were a few times when the ministers in the court wanted to find trouble with me. They kept an eye on me, waiting for me to make a mistake. If I wanted to save Emperor Yuanyu and his wife, I couldn't do it openly. I had to do it secretly. After I promised Ji-Yu that day, I secretly sent my confidants to look for criminals who looked like Emperor Yuanyu and his wife, but it wasn't easy. It took me more than a month to find them." Jun Liuye looked back at the ice coffin with pain in his eyes. She was naive and didn't have much experience. Her emotions were easily written on her face. Those who were observant could see the clues. At that time, there were spies sent by Imperial Father at my side. They were watching me and the people around me. They couldn't make the slightest mistake. This matter involved a lot of people. To prevent it from being leaked, I didn't tell her about this plan. I just prepared everything in secret. When Ning Shuama read Ji-Yu's memories, she could feel her emotions. She sighed softly when she thought of the helplessness and despair she felt when she was beside Jun Liuye. After she was kidnapped by Wu Liqian, when did you see through Tsai's disguise? Ning Shuama thought of another question. Jun Liuye's expression changed slightly. She was kidnapped by Wu Liqian? She didn't follow him of her own accord? Of course not. Her parents are still in your hands. Even if she doesn't consider you, she has to consider the safety of her parents. How could she leave with Wu Liqian? Ning Xiuema sneered. Jun Liuye's gaze turned to the ice coffin. Looking at Ji Yu inside, his eyes were filled with regret. I misunderstood her. His eyes and ears were all over the world, and he knew about the relationship between Wu Liqian and Ji Yu. He was Ji Yu's childhood sweetheart, and the two of them were very close. He couldn't be any nicer to Ji Yu. He was also Ji Yu's most trusted friend. Therefore, when he found out that the person who took Ji Yu away was Wu Liqian, he was filled with anger and jealousy. When did you see through Tsai's identity? Ning Xiuema asked again. Jun Liuye's voice was cold. After she returned to the palace, she pretended to be Ji Yu and threw herself into my arms. I saw through her. Although Kai Yi's camouflage technique was very high, she could only deceive others. How could she deceive Jun Liuye, who was also an assassin? The killer's ability to recognize people was abnormally high. In this aspect, Jun Liuye was an expert among experts. What's more, he was very familiar with Ji Yu. He couldn't be fooled by a completely similar appearance. In other people's eyes, perhaps Kai Yi's camouflage was perfect, but in his eyes, Kai Yi was completely different from Ji Yu except for her appearance. She was full of flaws. Jun Liuye was the boss of the assassin world, so he naturally knew the other assassins like the back of his hand. Chapter 2578. He knew that Kai Yi was a faceless person, so when he realized that she wasn't Ji Yu, he immediately guessed her identity. In order to avoid alerting the enemy, he didn't reveal Kai Yi's disguise and only feigned civility. Of course, he didn't have any intimate contact with Kai Yi. He used the excuse that he was busy and put Kai Yi under house arrest in the palace. He called the shadow guard who followed Ji Yu that day. After asking about everything, his heart turned cold. He had already guessed that Ji Yu was replaced in the inn. With Ji Yu's ability, if she didn't want to, that person couldn't have taken her away. At this time, there weren't many people who could make Ji Yu trust, so he immediately thought of Wu Liqian. That day, he went to the inn to investigate. He found the secret passageway and found some clues inside, which confirmed his initial conjecture. After he led the troops to attack Purple Moon City, Wu Liqian and his son disappeared. He sent people to look for them, but to no avail. He thought that this pair of cowardly father and son had already fled to other countries. He didn't expect that they were still hiding outside Purple Moon City. They even took this opportunity to take Ji Yu away. As opponents, Jun Liuye knew that this pair of father and son were not really loyal. They took Ji Yu away because they wanted to use Ji Yu's name to get in touch with the real old subordinates of Ji Yu Kingdom. They wanted to use Ji Yu's name to take control of the Ji Yu Kingdom. They only wanted Emperor Full Moon to die as soon as possible. Ji Yu wanted them to save her parents. With Jun Liuye's intelligence, he could easily guess everything. He could also guess Ji Yu's situation. He knew that her life wouldn't be in danger, but she would most likely be forced to marry. As for Ji Yu, there was a high chance that she would agree. Furthermore, they might even get married immediately. This speculation made his heart burn. He was worried and angry about Ji Yu. He was angry that she couldn't recognize people. He was even angrier that she allowed someone to send a substitute to pretend to be her. He had secretly planned everything for her, but she had let an assassin impersonate her and then flew away with her childhood sweetheart who had ulterior motives. Those days, Jun Liuye was like sitting on pins and needles. He couldn't show it, so he secretly sent people everywhere to search. However, Wu Liqian and his son had hidden themselves so well that his men couldn't find them. Kai Yi was also very alert. She didn't contact the outside world during the few days she had been in the palace. Kai Yi was a very professional person. Even if she was tortured, she would not reveal the secrets of the main family. Therefore, Jun Liuye did not alert her and only sent people to keep a close watch on her. It wasn't until 3 days later that Tsai finally used a hummingbird to contact the outside world, which was secretly intercepted by Jun Liuye's people. Following the vine to the melon, they found Wu Tianxi's hiding place, the tomb hidden deep in the mountains. After finding the enemy's lair, Jun Liuye could naturally send troops to encircle and annihilate them. However, that place was easy to defend and hard to attack, so it was impossible to break through with lightning speed. He was confident that he could destroy Wu Tianxi's nest in one fell swoop, but he couldn't guarantee that Wu Tianxi wouldn't take desperate measures and use Ji Yu as a hostage. Only by tricking Ji Yu out of the mausoleum would he be able to attack without any scruples. Coincidentally, the imperial court also sent an imperial envoy to urge him to execute the full moon emperor. He had a sudden inspiration and agreed. He deliberately announced this matter to the people after the Purple Moon Festival ceremony so that the people in the city would spread the news. Chapter 2579. He knew that Wu Tianxi must have spies in the city who would pass the news back to his lair. In order to make Ji Yu give up, Wu Tianxi must have arranged for her to enter the city to watch. Jun Liuye's guess was mostly correct and could be said to be very accurate. The only thing he didn't expect was that Ji Yu entered the city on the day of the Purple Moon Festival and saw him and Tsai on the city wall. Jun Liuye arranged everything very carefully, and his guess was right. On the second day of the Purple Moon Festival, his spies saw close to 100 people disguising themselves and entering the city. Because of Wu Liqian's disguise technique, Jun Liuye's spies couldn't see if Ji Yu was among the 100 people who came out. In order to ensure that Wu Tianxi's men were all caught in one fell swoop, and to save Ji Yu unscathed, Jun Liuye didn't take any action. He knew that as long as the emperor's slaying went on as planned, Ji Yu would definitely come. In order to ensure that nothing went wrong, not only did he send out all the elites from the Dark Shadow Tower to search for Wu Liqian's men, he also disguised himself as an ordinary person and mixed in with the crowd to secretly search for Wu Liqian. Wu Liqian thought that his plan was flawless, but his behavior with Ji Yu was still a little strange. Some clues still fell into the spy's eyes, and they used a secret signal to inform Jun Liuye. Jun Liuye quietly began to arrange the encirclement plan. At that time, Wu Liqian's men didn't know that they had already fallen into Jun Liuye's inescapable net and were still pretending to be ordinary people to watch the show. Of course, the scene of Wu Liqian hugging Ji Yu also fell into Jun Liuye's eyes, making him feel incomparably uncomfortable. He arranged everything and was about to attack Wu Liqian when Ji Yu broke free from Wu Liqian's embrace and rushed to the high platform. That was why he was able to save Ji Yu at lightning speed. However, Wu Liqian's words, "My wife, we've just been married for a few days," completely infuriated him. He made up his mind to kill Wu Liqian on the spot. He had always thought that Ji Yu had willingly left with Wu Liqian, and he also thought that she had really married Wu Liqian. He hated her betrayal, so he gave the military order in front of Ji Yu and let her witness the massacre with her own eyes. Then he helplessly watched her directly spit out blood. After Jun Liuye explained the whole sequence of events, the ice cave fell silent for a moment. After a while, Ning Xiuma said, "So you let her see her parents being executed to take revenge on her?" Jun Liuye's face was pale as he closed his eyes. Yes, that pair of substitutes had to die in the first place. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to save her parents. Then did you secretly explain to her after this incident? Ning Xiuma almost didn't dare to imagine Ji Yu's mood at that time. Jun Liuye's fingers trembled as he stroked the ice coffin. He shook his head. "No," he said bitterly, "I was too ruthless at that time. She didn't give me any chance to explain." Ning Xiuma raised her eyebrows. She refused to listen? Actually, girls sometimes don't mean what they say. Even if she's hurt by you and refuses to listen to your explanation, as long as you control her and force her to explain everything clearly, she'll still listen. You can't say that you don't have a chance to explain, unless you're afraid of leaking the secret and don't want to explain. Jun Liuye cut Ning Xiuma off. "She's crazy." Huh? Ning Xiuma's heart sank. Jun Liuye's fingers trembled even more as he repeated, "She's crazy." Chapter 2580. Jun Liuye's fingers trembled even more as he repeated, "She went crazy." She saw her parents' heads fall to the ground. Then she spat out blood and fainted on the spot. I regretted it so much that I brought her back to the palace. I wanted to wait for her to wake up before I explained to her, but she went crazy after she woke up. Ning Xiuma was speechless. Even she, who was an assassin, could not bear such a thing, let alone Ji Yu. who was once a spoiled little princess. The successive blows and betrayals had already caused her to be on the verge of despair. Witnessing her parents' deaths was the last straw that broke the camel's back. It was normal for her to go crazy. June Liuya looked at the person in the coffin and seemed to be immersed in his memories. She went completely crazy. She did not recognize anyone and was afraid of everyone. She hid in the corner every day, refusing to let anyone get close to her. If anyone approached her, she would scream and tremble in fear. June Liuya's voice trembled slightly. I invited all the miracle doctors in the continent, but none of them could cure her. I also took the risk and sent her to the place where Emperor Yuan Yu and his wife lived in seclusion. I thought that maybe if she saw her parents were still alive, she might be able to regain her senses. But she did not even recognize her parents. She only recognized their two pillows and would often hug them and call them Father Emperor and Mother Empress. She would not let anyone take them away. As long as the pillows were touched, she would cry herself hoarse and scream, "Don't kill me, don't kill me." Ning Xiuma thought that she was hard-hearted enough, but at this moment, she felt her nose tingle. It was as if she could see the bright and lively girl's appearance after she went crazy. Shinjuli stood behind her and quietly hugged her waist. He seemed to have sensed her emotions and pressed his lips against her forehead. Ning Xiuma also relaxed her body and leaned into his embrace. The cave was cold, especially after she read Ji Yu's memories. She felt that the cave was bone-chilling. Fortunately, the great god was by her side, and his embrace was as warm as spring. Her gaze fell on the ice coffin again. The girl in the coffin was serene and quiet, as if she had sunk into some kind of gentle dreamland and was unwilling to wake up. She did not want to face the storms of this world again. I don't believe that she's gone crazy. I brought her to see the moon in the desert, and I brought her to the mountains to see the sunrise. These are all things that she said she wanted to do the most. I've done them all, but she still hasn't improved. She can't see the moon, nor can she see the sun. In her eyes, there are only those two pillows. She can't accept anything else. June Liuya's voice grew hoarser and hoarser as he clenched his fists. Qianshang, after we get married, can you take me to the desert? I heard that the moon, there is even rounder than the moon in Purple Moon City. We also have to go to a very, very high mountain. The sunrise on a mountain is also very beautiful. It's bright red and can make everything red. He closed his eyes as if he had returned to the beginning. He was still Yi Qianshang, and he had promised her that he would marry her. She was as happy as a child, jumping and screaming as she hugged him. Her charming little face was filled with vitality as she kept making requests in his ears with a yearning look on her face. He had teased her back then. You're a princess. Have you never been to these places? She blinked her large eyes with a bit of embarrassment. Royal father doesn't let me. He's afraid I'll be blown away by the wind in the desert and get sick from the wind in the mountains. Chapter 25:81. She blinked her large eyes in embarrassment. Royal father didn't let me. He was afraid that I'd be blown away by the wind in the desert or get sick from the wind in the mountains. Then she hugged his neck and looked at him with an expectant look. You'll take me there in the future, right? Afraid that he would look down on her, she jumped up and pretended to fight. I have martial arts. I won't drag you down. If a beast comes, I can beat it away. At that time, she was as innocent as a crystal and as proud as a little peacock. She didn't know the hardships of the world and only had him in her eyes. Her world was filled with sunshine, but he was the one who pushed her into hell. If everything could start over, when did you find out that you loved her? You shouldn't have loved her when you were Yi Qianshang, right? Ning Xiuma suddenly asked a sharp question. June Liuya froze and gave a sigh after a while. When I first met her, I was just using her. Of course, I also liked her a bit. Until I broke Ji Yu's country and kept her by my side, I found that her weight in my heart was much heavier than I thought. He had grown up in a treacherous environment and had suffered a lot. His heart had long been tempered to be harder than steel. There was only ambition in his eyes, so feelings were just superfluous to him. He never thought that he would fall in love with a woman. Although he liked Ji Yu a bit, compared to his ambition, it couldn't even be considered fraction. That was why he used Ji-yu so thoroughly and didn't show any mercy. He thought that leaving Ji-yu and her parents alive was already not letting her down. Until he saw her pain and the hatred in her eyes, he finally realized what he had lost. He didn't want her to hate him. He wanted her to rely on him like before and talk to him like before. So he began to seriously plan for their future. He thought that as long as his goal was good, it would be good for her, and he would be able to obtain her forgiveness. His plan wasn't bad, but he didn't consider Ji-yu's tolerance. He made a mistake that couldn't be taken back. He didn't have a chance to explain. Until the moment she died, she didn't believe that he loved her, and he would never have the chance to make her believe him again. Sorrow flooded his heart like a tide, bringing with it an almost suffocating pain. Jun Lioye caressed the ice coffin and lowered his eyes to look at the face of the person in the coffin. For a moment, he was lost in thought. If he hadn't been blinded by jealousy that day and told her that this was a substitute when he killed the emperor of the full moon couple, perhaps she wouldn't have gone crazy and things wouldn't have developed to this point where they couldn't be salvaged inside the ice cave. He stood tall and straight, his back looking unusually bleak. Ning Xiuama could even see a few strands of white hair between his temples. When she first read Ji-yu's memories, Ning Xiuama still had the urge to slash Jun Lioye. Now that she saw him like this, she felt that he was a little pitiful. "Guru, do you think they—" Ning Xiuama raised her head to ask for the guru's opinion. Shun Juli only commented with 3 words, "You brought this upon yourself." Ning Xiuama, she coughed and said, "Guru, there is a saying that the onlooker sees more clearly than the person involved. If you were in Jun Lioye's position and fell in love with Ji-yu." Chapter 25:82. Before she could finish her sentence, Shun Juli interrupted her. "I'm not him, and I won't fall in love with him. I only love you." Ning Xiuama was speechless. The great god's confession was really, that's right, the great god had always been high and mighty, never being controlled by anyone. He didn't need to care about other people's feelings, always doing things his own way. Naturally, he couldn't understand Jun Lioye's situation at that time. Jun Lioye was just an ordinary prince who grew up in a world of mutual deception. He was feared by his own father and schemed against by his brothers. One wrong step, and he would be consigned to eternal damnation. He and Ji-yu were originally people from 2 different worlds. Perhaps they shouldn't have crossed paths. Ning Xiuama glanced at the ice coffin and Jun Lioye again. Fortunately, she and the great god spoke in secret. Otherwise, wouldn't this war god emperor be hurt? Ning Xiuama suddenly thought of something. "Great god, do you have a way to treat Ji-yu's mental illness?" Shun Juli replied casually, "It's not hard to treat. She was too frightened and sad, so a part of her soul was hurt. You just need to repair that part of her soul." His tone was like mending a fishing net, understated. Ning Xiuama rubbed her brows. The great god's treatment method was simple, crude, and incomparably superior. However, even if she used ordinary methods to treat this kind of madness, she would still be able to treat 80% or 90% of it. This continent didn't seem small, so why didn't they find a real godly doctor back then? Ning Xiuama carelessly blurted out her doubts. Jun Lioye, who was standing beside the ice coffin, calmed down a bit. He faintly said, "When she went crazy, I didn't give up and tried every possible way to find a godly doctor. Later, I heard that there was a godly doctor in Xingyue country who specialized in treating mental illnesses. I acted as if I'd found a treasure and immediately secretly brought her to Xingyue country." Ning Xiuama was stunned. "Wait, Xingyu country? Wasn't it the last big country at that time? You destroyed Ji-yu country. So the king of Xingyu country must have listed you as his biggest enemy and sent a bunch of assassins to assassinate you. You still dared to take a crazy woman to Xingyu country? Wasn't this automatically sending yourself to be killed?" Jun Lioye expressionlessly said, "I set up a secret branch in Xingyu country. After he saw Ji-yu's illness, he told me that he had the confidence to cure her, but the treatment would have to continue for 8 days. Of course, I was overjoyed, thinking that the heavens' eyes finally opened, giving me a chance to redeem myself and get her back. But I didn't expect that my brother crown prince to find out where I went to seek medical treatment in Yu country, and secretly told the king of Xing Yu country. On the fourth day, Jesus's, as the assassins tesses you. Ning Xiuma did not need to think about it to understand the thrill of that time. She did not interrupt and waited for Jun Liuye to continue. The doctor had a strange habit. No matter who he treated, he did not allow anyone to stay in the valley, and only allowed 2 people to enter at a time. Every time after the treatment, I had to leave with Gu and live in a secret place outside the valley. We would go again the next day. On the 4th day, I brought Gu into the valley as usual, but what greeted me was an assassination attempt. 13 assassins hid in the doctor's house and wanted to kill me by surprise. In order to progress faster, this story will be narrated to explain most of the plot. Also, this story is not insignificant, and it is not entirely a new story. It will be explained later. Everyone, please be patient. While writing this story, Mumu was also thinking about the 3rd chapter. Everyone, please choose between Little Nianma and Shuilan. I can also think of it in advance. I will make this decision based on the opinions of the majority, so please leave your comments. Love you. Chapter 2583. Luckily, I sensed that something was wrong and didn't fall for their trap. When I got rid of those assassins, I found that the godly doctor had already been killed and stuffed under the bed. Ning Xiuma was speechless. When it rains, it pours. Jun Liuye continued. Xing Yu country's monarch wanted me dead. Not only did he send a bunch of assassins, he also sent soldiers to surround Cool Breeze Valley and set it on fire. I tried my best to escape with Gu, but I lost more than 100 of my elite subordinates. Gu had already shown some improvement, but she was frightened by the assassination. Although she no longer screamed, she was still in a daze and didn't respond to anyone's calls. Jun Liuye closed his eyes. After that, I found many so-called godly doctors, but they couldn't do anything. They all advised me to accept my fate. How could he accept his fate? He hadn't asked for her forgiveness yet. He hadn't told her the truth that her parents were still alive. The past was too heavy, and Jun Liuye wasn't someone who liked to explain things in detail. Moreover, he was always in a daze, so he might not be able to answer more than 2 questions. Shun Juli was a very straightforward person. He didn't bother to ask any more questions, so he used the most direct method, reading Jun Liuye's memories. Everything that happened after that was like a painting unfolding in front of Shun Juli's eyes. Of course, Ning Xiuma was always by his side, so the memories he read were also displayed in front of Ning Xiuma. Ning Xiuma finally understood what happened after that. Jun Liuye's memories were just like his personality, organized and concise. Many places were swept past in a flash, but it was enough for people to roughly understand what had happened. Some places were very clear, so clear that it was as if it had happened in front of one's eyes. After Jun Liuye brought Jiyu back to Huiyue country, he used his channels to investigate and found out that the crown prince was behind all this. Old and new hatred came together, making Jun Liuye want to kill the crown prince. With his ability, it wasn't too difficult to kill the crown prince. The reason he didn't do it at first was because he had some misgivings and still cared about his brotherly feelings. He used his own methods to kill the crown prince, shocking everyone in Huiyue country. The king of the Huiyue nation was furious. He wanted to punish him and send troops to arrest him. Who would have thought that not only would they fail to capture him, they would even force him to rebel and lead his troops to force the emperor to abdicate. After a bloody palace coup, the king of the Huiyue kingdom issued an abdication edict and had no choice but to pass the throne to Jun Liuye. He became the retired emperor without any real power and was imprisoned in a palace by Jun Liuye, unable to cause any more trouble. When Jun Liuye ascended the throne, the first thing he did was to make the insane Jiyu his empress. This simply challenged the 3 views of the ministers. Naturally, they were fiercely opposed to it. Among them, Prime Minister Xiao, who had been assisting him, had the strongest reaction. He still wanted his daughter, Hongxiang, to be the empress. The ministers used the fiercest method to remonstrate, and they almost carried the coffin into the throne room. However, Jun Liuye had already made up his mind. The minister's death remonstrances were like a breeze to him, and he didn't care at all. Some ministers were so agitated that they directly killed themselves in the throne room, but he didn't even blink as he watched coldly from the side. After this contest between the monarch and his ministers, the ministers finally understood that the new emperor was different from before. In the past, although he was strict in his management of the army, he was still a modest gentleman in front of the ministers. He also handled things rather gently and smoothly. Chapter 2584. Now, he was cold and merciless. Other than that crazy Princess Gu, he showed no mercy to anyone else. He also held military power. Although the ministers were dissatisfied with him, they could not rebel against him. They could only helplessly agree with his decisions. Jun Liuye finally got his wish to marry Gu and made her his empress. Unfortunately, she was still in a daze and did not respond to anyone or anything. Jun Liuye could not even be intimate with her. Every time he got close to her, she would scream and tremble. She would have a major seizure. Jun Liuye naturally could not force her. He could only look at her from a distance. The person he loved was clearly by his side, but they were so close yet so far apart. Jun Liuye was undoubtedly an expert in governing a country. He was a born emperor. He had ascended the throne for less than half a year. After a round of bloody political changes, his country was finally stabilized. The political situation was stable, and the people submitted to him. Everyone in the imperial court was his people. Aside from occasionally being dissatisfied with some of his actions, they were all loyal to him. After stabilizing the rear, he began to personally lead the troops to attack Xingyue country. Firstly, it was to take revenge for the previous incident. Secondly, it was to obtain a treasure from Xingyue country's palace, the clear spirit pearl. It was said that this pearl was left behind by the emperor when he came to this continent a few hundred years ago. It was said that wearing this pearl could make one immortal. The emperor of Xingyue country had always worn it. His youthful appearance was due to this pearl. Jun Liuye was not interested in immortality. He only wanted this pearl because he heard of another effect of this pearl. It was said that swallowing this pearl could make even a fool smart. Ji was just crazy. Perhaps this pearl could make her return to normal. Xingyue country was the second strongest country in this continent. It was not much worse than Huiyue country. Although Huiyue country had annexed Jiyu country, its strength had increased greatly. It was not that easy to completely destroy Xingyue country. Moreover, the emperor of Xingyue country was also a valiant emperor. He was loved and respected by the people. He was also good at using people. He had countless soldiers and generals under his command. He was completely different from Jiyu country's emperor, Full Moon, who did not have the support of the people. It was easy to imagine the difficulty of directly attacking such a country. When Jun Liuye personally led the troops, it was a snowy winter. Outside the city gate, the army stretched for several miles, and the banners were blazing. Not only were the civil and military officials sending them off, but there were also the families of the soldiers. When they parted, they were reluctant to part. This was especially true for the wives of the soldiers. Their eyes were brimming with tears as they repeatedly exhorted and exhorted. Jun Liuye rode alone on a tall horse. Dressed in black and wearing a silver mask, he looked exceptionally cold and lonely. His gaze swept over the soldiers who were reluctant to part with their families, and a touch of sadness flashed through his eyes. Naturally, there were many people who came to see him off, but none of them was the person he wanted. The battlefield was constantly changing and extremely dangerous, so it was naturally inconvenient for him to bring her along. Thus, he left her in the palace and entrusted her to a trusted confidant to take care of her, which was the most appropriate thing to do. Of course, he still couldn't resist going to her palace to bid her farewell that night. Just as he expected, no matter what he said to her, she did not respond at all, as if she did not hear him. Naturally, he would not tell him to be careful out of concern. Just like now, as his only empress, she would not send him off when he was about to go to war. It was time to set off. The soldiers regrouped and were ready to set off. Jun Liuye also turned his horse around and was about to lead the troops out. Chapter 2585. The soldiers regrouped and readied themselves. Jun Liuye also turned his horse around and was about to set off. Suddenly, he seemed to have sensed something and abruptly turned around. Two women and a man were standing on the city gate tower. It was Ji Yu, Jun Lufeng, and Xiao Hongxiang. Speaking of which, it was strange. After returning from Xingyu country halfway through her treatment, Ji Yu did not reject the approach of other people, such as the maids who served her, or even Jun Lufeng and Xiao Hongxiang. She only rejected Jun Liuye. Right now, the three of them were standing on top of the city gate tower. Jun Lufeng and Xiao Hongxiang were waving at him with all their might, and Ji Yu, who had always treated him as nothing and never looked at him, was actually looking at him from afar. She placed her hand on the city wall and pursed her lips, looking at him like a normal person. Jun Liuye's body stiffened slightly as he stared at her from afar. His eyesight was good, and he could even see the slightest change in her expression. She seemed to be smiling. Jun Liuye's mind exploded. He actually leaped up from his horse. Under everyone's gaze, he flew up the tall city wall like a black eagle. He landed on the city gate tower and landed in front of Ji Yu. It was only after he landed on the ground that he realized what he had done. He had actually done such a reckless thing, like a miserable youth who had just fallen in love for the first time. The people below the city gasped, but he didn't care and took a big step towards Ji Yu. Ji Yu, however, screamed as if she had been frightened. She took a few steps back and hid behind Hong Xiang. Her body trembled slightly, and she no longer looked at him. This attitude was almost the same as when she saw him. Jun Liuye's eyes dimmed, and the hands that wanted to hug her slowly fell. Jun Lufeng tried to smooth things over. "Royal brother, take care." Jun Liuye nodded. "Take good care of her at home." Jun Lufeng nodded solemnly. "Don't worry, royal brother. I won't let you down." Jun Liuye glanced at Ji Yu, who was hiding behind Hong Xiang and refused to show her face. He then turned around and flew down the city wall, swearing to sweep the world regardless of his own body. 5,000 officers and soldiers died in the smoke and dust. Sleeping at night with golden spears and iron clothes, blood stains the battlefield, all dead souls. 8 months passed in the blink of an eye. War had always been cruel, especially when it came to wars between countries. It was even more tragic. After every battle, there would be countless bones and souls left on the battlefield. Although Jun Liuye was very good at leading troops in a battle, the other side was not easy to deal with. His attack was not particularly successful. And in the 8 months since the start of the war, he had already lost tens of thousands of soldiers. Of course, the other side had suffered even more losses, twice as many as him. Moreover, he had also taken down countless cities. His army was slowly approaching the capital of Star Moon Nation, the City of Stars. At Tianjiao Pass, his army encountered the most tenacious resistance. The Tianjiao Pass was an important gateway to the vast Star City. As long as the Tianjiao Pass was taken down, then the vast Star City would be just around the corner. Ning Xuema followed Shenjuli to read Jun Liuye's memories. Naturally, she saw many war scenes. Even though she was used to seeing the world, she still frowned slightly. One of Shenjuli's arms was wrapped around her, while the other was placed on Jun Liuye's forehead to read his memories. He seemed to feel the change in Ning Xuema's mood. He glanced at her and suddenly said, "Do you want to change the way I read your memories?" Ning Xuema did not expect him to be able to speak so casually at this time. She could not help but look at Jun Liuye. Jun Liuye closed his eyes and stood there motionless like an old monk. Chapter 2586. It was clear that Shenjuli had brought her directly into his memories. She hadn't been awakened by Shenjuli. "How do I change?" Shenjuli's voice was still casual. "Just go in." Before Ning Xuema could react, a white light flashed in front of her eyes. When she came back to her senses, she found herself floating in the air, and Shenjuli was beside her, still holding her waist. There was a huge purple moon in the sky, and below them were endless battlefields and tents. "Where are we?" In Jun Liuye's memories. Shenjuli's answer was straightforward. The Almighty could actually pull her directly into someone's memories. A new skill. In one of the novels she had read, if the main character wanted to enter someone's memories, he had to play a specific song and use blood as a guide. The procedures were very complicated. She didn't expect that the Almighty would directly pull her in. He didn't even make a gesture, and her Almighty was even more awesome. Ning Shuima's eyes sparkled as she stared at Shunjuli. She almost had stars in her eyes. Shunjuli put an arm on her shoulder and asked lazily, "You look like you admire me a lot?" Ning Shuima nodded without hesitation. "Almighty, you are my idol." Shunjuli's eyes flashed with a smile. His wife seeing him as an idol naturally made him very happy. He accepted all her praises and replied with a single word, "Hmm." She praised him for so long, and he only replied with "mm." This was too perfunctory. Ning Shuima was a little dissatisfied. She looked at him. "Almighty, what am I to you?" She wanted to get a compliment from Shunjuli, such as "you are my pride," or something. Shunjuli didn't even think about it and replied with a single word, "wife." Ning Shuima. Shunjuli glanced at her. As if he could see her disappointment, he changed the word, "wifey." Ning Shuima pursed her lips even tighter. She seemed even more displeased. Shunjuli thought about it seriously this time and thought of another word, "wife." Ning Shuima was speechless. It seemed like getting a compliment from the Almighty was harder than ascending to the heavens. Forget it. She didn't want to make things difficult for the Almighty. The Almighty wasn't someone who would easily praise others. Moreover, the title of the Almighty's wife wasn't too bad. She patted her mouth and said, "All right, I won't force you anymore. I know I'm your wife, your wife, your wife." Before she could finish, Shunjuli interrupted her. He smiled and looked at her, his eyes serious. "You are still my one and only my life." Ning Shuima's heart skipped a beat. Who said that the Almighty couldn't say sweet nothings? Once he said those words of love, it would really make her heart beat faster. She was obviously thick-skinned and didn't blush easily, but under the teasing of the Almighty's words, she actually blushed. "You're blushing?" Shunjuli looked at her with a faint smile and even pinched her cheeks. How could Ning Shuima admit it? What's there to blush about? It's just that the weather is too hot and I'm wearing thick clothes. She casually found an excuse. Hot weather? Wearing thick clothes? Shunjuli repeated the question twice. The smile on his face widened. This place was extremely remote and had a cold climate. Although it was August, the north wind was still blowing and there was even snow in some places. Ning Shuima was wearing a thin chiffon dress. The sleeves were fluttering, but it couldn't be considered thick. If it was any thinner, she would be running around naked. Ning Shuima quickly realized this. Chapter 2587. Ning Shuima quickly realized this as well. Seeing the Almighty's teasing gaze, even the tips of her ears turned red. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to calm down. This is someone else's memory after all. The weather is abnormal, so my feelings are also abnormal. Looking up, she saw Shunjuli looking at her deeply. His eyes were very deep, and there was a familiar burning heat in them. Her heart skipped a beat, and she tried to pull her hand away. I can make you even hotter," Shunjuli slowly said, using a bit of force. He pulled her into his arms and kissed her. Ning Shuima froze. The Almighty had only returned to his original form this morning. He had not had the chance to be intimate with her before he came to this ice cave with Jun Lioye. With a third person present and busy reading Jiu's memory, the two did not cross the line. Of course, the Almighty had his arm around her waist and was very intimate with her. But to Shunjuli, this was clearly not enough. Now that he finally had the chance, he naturally kissed her to his heart's content. Ning Shuima still had some misgivings, so she forced her mouth open. Almighty were still in someone else's memory. Below them was a bustling military camp. Although they were in midair, the people below should be able to see them clearly if they looked up. Okay. Don't worry. The people here won't see us. Shunjuli captured her mouth and blurted out, "Focus." Thus, Ning Shuima focused. Not only that, she even reached out and wrapped her arms around his neck, passionately responding to him. Shunjuli's eyes flashed with a smile, but the bottom of his eyes deepened and burned with passion. The kiss deepened amidst the intense entanglement of their tongues. He suddenly put her down and turned her over to press her against the clouds. With a wave of his hand, her clothes disappeared, his warm body pressed against hers. Ning Xiuma, who had been kissed senselessly by him, was now somewhat sober. She hurriedly reached out to push him away. Almighty, we're here to look at his memories. Shun Julie glanced down and saw that there was a fierce battle going on below. It doesn't matter. His memories are still going on. It's not a big deal. Come look at me. Shun Julie's incomparably handsome face was right in front of her. His eyes were as deep as the ocean, as if they were going to swallow her whole. Although Ning Xiuma had been intimate with him countless times, being stared at by him like this still made her heart beat faster and her blood boil. She didn't say anything, but stretched out her arms and hugged him tightly. She raised her body and kissed the tip of his nose. Her eyes were brighter than the stars in the sky, and her face was redder than the rosy clouds on the horizon. Julie couldn't help but smile. He loved her so much that he wanted to be with her all the time. He wanted to become one with her. No matter how close he got, he felt that it wasn't enough. Perhaps only a zero distance or a negative distance could fill each other's hearts. I'm in you, and you're in me. There was a breeze in the sky, and a few clouds were blown over, blocking the intense entanglement between the two of them. They didn't know how much time had passed, and the scene below had changed countless times. However, the clouds that enveloped the two of them didn't change at all. Finally, the clouds slowly dispersed, revealing the two of them inside. Ning Xiuma was still sitting in his arms. Both of them were neatly dressed, and Ning Xiuma was still panting slightly. Even with her great physical strength, her waist was still sore after this round. Her body was extremely weak, and she didn't want to get up from the Almighty's embrace. Chapter 2588. Shunjili sat there with his arms around her. He looked like a cat that was content with its life. Ning Xiuma rubbed her waist and complained, Just now you were too torturous. I clearly told you to stop." Shunjili used his fingertips to pick up a strand of her hair and played with it in his palm. He leisurely said, "Didn't you say that girls often say one thing and mean another? Then when you said stop, you actually meant that you wanted me to continue." Ning Xiuma, "Great God, you're too shameless. You actually used these words to stop her." She moved her body. The white cloud below her was soft and very comfortable. She suddenly thought of a very important question. "Great God, I remember that after I came to this world, my psychokinesis disappeared. How can I still sit on a white cloud so freely? Because we're now in spirit bodies and not physical bodies." Shunjili explained to her. Ning Xiuma was shocked. "You're saying that our bodies are still in the cave." "Smart." Shunjili praised her. She actually used her spirit body to make love with the great god once. The great god said that using this method to read her memories was more convenient. But it was actually more convenient to be intimate with her, right? The great god was indeed the great god, so two-faced. She looked down and changed the topic. "What's the next step?" Shunjili casually replied. "Jun Liuye and Xingyu country's defenders fought 3 more times. They won 2 times and killed 30,000 of the enemy. Now they're besieging the city. The great god was so busy just now, but he still saw it so clearly. Great God, you weren't focused." Ning Xiuma finally caught Shunjili's weakness. She was originally the least focused. Later, under his powerful attacks, she couldn't pay attention to her surroundings. She didn't even know where she was. Shunjili's eyes flashed. "Wifey, you're saying that you're not satisfied with your husband's performance just now?" He looked like he would do it again as soon as she said she wasn't satisfied. Ning Xiuma hurriedly waved her hand. I'm satisfied. I can't be more satisfied." Shunjili smiled. He stretched out his long legs and leaned over to kiss her on the cheek. "Thank you for your praise, my wife." Ning Xiuma didn't dare to linger on this topic. She pulled his hand and said, "Let's go down and take a look. I'm actually not interested in how Jun Liuye fights. I'm only interested in Jiyu's death. She was already crazy. Who would want to poison her? All right, Almighty, I didn't expect you to be involved in their story." Shunjuli's eyes flickered slightly as he said indifferently, Perhaps this is the reason why we are here. Ning Xuema's eyes lit up. Are you saying that they might be our second pair of quests? Shun Jili nodded. That's right. The Heavenly Lost Stone had said that this kind of quest was to set things right. It was to change the outcome of his original participation. A few hundred years ago, there were 3 countries on this continent. He felt that it was quite good. In order to maintain this situation, he gave each country a gift that didn't belong to this world. Xingyue country had the clear spirit pearl, Jiyu country had the city protection crystal, and Huiwei country had the sky-changing bow. These 3 treasures each had their own powerful uses. They could protect the peace of a region. Because of this, the 3 countries maintained this state for several hundred years. It was only when Jun Liuye appeared that this delicate balance was broken. In fact, the world situation was bound to be divided after a long period of union and united after a long period of separation. Originally, the 3 countries wouldn't have existed for too long. If Shun Jili hadn't left behind these 3 treasures, this situation would have been broken in a few decades. Then, Ahi Jimin would have truly unified the 3 countries. Chapter 2589. If Jiyu didn't have the city protecting crystal, Jun Liuye wouldn't have known Princess Jiyu, and all of this wouldn't have happened. Ning Xuemao rubbed her forehead. I don't think it's good to help this pair. There's not only a misunderstanding between them, but also a grudge against their country. Even if Jiyu revives, she might not be willing to be with Jun Liuye again unless she completely loses her memories. Great God, you're not thinking of erasing her memories after saving her, are you? Shinjuli's tone was light. I won't. My task is to let them return to their original path, not necessarily to help them. Original path? Then, shouldn't these 2 people not know each other? But they already know each other and have such deep entanglements. How is Great God going to set things right? Ning Xuemao was in a daze for a while before looking down. Suddenly, her eyes widened. Why is Jun Liuye losing? Below, Jun Liuye's army was like a sheet of loose sand, retreating 100 li. Only then did they once again set up camp. Jun Liuye's military talent was comparable to Zhuge Liang's. Ning Xuemao had never seen him lose a battle. This was the first time he was in such a sorry state. Looking at the state of these soldiers, it was obvious that the commander was not in a good position. What's going on? Shinjili also glanced down. Last night, Jun Liuye received a secret letter from the capital saying that Princess Jiyu went missing. Ning Xuemao suddenly understood. Only Jiyu's matter could cause Jun Liuye to act so abnormally. But Jiyu was a fool and shouldn't have run around. Jun Lufeng was also a meticulous person. With him watching over Jiyu, logically speaking, it was impossible for her to go missing, unless someone was unhappy with Jiyu and secretly harmed her. But no matter if it was the imperial court or the harem, they were all sincerely convinced by Jun Liuye and didn't dare to provoke him. Everyone knew that Jiyu was at the top of his heart and couldn't be neglected. Who would be so blind as to poke this hornet's nest? Or perhaps, Great God, do you have any ideas? Shinjili shook his head slightly and said straightforwardly, No, I'm not interested in other women's movements. This is Jun Liuye's memory. Things have already happened, so we can only watch. Ning Xuemao, the Almighty was indeed the Almighty. When he didn't want to use his brain, he was still very lazy. She looked down, and her heart skipped a beat. Most of Jun Liuye's memories seemed to be fast-forwarded, with many scenes flashing by. Ning Xuemao felt as if she had pressed the fast-forward button when she was looking at it earlier. Only when it was something extremely important or something that left a deep impression on him would the image pause for a long time. But now, the image below was clear and slow. Every scene was extremely clear. Ning Xuemao looked down, then looked at the large moon. Could it be that this night had left a deep impression on Jun Liuye? She pulled Shunjili. Guru, let's go down and take a look. The central tent was brightly lit. Jun Liuye was dressed in martial attire as he sat behind the commander's desk. His face was as calm as water as he asked the subordinates kneeling below, Still no news. Your Majesty, all of Shadow Tower spies have been sent out to search the capital's streets and alleys. but they still haven't found the Empress's whereabouts. Your Majesty, the news from the capital said that the Empress was still fine 10 days ago. Who would have thought that she would disappear the next morning? None of her maids saw how she went missing. Chapter 2590. This matter is indeed strange. The Empress residence has a large array. Those who aren't familiar with the terrain can't sneak in, and the Empress servants are all carefully selected. They're the most suitable people, so it's impossible for them to betray their master. The 8th Prince has already imprisoned all the related people and used a secret technique to interrogate them. No one saw how the Empress left. Jun Lufeng had a secret technique to interrogate people. No matter how tightly sealed their mouths were, he could still pry them open and make them tell the truth. Since he used this secret technique to interrogate them, it proved that those people were indeed innocent. But how did the crazy Jiyu disappear? Unless Jun Lioye's face was pale as he clenched his fists. Unless she escaped on her own, but she was still crazy, so how could she escape on her own? Your Majesty, outside. There's someone outside who wants to see you. She said she is Jiyu. Princess Jiyu. A soldier suddenly ran in and stammered. What? Jun Lioye suddenly stood up. The other trusted generals in the tent also opened their mouths wide, as if they could swallow a duck's egg. Jun Lioye almost rushed out. Then he stopped in his tracks and stared in one direction, holding his breath. Outside the tent, under the moonlight, stood a woman. She was wearing a light red robe. Her black hair fell to her forehead, and her eyebrows were like a painting. She stood there quietly, like an ink painting slowly unfolding under the moonlight. She still looked the same as before. Hearing the noise, she raised her head and a pair of bright eyes looked at Jun Lioye. She smiled like a flower. 1,000 deaths. Jun Lioye staggered for a moment, then slowly walked over. Jiyu tilted her head and looked at him. Her cheeks were red, and so were her lips. Jiyu. He reached out his arms and tightly held her in his embrace, as if she would suddenly grow wings and run away. Jiyu was almost unable to breathe from his embrace. She reached out her small fist and hit him twice. Let go. There are so many people here. Jun Lioye's arms loosened slightly. Of course, he didn't let go of her. He looked into her eyes as if he wanted to confirm something. Her large eyes were very clear, like crystals. Under his gaze, her cheeks turned red. What are you looking at? She didn't look like she was faking it, and she didn't know how to fake it. Jun Lioye suddenly bent down and picked her up horizontally. She cried out in surprise and wrapped her arms around her chest. Her body slightly curled up in his embrace, but she immediately struggled. Hey, let go. There are still so many of your subordinates here. Jun Lioye looked at her deeply, his eyes darkening. Then he chuckled. What subordinate? Isn't it just you and me here? Ji was taken aback for a moment. She turned her head and looked around. She found that there was no one around. No one wanted to be a third wheel at this time. They all scattered like birds and beasts, leaving only him and her in front of the main tent. Jun Lioye carried her into the bedchamber. This place was bitterly cold, and Jiyu's clothes were not thick, so her hands and feet were cold. The tent was as warm as spring. Jiyu sat on Jun Lioye's bed, wrapped in a thick, soft blanket. She leaned on Jun Lioye's body, looking very comfortable. Jun Lioye was still not at ease, so he got up and poured her a cup of warm wine. He directly put it to her lips and said, "Come, drink this first to warm yourself up." Jiyu obediently took a sip from his hand and wrinkled her beautiful brows. So spicy. Jun Lioye's eyes were apologetic. There's no wine for girls in the army.